This Dignitas is not the team that we had last week.
That's Vasily almost going down. The Wild Growth save. What a game from Dignitas. TSM is getting whittled down and running for solace on their own fountain. Smiles on the face of Dignitas, and they take down Team Solomon.
We've had some good games. We definitely have a lot to improve on, but being first in the league is definitely a great place to be at.
Taking sole possession of first place is Team Dignitas.
I got hit Twitch with a kick. I hit Twitch.
Strongest player on Dignitas right now is Shifter.
Quadra kill for Shifter. Will they give it to him? Penta-kill for Shifter.
The number one thing we need to do is not get complacent and look at our mistakes. Dignitas can be a top 3 team if they really want it.
Yeah, Dignitas is completely unstoppable at this point.
I want to win more and I want to crush people harder.
Welcome to week 3 of the North American LCS Summer Split. We're coming to you live in front of this incredible audience from our studios here in sunny California. Hello, I'm Rivington Bislin III.
And I'm Sam Kobe Hartman Kensler. We've got another lineup of 8 big matches this week, and with all of the top 4 teams within 2 games of each other, nobody is safe.
That's right. Let's get right into it with the news that Dignitas has taken sole possession of first place.
Yeah, Dignitas faced a tough schedule last week, first defeating LMQ in a commanding performance to tie them in the standings, and then they beat TSM to pull out a one-game lead.
Then the other team that managed to defeat LMQ were Cloud9, who look like they're back to their winning ways.
Yeah, Cloud9 turned in an impressive performance against LMQ, overcoming an early game deficit through superior team coordination. They're playing with more confidence, and they now have the longest winning streak in the North American LCS with 3 straight victories.
That's right. Well, Cloud9 have righted the ship. Team Solo Mid still seems to be floundering a bit. They are now sitting in 5th place with 3 wins and 3 losses.
Yeah, they've been trying to find a strategy that will work for them and their new lineup.
Right.
But so far, their wins are only against the teams that are in the bottom half of the standings.
True story. Finally, Complexity fans are getting good news and bad news this week. Prolly, the team's mid-lane shot caller, will be back on the Rift, but Broken Shard, the free-range jungler, will be out this week.
And taking over for him is going to be Kez, the former player for the Challenger Series team Cloud9 Tempest. He will be facing tough competition as he faces off against Complexity and then Curse as well as LMQ.
That is correct.
He's on Complexity.
Yes. Now let's check out the action out of Europe with your LCS Big Plays. And today, a little something a little different. You, the people, have spoken, so here's a tribute montage to a boy and his bird.
Yeah, Froggen was outstanding on Anivia. At Fire Emblem 6 writes, Froggen needs to calm down. I don't think LCS Big Plays will be as interesting if all of them are just Froggen going God.
And FX Guillaume says, this is why you really should ban Froggen and Anivia. Respect the pick. Teleg Port OP. Here you go. The bird is the word in your LCS Big Plays.
Oh, Froggen. He's not going to play it. He's just baiting it.
He did actually tweet, Anivia is back. So, maybe.
Oh, it is. It is, ladies and gentlemen. Anivia or Froggen.
Trouble. He's going to get caught out the side. Wicked's going to join in. Froggen manages to get on towards Mr. Rallis. Mr. Rallis goes down. Impala onto Tamso. Can he land on towards him? A great stun comes out from Froggen. He gets himself in there.
Froggen, what can you pick where we would actually win team fights here? I don't think he does anything.
Anivia, dude.
This one is another Mega Thriller box.
Fuck, who got it? Impala's caught out. He's going to go down.
That hurts.
Now is he shot? He comes around, gets into a veteran Thriller box to come in. It will miss his target though. And now Impala's in trouble. Froggen gets on towards him. He gets himself another double kill.
Some amazing plays coming out from Froggen. It looks like kind of like riding the old bike.
Yeah, I mean, it's great to see him back on it. Everybody's nostalgic, and it actually won them games, so that's a good choice.
The super team definitely seems to be coming about. And here's a look at how Froggen's Anivia helped fantasy owners collect 42.08 points. Courtesy of the 21 KDA, 708 minions were felled, and an excellent day for his fantasy owners. Head over to fantasy.lolesports.com to create your dream team of pro players today.
I have him on my team. Good pick. Keep sharing those game-changing plays, though, throughout the entire day. Tweet at LOL Esports and use the hashtag LCS Big Plays.
And looking at the European table, Alliance sits in the top spot with 7 wins and only 1 loss.
They're followed 1 game back by SK Gaming, and in 3rd, it's Super Hot Crew. In 4th, it's a tie between Fnatic and Millennium, each with 4 wins and 4 losses.
They're followed by Gambit Gaming, the Copenhagen Wolves, and in 8th place, it's Roccat. Then back in the old US of A, we've got Dignitas sitting in 1st place with only 1 mark on the record.
Then Cloud9, Counter Logic Gaming, and LMQ are sharing 2nd, followed by TSM in 5th place.
In 6th place, we have Team Curse, with Complexity and Evil Geniuses sharing last place with 1 win so far this split. But of course, that will all change with our 4 games today, starting with Team Solo Mid versus LMQ.
Then Evil Geniuses will take on Cloud9, followed by Dignitas doing battle with CLG, and we will conclude our LCS coverage with Complexity versus Curse.
Then immediately following the conclusion of that match, we'll send it over to the North American Challenger Series, where Coast will face off against Team Green Forest. But at any time, you can find the complete schedule by heading over to lolesports.com, as well as vote for the teams you think will win. Just click schedule, select week 3, and start locking in your predictions.
Also there you can find international coverage for the European, Korean, Chinese, and Southeast Asian leagues, complete with player stats, profiles, and all the information that you're going to need to be an Intercontinental League fan.
That's right. Or if you're in the Los Angeles area, you can join our studio audience. Click on the tickets link for all the details and start planning your LCS trip today, like all these people did. But for now, let's throw it over to Freak and Jack at the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Riv. What's up, guys? I'm David Freak Turley. With me is Joshua Jatt Leesman, as usual. Yes, that is as usual.
Yeah.
It's good to be here.
It is good to be here. We got a lot of fun stuff going on here today. So let's take a look now at the 5 players we'll be keeping an eye on this week, starting with TSM's jungler, Amazing.
Yeah, Freak, teams have really discovered that Amazing can be targeted for his limited champion pool because he told them twice he's been forced on a champ he's less comfortable with, like Volibear and Xin Zhao. And if TSM hopes to move up the standings, Amazing has to learn more champions, so he can't be focused on picks and bans.
We'll see how that's going to progress throughout the season. Now, next up is our Week 2 MVP, Aphromoo. CLG have an incredibly tough schedule as they face the #1 Dignitas and defending champs in second-place team Cloud9. We're going to see if he can continue to make the flashy plays and in-game calls that will carry his team to victory again this week.
Yeah, and while Aphromoo was unstoppable last week, Quas was very stoppable. And Curse has had a tough schedule so far to start off this split, but Quas has really been flying under the radar. If they want to do well, if Curse wants to succeed, Quas has to step up and be that top-tier top laner they thought they were getting when they signed him.
And of course, also from Curse, speaking of top-tier players, Xpecial, former all-star support player there. In Week 2, we saw Cop and Xpecial working a bit better together. And honestly, Xpecial had a 13 KDA in their 2 games last week, but he's now had another week to practice with the team, so we might see Xpecial's dependable play turning into some more wins for Curse.
Yeah, and finally, we got to be watching Complexity's mid laner Prawley. He is back. We have to see if his shot calling can lead his team to victory, despite their jungler Broken Shard being out this week. So it's another big moment for Complexity, because they do not want to be the worst team in the LCS.
They do not. Well, you've heard from us. We want to now hear from you guys and weigh in on our Twitter question of the day. We're asking you which North American LCS team has the highest ceiling and why.
Yeah, send your answers to @LOL Esports. Use the hashtag LCS, and you may just hear your answer read later in the show.
All right, guys, so if you missed it on Thursday, the LCS preview show gave us an inside peek at the high-level discussions players have before and during their games. It's a segment we call All Chat.
Peter, who's your favorite support?
Nice! Holy shit, after the god, man.
Okay. It's you, baby. Okay, of course it's you. Wow, a little hesitation there.
Come. No. Well, you shouldn't have. Yeah, I shouldn't have done that, sorry.
Kobe?
Got him?
No.
Oh.
Oh,
nice! Nice.
Push.
Xpecial.
What's up?
Was TSM funny in the pre-chat?
Yes.
My ring finger is like hurting. Oh, really?
Yeah. Oh, maybe you should put a ring on it.
Keep going, the ball.
Go. Just kite. Nice! There we go.
Also, guys, whenever we're doing all this, remember, don't all talk at the same time.
No!
Leona.
Don't chase. Nice. Leona. Come here. Watch out. Get Lucian.
Okay, fine. You don't need to chase. Oh, never.
Oh my God. What a monster. That's my farm.
Jack, we don't have to talk at the same time. It's actually better if we, stagger and don't,
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, that was from completely different games. But
yeah.
The editing, fooled you.
Yeah, it's okay. We've made it now. Be sure to tune in each Thursday, 8:30 a.m. Pacific Time, 5:30 p.m. Central European Summertime for the LCS Preview Show.
Yeah, we'll be arming you with the analysis needed to dominate your fantasy league, as well as keeping you current on all the headlines out of the NA and EU LCS.
All right, guys, going to take a quick break, but when we come back, it's on to the game, starting with Team Solo Mid versus LMQ. The action is underway in just 3.5 minutes.
to the North American LCS. We're gearing up for our first match of the day. Team Solo Mid versus LMQ. Kobe, both of these teams are coming off a 0-2 performance last week.
Yeah, I mean, TSM used to rely on that odd one sort of support style jungle where he would feed Bjergsen to the point where Bjergsen could carry the game. But with this split, they haven't been following that same strategy, and they've been looking for a tactic that will work with their new personnel. The team is obviously frustrated to be running in the middle of the pack since they're so used to being on top of the entire league. But they have been working very hard to make changes. Reginald did tweet out that they would have a full-time coach starting today, actually.
And for LMQ, they started off their LCS run with a perfect 4-0 record, only to stumble in Week 2 against the toughest teams in North America, Dignitas and Cloud9.
Yeah, and everybody knows LMQ is a team that plays with a lot of early aggression and confidence. But after going 0-2 last week, we'll see if their confidence was actually shaken and if they come out playing more conservatively. Now, individually, let's take a look at Ackerman because he faced two of the best top laners in North America last week, Balls and Zion Spartan, and he just wasn't able to hold his lane due to the early game choices made by his team. So now that he's facing another tough competitor with Dyrus, we may see LMQ put more effort into securing a strong start for Ackerman.
That's right. And LMQ is a team that's known for aggressive, assertive gameplay. And according to Team Solo Mid, the answer to dealing with them is more aggression.
LMQ is a really scary team right now. They're currently doing really well. They're really aggressive when they have a lead, so they'll try to like invade your jungle, get turrets. We actually try to match their aggression, which is what you should do to like keep an even level and not have them get a really early lead.
我们打 TSM 还是需要回去多研究几套东西，然后来应对他们。
Their all-star player, in my opinion, is their jungler No Name, who pretty much walks around the map killing people and taking objectives, and I assume he and the support probably makes a call.
他也以前在别的战队待过，也是当队长，所以很有经验，所以他是我们的榜样。
I've never really been a leader. In fact, when I'm the person that's supposed to be a leader, we're kind of screwed. Bjergsen seems to be the biggest voice in the team. He's our quote-unquote all-star player. He talks a lot, which is really good, but we could still teach him a thing or two.
Definitely a lot of respect given to LMQ there. You hear Dyrus say the most, experienced player, the most one that's going to come out big caliber is No Name. But then on social media, it's Vasily and Zhao Zhao. So that only means the whole team is built up to be top caliber.
Yeah, it's always really nice to have one of those players like No Name who's been in that leadership position.
Absolutely. Right now, we're going to check out the starting lineups and get this game going. On the blue side, it's Team Solo Mid. It's going to be Dyrus in the top lane. Amazing in the jungle. Bjergsen waking up in mid there. Wild Turtle on AD carry and Glee on support.
And on the red side, it's LMQ. Up top is Ackerman. In the jungle, No Name. Mid, Xiao Xiao. AD carry Vasily and supporting more.
There's a lot to watch in this game. AD carries, we talked a little bit about the top lanes. It'll be really neat to see how each one can actually face off against each other. Unless we get the 2v0s, then it's going to be Xiao Xiao in the mid lane.
Right, so the thing is, how does it shake out after 2v0s? Because eventually they do meet up. So recently, LMQ haven't been having the greatest starts for Ackerman, and when he does meet up with his 1v1 opponent, he's got a CS advantage, so he's at an experience disadvantage, and he has a hard time evening that up, as anyone would.
Right, and to hear what Wild Turtle had to say about the game is to match the aggression. Really, they want to come out before the aggression. They want to be the ones making LMQ react. If they're trying to match LMQ's aggression, that means they're one step behind.
Yeah, and it seems like a lot of that does have to do with the difference in junglers. Whereas No Name is this guy who was previously a captain of his other team, and he's in this leadership position, and he comes in, does a lot of planning for the team. Amazing, plays much more reactively in the early game. He said he doesn't, come into the games
That's true.
with those goals. So we'll have to see if he can rely on his mechanics, which are superb, and his dueling power to overcome what LMQ are bringing to the table early game.
And it looks like with the Nunu going out, they really just take away LMQ's chances for that dive-heavy composition. A lot of aggressive dive-heavy champions to be going out here.
Yeah, LMQ have been the only North American team to use Nunu effectively, and it's all about that counter jungling and really attacking teams that pick weaker mids so that you can get Nunu into their jungle and do a lot of counter jungling early and try and keep them down. So maybe TSM will not be picking extremely strong early games this time around. Banning out that Nunu, maybe they want to free Bjergsen up to go with something like Nidalee, who would be a little bit passive in the early game.
This is really one of the first times we haven't seen Amazing being focused with more than 2 jungle bans as well. So he might actually have the time of his life in the jungle this game.
Yeah, I'm sure he's very glad that he has now been targeted once again, because he has been the target for many teams that have had success against TSM.
Right.
And even though he's trying to branch out and expand his champion pool, TSM just has not reacted well to all the bans focused at Amazing. Right. Even in the ban phase, they can change up what their bans are going to be and, you know, ban out something else, more junglers, but they haven't reacted very well to those situations, so they're probably happy with how the bans have gone down so far.
Shyvana being grabbed up. Ackerman's been playing quite a bit of that himself. To a great play. Now going on to Dyrus, we see No Name could be picking up the Lee Sin for himself. Still wants to be a force in the jungle. He can definitely wreak some havoc trying to get in and out with Lee Sin tricks. Thresh for more. We've seen Thresh on quite a bit of supports. He has quite a good champion pool to be coming out to the start of the LCS summer split. And it looks like they may actually go for Twitch here and looking at Vasily. A lot of discussion for LMQ before they even lock in these first 2.
Yeah, with Lucian being banned, definitely very high priority on Twitch. So they don't want to early pick their jungler because there are more junglers up, whereas the AD carry pool that's available is much smaller. Both teams are really trying to get the highest priority picks in positions, basically the first picks for those positions. So TSM go top lane and then jungle, where LMQ take up support and AD carry. Really, mid lane is going to be left for counter picking because there weren't that many mid lane bans. Only 3 is not a lot in the current meta. So they still have a whole bunch of options there. But locking in Lee Sin for Amazing is probably one of the biggest wins for TSM. Yeah. To have him on at least a champion that he is comfortable on and has performed on will probably be a big morale boost for the team, if nothing else.
Looks like the Corki does get locked in. Much more playtime being seen on him, especially from Alltech and from Sneaky. This time Wild Turtle's going to go for it. See how he does. He's actually been quite aggressive in his play. Gleeb's kind of had to play Zookeeper on that one.
Yeah, I mean, this is a good champion for Turtle in his current state because Corki will just continuously dish out damage, and it's all mixed damage so far here from TSM. Top lane, very mixed damage there from Shyvana, as well as mixed from Corki. Even Jungle Lee Sin does a decent amount of magic damage from Max and Cripple, Tempest Strike, but they're pretty well-rounded so far. Good, strong team fight for the first 3 picks for TSM. But LMQ do have Kha'Zix on top of Elise here. So it's going to be a lane Kha'Zix. We haven't seen that from them before.
Right. Death and destruction out of an assassination team coming out here. LMQ looks to be still aggressive. Like TSM said, their assertiveness is something that you have to match. They're going to try to do it. We'll see what Bjergsen has for himself. And Gleeb to pick up, actually.
So this LMQ team here, with the Twitch and Kha'Zix and Elise, they're fairly squishy at the moment. We'll have to see if that Kha'Zix is actually going to go to mid lane or top lane, because we've seen a couple people take that Kha'Zix versus Shyvana matchup, and it's pretty hard to deal with. That's definitely going to be Ackerman up top with Kill, by the way, though.
Very interesting pickups. It makes it so much harder now for TSM to adjust to these fights with the intervention coming in from Ackerman. But TSM has gone with what they stated. They want to match the aggression.
Yeah, I was saying this LMQ team looks pretty squishy so far. So they just add in an invulnerability there to the team. Now, the question is, who are they actually going to target with it? Because Ackerman's going to have to be very, very quick with his ultimates. Either Kha'Zix or Twitch can go down very quickly if they get caught in that Lee Sin or Shyvana setting up a knockback for Bjergsen. Then either one of those high damage, low health targets can be taken off the map very quickly. Kayle is a champion who's all about timing. You really want to block damage with your ultimate, not just put it on somebody who's already blinking red.
This is going to be an awesome matchup. We're just about to jump into the game, so let's take a quick look at who you are predicting to win. According to LOLesports.com, it's so close that 53% of you are actually giving it to LMQ. I'm not sure I've seen that percentage not on TSM's side.
I cannot remember a time when TSM have lost a fan vote. LMQ are definitely huge, and you guys can continue to spam Twitter throughout the game and even up that vote if you want to. At LO Esports, use that hashtag either TSMWin or LMQWin.
So like I was saying, both teams kind of living up. I guess it would be TSM living up to them, saying they're going to match the aggression. They do. We see Bjergsen bringing out a few more champions. And with the patch changes, even in the spring split, we saw TSM kind of falter. And then with the new team, they've been faltering a little bit more. These guys aren't getting any champions back. It's not like Gragas is there for him to still play. They have to keep evolving with the game. And if LMQ can keep doing that faster, TSM is going to have a hard time this split.
Well,
the rest of the teams
the game has been changing so much, and TSM have also been changing. TSM have changed a lot coming into the split. They've gotten rid of so many of their old members that are known by everybody in League of Legends. Dyrus is the only one remaining from the old crew. There's no more Chaos. There's no more Reggie.
True.
There's no
weird to think about.
Everybody who has really set up this TSM brand that has been a legacy of winning is pretty much gone here. It's just Dyrus left. And so all these new guys coming in feel so much pressure on their shoulders, coming under the TSM name to uphold TSM's tradition of winning in North America. And since they haven't been able to do that in the beginning, it was a rocky start, they're definitely feeling the heat, and they're definitely frustrated. But they, like I said, they have been making changes. They've apparently brought on a full-time coach, and they want to bring TSM back to where it was.
There you go, Kobe. 72 with the vote changing out on Twitter. We'll see how TSM actually plays to that. We'll see if they can match the percent vote as well. And slow moving, but they are making sure they know what the lane matchups are. Very deep wards to start this one off.
The thing is, that's a tricky ward to place, and it was pinged out by LMQ. They saw the ward there, so LMQ are aware that TSM are looking for that information, and they can easily work around it. TSM, though, going with that lane swap top probably. It should just be regular red steals for trading here for the first buffs.
So many more wards than we're used to seeing, but that's it. The vision is power right now, and teams know it, especially coming into the summer split. Looks like the buffs to be stolen. I don't know we're going to get the switch up. Nope, Corki top.
Now, because the mid lane is going to be the only one really matching up here, let's talk about this matchup.
Yeah.
Xiao bringing in the Kazakhs to deal with Bjergsen here on Yasuo is a pretty good pick, even though Kazakhs has been the target of a lot of recent balance changes. He is melee, and he can get right through the wind wall. Has a pretty good time here. See how well he can do against Bjergsen, who's actually started Q instead of the charge. A lot more aggression comes out of Yasuo, who start the E first, charging up the dashes, and then going for all-ins early. So that's why Xiao not too scared at the moment.
And quite safe. You can see Bjergsen not trying to push the lane too much along with using those Qs. He's keeping it in a safe position. Gets his E. They both hit 2 at the same time. Xiao actually, whoa, take a bit of damage there. Very good help from the flow shield. And Bjergsen actually doesn't decide to use that last Q right away.
Does get some more harass down on him. Now, as far as the jungles are going, they are holding hands. It is the buddy system, as Jet likes to call it. I think I give it a harsher name. They're just the top lane scavengers. But Ackerman actually has been giving more of the camp experience over to No Name. Still level 1 here. And they're going for the early dragon. This is the advantage that is afforded by keeping your duo bottom. Because TSM went for that swap up top, they knew they were giving up this first dragon. And the first dragon isn't that big of a deal. What really the first dragon means is you have the timer for the second dragon, which will be worth more. Now, you still do get that low amount of basic global gold, which will put them slightly ahead here.
Very nice for them. It's putting the pieces in position to be aggressive later or have the advantage later. They'll be able to move on that dragon, like you said, early time.
And actually, they did a smart thing there. They play off the way experience works, where Ackerman was almost level 2, but he was still level 1. So he was lower than the average level, gets some of that comeback experience, local experience from Dragon, and shoots right up to 2 there in time to use his teleport to get some experience off this wave top. So they are doing a better job this time around. We were going to watch that, of getting Ackerman a stronger early start so that when he does have to lane against someone, he won't be at such a disadvantage.
You can see, to counteract that on the other side, Glebe actually went down there with Dyrus because he didn't have that experience. That was when Dyrus usually gets dove. So TSM trying to handle the situation just a little differently. But we'll see now Glebe reporting back to the top lane to help out Wild Turtle as we're going to get amazing hatching a ward here in mid lane.
Yeah, sitting right on a ward. This is pretty much the worst position for a jungler to be in early game. Wasting time in the first 10 minutes. Every second in the first 10 minutes is worth so much for junglers. That's really where a lot of the power comes from. So anytime you do happen to sit on a ward like that, that was placed just by a trinket. Like, probably should have been able to call that out from Bjergsen, but he's not going to get that time back. And No Name takes the opportunity to go for invade.
And No Name's having a great time. Already the Spirit Stone up, so his time in the jungle isn't going to be hindered too much. He has all the regen he needs to keep safe. And even after taking some camps, he wants to try to make presence in the top lane. We'll see what Amazing tries to activate off of this as he heads into the jungle.
Take a little bit of Wolf Camp counter jungling here. Now that duo up top, Elise and Kayle, actually a very strong top laner and jungle duo for 2v2 laning because they can both go ranged when they feel like it. However, they do return to the jungle for more partnership jungling. Now we do also want to watch the CS for Xiao because even in their losses, Xiao has never been behind in CS at 10 minutes.
Right.
So even though last week LMQ go 0-2, he's always been able to stay up there. Right now, though, he's going to have to catch up to Bjergsen because the Yasuo is doing a lot of work, and he's got very early armor on Bjergsen. Ninja Tabby going to help him so much dealing with this lane phase of Kha'Zix. Great ward placed by TSM, though. It's a very odd spot that you don't usually see from jumping over walls.
Interesting. We saw Moore place this ward a little bit ago. Uh-oh, Dyrus. Oh, no. Looks like Dyrus may get party time in a few minutes here in the bottom lane if he gets that wave pushed up on the side of Vasily. Back to the mid lane. Bjergsen, like you said, even CS there. Xiao keeping it safe.
Yeah, let's see how TSM react to this one because it looks like Dyrus is a death sentence here with his name on it.
TSM has to know something because they have the wards that would have said nobody exited. But Dyrus goes to ward, tries to keep himself safe. Wait a minute! The burnout! The crowd control's pretty much gone. If Ackerman can hit a Q, then that will be good. But nah, everybody's in range. Don't worry about it. First blood.
LMQ's focus on the bottom side red jungle pays off. They go at Dyrus and they get the kill. That affords them so much control down here. They're just going to deny more waves, though. They don't want to take the turret down this early.
Right.
They want to try and keep Dyrus behind. Get an actual level advantage for Ackerman.
Oh, dear.
Okay.
Ackerman teleports in. Wait a minute. Wild Turtle coming up big. He is 6. The rockets are there, but he doesn't have vision past, and they know they have a Kha'Zix coming up.
Yep, Amazing to come over the double golems, though. TSM with the same move, however, it's too late.
Yeah.
And they're also not able to capitalize catching Ackerman, who actually teleported into a very bad situation, but was able to walk away.
Thought he knew what he was doing for a second there. Bjergsen putting up a nice wind wall. Would have gave Moore some extra harass, but he denies it. So TSM does get a bit out of this. They get a red timer. Not going to harass out on that too much. They have everything they need to keep these fights going. Xiao is more than happy to give them that for now.
So TSM, Dyrus going with a dangerous strategy of trying to soak up that experience on the side of the map that is basically LMQ territory.
We'll actually look at Ackerman as he comes back. Zerkrieve's first buy. A little more attack speed in his build. Keep that CS out of the turret and the lane safe. Now actually against Dyrus in the top lane. Turtle almost gets there in time, but he's just going to farm it up. 63 to 75 in that lane as well. Vasily's been having fun against Dyrus.
Let's watch how this lane pushes, though, because Turtle and Glebe can control this wave very easily. It will be pushing in their favor against TSM's wave. And this puts Vasily and Moore in a dangerous position. Are they actually going to try and go very deep here? Because their wards have timed out in that red side jungle. They no longer control this bottom half of the map. Yes, the turret is gone, but really most of the control is about vision. Where the jungle?
Whoa, Amazing trying to make plays. Flashes in for that, thinking he can get the stop on Ackerman before he gets to the turret. TSM is really trying to force the pressure.
Yeah, and then Ackerman just sort of walks away here. Pretty big win there from LMQ just by Amazing overextending, using a bit too many cooldowns.
And without that timer too, Amazing's going to be in the top lane. They'll be Not forced to grab the turret. They'll want to grab it, but Dragon should go right over to LMQ safely on this one.
Oh, Xiao Xiao under pressure. Bjergsen timing this aggression, but he's not able to get anything done. Like you said, the Dragon's already being taken. Yes, the top lane turrets go down and answer, but this is the secondary timer here on the Dragon that LMQ got because they were able to do the level 2. Even with a ward down here from TSM.
Good placement. Look at the timer.
Jungler is up top. No Name is not in the vicinity, Amazing is not in the vicinity. Spending time on the top side of the map and not getting kills.
I like how they leave the ward there the whole time for Wild Turtle to get a chance. Amazing to the mid lane, showing presence. Tries to put a little aggression on, but knows there's nothing to be had on that one. Goes back, takes the Wraiths. LMQ with some great warding on the bottom side of the map is really just going to keep them safe for now. And if Ackerman can stay safe in the top lane, it's something we said. He can do it alone. The rest of the team on LMQ can get going, and he's been able to do it alone this game.
Yeah, even though he's actually very strong in this new meta where top laners have to pick and choose where they're able to soak up experience. Been able to escape a lot of very dangerous ganks. But really, LMQ's huge advantage just comes from them taking the trade that TSM offered them. TSM invading on that red side, wanting to swap their power top by sending multiple members up there, sending this AD carry
early
support.
Dragon.
They load up that top side map with all of their wards and all of their pressure. The bottom side of the map is where all the money is for the early game. LMQ taking those early Dragon advantages.
Oh, Dice is in with the E. He's going to be able to get out. Force the flash. Nice.
Great win ball.
Very quickly played. Good mechanics coming out from Bjergsen, and as a 3-man pressure from LMQ. That's kind of the first time we've seen something not work for them, but they have room to make errors. Vasily now taking good damage. This should be Vasily going down. The minion wave. Good body block coming in. Wild Turtle short on the kill.
He does have Glebe coming in too, though, so he's got backup. Turtle should be able to shove this one into the wave now. Because he was able to win the trade, they do to get to deny experience, even though he did not get the kill.
Something that TSM hasn't been doing either is trying to gain map pressure back. Those pink wards have sat for quite some time. So TSM rather just farming up the lanes, knowing matching the aggression may be a little bit dangerous right now after what's happened and the way they wanted to play this game out.
Yeah. As I said, TSM really targeted the top side.
Yeah.
Weren't able to get much done. And so now they're in a hole, but it's not that big of a hole. 1.5K gold is not too hard for them to come back from. In their team fights, TSM definitely have the ability to take down members of the LMQ very quickly. As I said, this team is extremely squishy. If Ackerman is not there with his intervention, then anyone who does get caught out on LMQ could be a fairly quick target to take down.
Such coordinated roam coming in from LMQ. Right off the bat, Moore starts heading up to the top, or into the middle for the red as No Name comes in.
And even though they've got vision, all of TSM are surrounding them. This is only a 2-man invade here. Bjergsen trying to cut them off.
Wow. Nothing more needs to be said.
Exactly. Teleport wasted. That 2-man invade was so successful from LMQ. They got attention from all 5 members of TSM, wasting their time, even got out with it because Thresh was able to go split directions from Elise. LMQ, again, another very, very big outplay with the positioning and with that ward control. Even though TSM want to collapse, can't do anything about it.
And even with TSM closing in on that bottom area, those pink wards still stay. They haven't cleared out pretty much any of their jungle. They're trying to recuperate and getting back in the game, and they're actually allowing themselves to give up map pressure all over the place here. 14 minutes coming on the map. They're only 1.4 down, not too bad. Still definitely some plays to be made. Bjergsen on Yasuo, we still know what Yasuo can do in the late game. And with Bjergsen's mechanics, nothing short of a win. Let's see what they can get.
And he did just complete his static shift, so that's a nice power boost right now for Bjergsen. He's going to have to combo with Dyrus or Amazing at some point, though, to be able to take somebody out, because they really need an extra man advantage by picking somebody off to turn it into some sort of objective and get them back in this game. They'll probably think about getting ward coverage around time for that 3rd dragon. I don't think they're going to want to give up another one to LMQ, because if you let this LMQ team get out of control early game, this much damage potential from all these champions on LMQ, it's going to be very, very hard to deal with.
This is the thing that makes it dangerous against LMQ. Clearing out the side lanes now. They look like they put most of their power towards the mid lane. Maybe he'll try to activate something after this as well. 1 minute and 15 left on Dragon. They'd be more than happy to blow some summoners on TSM's side here and make that much easier for them to fight at the objectives. Blue buff has been picked over by Amazing. Not really anybody you need to give it to. Finally gets it. Just took a little bit longer.
Thresh has an advantage in ward fights. Can Amazing make something happen here, though?
Blade of the Rune King.
Early completion of that blade. They've also got Hydra onto Xiao Xiao. Yeah. They have all the key items here. Even they already have, well, it's not upgraded Nashor's Tooth
Not
yet,
Stinker
but
right now.
It's still an extra.
Oh, Xiao Xiao. You can see Bjergsen's vision as he disappears. Tries to go for the ultimate, pops him up, going for the last one, doesn't get the hit. Xiao Xiao with the lifesteal keeps himself alive.
Can he survive this, though? Teleport comes in, and the rest of TSM are actually cornered now.
What a great forward play there. TSM, like they said, trying to match the aggression. They want to get something back instantly, but LMQ is all over stopping that.
Yep, Xiao Xiao just straight up duels. Bjergsen takes him out in the 1v1 on side lane because he has that completed Hydra, doing a lot of work for him.
Oh
Get
my word! W miss. Sun was in his eyes on that one. Amazing should. No. Wow.
Wow. A flash and a ward hop gaining almost no distance there.
Yep.
And Xiao Xiao just gets another kill here. Now, to be fair, Bjergsen's the first guy to out CS Xiao Xiao at that 10-minute mark. So at least he has that going for him. But now this Kha'Zix is getting fed, and they're out of control. The third dragon is just an extra bonus for LMQ after all this work that he's been doing down there or in the bottom lane on Kha'Zix. This team is quickly getting out of control. They have so many sources of damage.
It's not usual that you'll see one after one kind of get picked off, especially Xiao Xiao after a fight still continue to get somebody. His DSM out of sorts a little bit here to the early game, and it seemed to have scattered them towards the start of the mid game here. See if they can recuperate. Only 3,000 gold behind. They're still able to answer a bit with lane pushing and few turret objectives after loss of those fights.
Throughout TSM's history, they've always been so strong in team fights and dragon fights, and that's what they were known for. But this time around, they completely ignored the dragon side of the map, and the gold deficit has turned into items now for LMQ. And TSM are starting to pay for it. I don't even know if the team fights can get it back in, but they do get a pick on more.
What they needed. They need to be starting to get the picks in the jungle. TSM now 4 strong. Going at this one for another fight. Cleave just on the outside to give that 5th member assistance. It looks like they're going to be able to get a push on the turret here in the top lane. No. LMQ answers. They already have enough to stop it.
TSM still controlling top side of the map. They've got lots of wards in there. They even have a pink ward down at the red. So they are not giving up on this strategy. Staying up there. Yes, they did get a pick onto the support, but it's just 1 kill on the support. They didn't get that top turret after. Not really turned into much there, so they're going to need more.
Right.
But you did get to see what happens when they find one of these squishy guys all by themselves.
That's true. And Moore's used to dying. He's the guy that goes in his debate. He'll hook a minion, make it look like they got the wrong initiation, but he knows what he's doing all the time. That one got caught out a little bit.
Let's take a look here. Xiao Xiao getting into enemy territory once again. However, all of TSM are congregating down in this bottom lane. So if he goes aggressive, again, just because he's had success already, even though he doesn't have vision, then he could pay for it here pretty quickly.
LMQ, I believe they have like 100% vision pinks on the dragon this entire time right now. Make it cleared out, but nobody's going to walk into the brush. Turret down in the top lane. Well, won't even draw pressure, and TSM wants to try and hold middle right now, so Ackerman's free to farm here.
Ackerman already a very strong split pusher without even completing the Randuins.
Yeah.
The Runans, the Hurricane. That's the key for the insane Kayle split pushing power. But he's already taken that top turret by himself, just Nashor's. This is only going to get worse for TSM. Already we're seeing a 1-3-1 come from LMQ with the strength of these assassins and the strength of split pushing Kayle. TSM have few options to deal with this. They really need to collapse very quickly and not spend too many targets in one spot.
Still haven't seen a real all-out 5v5 between these teams. There's a lot of crowd control and area of effect damage that TSM can put out. They might get the kills they need right away.
So what TSM need to work off here is their strong member, Wild Turtle. Wild Turtle did a good job farming. He's got the fully stacked Bloodthirster, and he's got the team's only kill. That Corki puts out a ton of damage in the mid-game. He's working towards that Trinity Force right now. Once he gets Trinity Force and Bloodthirster combo, it's a huge spike for Corki, and he can decimate team fights if he's able to be protected.
Shouldn't be too bad here, Bjergsen. Looks like he's going to go back and forth here with Xiao. Bottom down, coming amazing is just on the way down here. Xiao's going to hold it. He's on a ward that's, just missing the Sonic Wave. And he's going to go ahead and get himself some HP as he farms his way out.
Bjergsen prepped that so well, too. Kept him interested, warded up the bush even, so he had vision. But they don't get any kill out of it.
Trying for plays. Even without Xiao in the mid lane, they feel they can quickly go in, a 2v3. Righto, No Name heading back into the jungle, so he's not going to be doing too much here. Actually, haven't seen too much of him this game. It's really been LMQ kind of just outmaneuvering all over the map.
Yep, they've been so strong.
Calls are good.
Down on the bottom side. Yeah. See how this duo actually happens when they meet up here.
Let's say he used the Cutlass there, but didn't go for it.
So he used the Cutlass, but he didn't use Dragon's Descent, so Ackerman can't go too aggressive until that is blown. Once Dyrus is all out of repositioning tools, then Kayle can make use of her slows and ranged advantage to kite him. But right now, he's just got to try and clear waves.
Amazing. And Glebe doing what they can to soil out the minions in the mid wave. Looks like they will be able to save it. TSM is still holding well within their turrets. Lost mid. They're just losing dragons left and right. And back in the splits ago, they were a team that said, we can let Dragon go. It's something that's all right because we'll win the lanes. But now it's kind of a toss-up. Neither's getting to them.
Yeah, and they're continuing to lose this vision war. Ackerman is warding up for himself on this top side. He's basically the one-man split push squad for LMQ, holding down this entire top side of the map, getting the wards in. His deep one just disappeared, but he still has the one in the river. And he's able to keep up that pressure on the top side. Meanwhile, they have this fed Kha'Zix assassin in the bottom lane that nobody can really handle 1v1 anymore. Xiao is always drawing so much attention from TSM down to the bottom side just by himself. That if they keep up these wards in both sides of the jungle, LMQ can continue to just pull TSM apart and increase their lead.
Still just hovering on TSM's bottom half of the jungle. They have 9 seconds on Dragon, already positioning the pieces for that. Looks like TSM's going to maybe get their first 5v5. Dyrus could be forced to take the long haul on this one. He's going to try to prevent using teleport as he makes his way down. LMQ is just going to hold off for now as Xiao is pushing bot lane all by himself.
That's just the story of the game right there. TSM set up for the gank. They miss all of their skill shots. LMQ just throw out one offhand death sentence, and they hit it.
There's a bit of an attack. Amazing getting hit up. If you can get the jungler out of the dragon fight, that is an objective win.
Whoa.
Looks like Amazing is going down. 3 TSM members flying now to Xiao. Is it enough focus? Because on the back line, they also lost Dyrus.
Yeah, Xiao did go into 3 people, though. He had all of the damage focused on him. Even not as the tank. He gets taken out in the same amount of time as the whole front line from TSM. LMQ, though, it's still dangerous. Corki is up. Can't get it with the missiles.
Mid-air Phosphorus and Smite. Almost getting that one for Wild Turtle. And like you said, this is the point they need to get Wild Turtle's damage in here. It's going to be face-to-face with Vasily. He was expecting a little quicker heal, and that is a pie in the face to Glebe. Oh my word. Bjergsen coming in. One more. Tries to get the dash. The double kills there, but he gets silenced out.
Split seconds make the difference with Kayle there. Ackerman ults himself, and Bjergsen immediately switches targets. Great pickup there from Bjergsen, getting some kills back for his team.
Looked away for a second. He just dove into the fight. So 7-4, 5,000. Zekoli, let's take another look at
So they split targets here. They try and get the slow onto Bjergsen, and he's dueling Ackerman in the top while LMQ take out everyone else. But Ackerman ults himself, and Bjergsen immediately changes targets, gets his own knockup to ult 2, and finishes off the double kill.
Ooh.
Good job making the best of a bad situation.
Oh, there's a speed up. He's got another one. He should be in range for this. This is not going to go for Turtle. He flashes as the ward comes over the wall. I think that was necessary. Great plays, though. Xiao, single pressure all over the map.
Yep, Bjergsen gets out, or Turtle gets out by the skin of his teeth, and he's almost got that completed Trinity Force. There it is. He actually does finish it now. So they have that spike. They've got the 2-item Yasuo and the 2-item Corki. Can they make something happen, though? Because they have to make it happen pretty soon. As I said earlier, there's just so much damage on this LMQ team. It's going to be hard to deal with. Xiao Xiao, though, jumping in by himself. You can see how they can actually take him down, even with his flash and his ulti. If they collapse onto him, he still is an easy target to focus down.
Kill that bug real quick. So both of these teams, you got to remember, went 0-2 last week. So this will be TSM going 0-3 if LMQ can actually get this win. Something they've never really been a part of is 0-3 lists.
Yeah, that would be first in a long time for TSM. Over a year since.
Yeah.
I don't think they've ever had a losing week in the LCS, actually.
Yeah, it was first 0-2 in a year, just about, that they lost last week. So that's got to weigh on them, too.
Yeah. The thing is, though, they're staring this 1-3-1 in the face. And they can't deal with it right now. LMQ are not going to fight them grouped up unless there is a dragon. They're just going to continue to pull them out across this map. Ridiculous split pushing from Kayle now that she has completed the Hurricane.
Yeah.
And Xiao Xiao, even though he died, still that massive beast in the bottom lane. Ackerman goes too deep, though.
Uh-oh. Actually holds on the intervention. He knew it was going to be 100-0.
This is a pick that TSM really needed. That was a key component from LMQ. Now can they actually capitalize on that pick and make anything happen, though?
Well, the game kind of reflects. You see where the lanes are. You see how fast they're trying to push. They almost have nothing to work with right now because they've been so far behind.
Yeah, I mean, they really don't have an option to go with here. TSM not pressuring mid. There's no dragon up. They can't even control vision.
It's like a bad time to win a fight.
Yeah.
if there ever was.
I mean, just look at the difference in the jungles right now. It's TSM's jungle just scattered with wards, where LMQ's is completely black, just because they know they have complete control of it. And TSM have not been able to venture to that side of the map yet to get any sort of control. So even when they get a kill, not able to pressure any of these objectives. TSM get one deep ward down, though. Dyrus doing it for the team.
He's getting in there. He's got his armor on, making sure it's safe. Teleport up for him. The play is possible. Amazing dragon kick is up. So they could really set something up for Bjergsen, but they're never all in the right spot. Just trying to clean up the map right now. Team Solo mid down 5,000 gold at this point. 6,000 gold as it ticks on. 2-1 in turrets. Looks like Wheelhouse strategies won't be working for them in this game. They stated they want to match LMQ's aggression because LMQ just started way too on the hot foot for TSM to match that.
Oh, pops his ulti there. Bloop. So that's a pretty good cooldown. He won't be able to split push with as much confidence as before.
So let's go mid.
Team here. Joining up 5v5. They don't have Dyrus here. This tower should go down pretty quickly.
Good wave clear. Amazing looking to go in. Remember that kick is up, but he can't get anybody in position to put him back towards the turret.
Split off, but Ackerman's by himself.
Ackerman lives on this one. Saved the flash and intervention from last time he went down at Wolves. Looks like it pays off.
And great disengage from LMQ. They make the call to push while TSM are split, get the turret, and then immediately scatter once TSM try and force that 5v5. Now, though, they're on the defense.
This is what they need. There's the hook. Actually, No Name in the back gets locked up, but he will be all right in the fight. Nobody can follow Dyrus that far in. They're saying, let's get the turret. We'll lose Dyrus. Still a thumbs up. They get some gold out of that one and open up the map. Very much needed.
That's now LMQ do have an extra man advantage, though.
Right.
Everyone's so low on HP. Not going to do anything with it. Trade turrets, but they also lose an extra kill in the process for TSM. Not the worst of trades, but they still do come out with the short end.
It's really, you see TSM do something and LMQ matches it. It's kind of the story of this game. Anything happens and LMQ will get a little bit back. 20 seconds on the Dragon. They all backed as well as TSM, so everybody's coming out strong on this one. A lot of summoners up on both sides, so we're going to have an all-out fight.
Xiao Xiao almost level 18 on that Kha'Zix now. A ridiculous beast. He's not only got his own armor penetration, but he also is going to be AoE shredding TSM's armor for Vasily. There's just going to be ridiculous damage out. Even if someone gets taken out from LMQ, 2 of their remaining damage threats would be enough to take out an entire team. They're so strong right now.
Here comes Dyrus.
Teleports in for the dragon fight.
Missing out on the hook. Bjergsen throws out the wall. It's really the poke going to be coming from Wild Turtle here, so Everybody on LMQ is going to be dodging left and right. A few more to come in. It's going to be hit up by No Name easily. Team Solo Mid's forced to watch another Dragon go down. 5 out of 5 Dragons this game in 30 minutes have gone to LMQ. The 7,000 gold lead is getting up there.
Yep, TSM really feeling it now. They're very, very worried about this game running away because they don't have any control.
Right.
They have to continue to run. They're just trying to hit and run here. Grab a little bit of experience, a little bit of jungle camp, and then run away. They don't want to have actually a full fight with LMQ. Basically, they're just waiting for a turret dive to try and turn something around. Uh-oh, Bjergsen though. There's the turret dive and he's all by himself.
Wait, Dyrus goes into the fight. Bjergsen can't really dive back in here to get the ultimate going, and he's not going to. They're going to eat up Dyrus right away.
Without the main tank too. There's not an advantage that TSM have over LMQ. So it's pretty much going to be a hard push now. Everything on the map is available. And LMQ...
Definitely a tough spot.
Return to the split push though. They're not even just going to get one turret. Also pushing up that top lane.
Good grab on Turtle just to prevent any re-engage or extra harass. But LMQ choosing different champions. We got Ackerman on Kayle. Let's see, actually Amazing here may not want to do this. Turtle's coming up from the outside, but the rest of the team is also closing in onto Turtle. The Venomous Flask goes down. Looks like they will be able to get out of this one without getting slowed too much.
Yep, they swing up top, try and get an extra turret here, but it's too much for them. All TSM have responded in time. I don't know though, that the lack of TSM leadership with all the old players being removed is really showing through. The game plan they didn't seem to have a game plan for the beginning here. And LMQ, since they just got to control the bottom side of the map where all the Dragon Gold is, just pulled further and further ahead.
It's definitely a different scene the TSM used to be. This is the odd one, this is Reginald, this is Xpecial. These guys will do this. You assume things. Odd one would always be in the back pocket of Reginald. Now it's kind of a, can we fill the shoes? And like we said, that weighs heavily on this team. Especially now being down, having that 0-2 week. They're kind of seeing what they had flounder.
Yeah.
Makes it tough.
We did talk about how Reggie tweeted out there they're bringing on that coach now. Yeah. So maybe the coach will be able to turn around for the new guys on TSM.
Right.
And return them to their former North American glory.
Yeah.
But right now, it's all LMQ.
Definitely looking back to form. I was saying just before we saw that fight in the bottom lane, or top lane there, near the bottom turret, Xiao on a different champion now. Ackerman, after playing so much Shyvana and a Jax or so, and Relia as well. But these guys, we haven't seen it all yet.
Yeah, and I like that point especially because not only is he Xiao in the mid lane playing a different champion, but it's a different style for him. It's not a heavy CS champion. It's not a lane bully. It is Kha'Zix, who's got a bit of a harder time, as Hai has shown, in lane versus many lane matchups. Did much better against Yasuo, but it is a different type of champion. He's playing that assassin. He's playing that split push. So he's just showing how versatile of a player he is. Secure in his own right down in that bottom lane, making plays by himself.
Yep.
Not just the farm-heavy team player doing all the Orianna and Lulu play.
We talked a little bit about No Name earlier, captain of the team. The team says they respect him quite a lot. In this game, he was pretty much 0-0-1, but the calls were still there. The Dragon has been locked down. Just the rotations LMQ has had brings everybody to a pretty good record. He's 2-0-4 in the game right now, so No Name really having an effect on LMQ's positioning play and just their overall wins.
All right, let's see if this game can change with a mid-game team fight. 33 minutes in, it's going to have to be some CC chains landing for TSM.
This gets tougher though, Kobe. Xiao's already ready to build armor after his damage. It's going to get tough.
Oh. Skill shot's not landing for either team.
Uh-oh. Wall is down. No Name taking a bit more damage than he wanted. It looks a bit chaotic here for LMQ. They're keeping the damage on the back line and healthy. TSM is definitely hitting a few more shots than LMQ would like.
Yeah, LMQ would like a chaotic fight. They want it to be spread out. Even though they do have Twitch who can get good line damage, they really need Xiao to be able to jump around. If Xiao can get a reset then that would be really the main way LMQ is going to win this. And LMQ have so much sustained damage with Twitch and Kale, both basically from the back line doing ridiculous sustained auto attack damage in area of effect that they just create so much threat. It's really hard for TSM to find an opening. Even though Dyrus going very heavy tank build on Shyvana, he gets melted ridiculously quickly.
He's 3 levels behind Xiao right now too, so add that on. See if they can get themselves down. Bjergsen actually the only other level 18 in the game, so you can just see how far ahead Xiao and Bjergsen are and how much they matter in these fights. Infinity Edge finished up on Bjergsen, so those impact plays may be possible. A read and the wards to come in here from LMQ. They want the fight overall, starting at half health on this one. Intervention going down to save the team, and all of TSM is turned their back to the fight, and they are running for base. Double kill coming in for Ackerman, and LMQ is going to just walk this one out and see what else they can find.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great comp for LMQ if you have a strong early start like they had. It looks overpowered now just because they have all these scaling damage sources that have been able to get money. But if they had gotten shut down early, if they had made successful Lee Sin ganks, then it could be a completely different story. However, look at this from LMQ. They have all these damage sources to rely on. They just use intervention at the beginning. They know they don't have any tank stats. They're just trying to use that at the very beginning, and they don't even block that much damage with it. They just have so much coming in here with Xiao going deep into the team, getting so much AoE down, and you can see the 3 shots from Kale. This is why the popularity of this build from Kale has become so prevalent across all regions. He can put out ridiculous damage from the back line on all targets of TSM that are grouped up that close.
Everybody so wants damage. He accidentally bought a Seeker's arm guard, and he's like, wait, I can just buy another needlessly large rod.
Yeah, sell that!
So LMQ
has armor on it? Garbage.
Ackerman buys just more damage. Oh, and then he buys the ability tome. So he didn't even want the armor. He's just saying, I want the ability before the armor. Now they move in for more fights. It's getting tough for Team Solo Mid right now. Pretty much a stranglehold by LMQ across the entire map, and they're just looking to drop these last turrets.
Yeah. And I mean, No Name is actually pretty tanky now.
Yeah.
I take that back.
He got big quick, though. It was like then and not and yes.
Yeah, he's
pretty much.
He was able to just run into the team and soak up the initial damage there. So, ooh, Turtle with a snipe. Big win there for TSM, getting that blue. Blue is extremely important on Corki.
TSM still trying to control their map. They have a few pink wards out, but so does LMQ. They have continuously moved that pink ward line forward. Found a little bit more now. They're going to use that pressure as well to deny TSM even more of their own experience. This side of the jungle has not been Team Solo Mids. Cannot say that.
No, it's basically just LMQ looking for how they're going to finish out this game.
Right.
Is it going to be the split push, or are they just going to use this Baron buff and run straight up?
Slow waiting. They got mid lane pushed. If anything happens here, they can go right on to that. So TSM has a lot to worry about right now. In their favor is the top lane. So Dyrus, if they get a good fight, can get there and try to give them a little boost back in this game. Everything is so on edge, though. Amazing gets caught. A quick safeguard to Bjergsen. And already TSM on their heels for this turret.
Yeah, they're going to have to wait for the actual dive from LMQ.
Man, that is a huge wave top.
Constantly dodging cocoons and death sentences. Yeah, LMQ are fine with letting that wave die on top just because they have such a huge advantage with this Baron buff. They don't want to let this pressure relax on the bottom lane.
Oh, Xiao.
Looking to corner him.
This is a dangerous turret to be guarding right now.
It's slowly going down, though. Look at the health, though. They got another few attacks on it during that push. The top lane has been killed off by the turret, so that one's not going to go down just from minions. TSM, though, this is pretty good for them. They've been able to actually hold it.
Yeah, they're slowing down
during some portion of the duration of this Baron buff, which is really all they can hope for right now. They really have to be careful now, though. Xiao has split, and he's returning. They don't have their main tank, Dyrus, and they're getting collapsed on.
Yeah, Dyrus is chasing to the end of this fight. More very close. Throws on the speed. Almost gets the lantern grab in.
And you can tell, No Name just constantly on the front line. He's just walking into TSM's space because he knows if they focus him at all, all these other ridiculous damage sources from LMQ are going to obliterate the team. Even if No Name ends up going down, having built all those tank items, there's just so much damage from LMQ, the entire TSM team will probably be dead at the same time.
Ackerman, quite a bit here, actually. Let's see what he's working with. 515 ability power, so those heals are coming out quite strong for him. Let's see if he has already saved Vasily in a few fights, actually.
Ackerman returning to that top lane. He's got his teleport, so they're going to try and take advantage of that very fast pushing Kayle to create the counter pressure up top so that they can actually work off that bottom side. He's also completed the Zanya, so he does have the defensive capabilities. It's really strong for Kayle to have both Zanya, so he doesn't have to ult himself. As we've seen, he wants to ult at the beginning of the fight to block damage from whoever is on the front line. And then he's going to be able to rely on that Zanya's active for himself if he gets dove by someone like Bjergsen.
Well, you can see how much TSM is kind of putting in the fact that they hope LMQ kind of engages a one person here or one person here. As Bjergsen and Amazing make their way to that top lane, and the rest of the team now towards the mid lane. Dyrus will back and get himself back with the team right now. 341 to 265 Ackerman to Dyrus in that CS. 404 to Bjergsen's 376 in that mid lane. Great CSing in the lanes. Like we said, the Wild Turtle kept up on top. They just couldn't get the fights for him to put everybody over that line as well.
And right now, you can see LMQ trying to replenish their ward coverage. Going to go back to base to get more of them. They want to be able to control blue side for the upcoming Baron. Yes, you know, killing this turret would be nice, but really they're all just about getting their wards down right now in preparation for the next Baron.
Yep.
They don't feel safe going for that dive quite yet.
Turtle's got some pretty good clear too, so you can see LMQ only getting a few shots when they can actually get there.
It's like they should be able to pressure some decent damage on the turret. They always have to be so scared of the bindings though.
Yep.
Such long range and duration at this point in the game, fully maxed from Glebe. Ooh, Ackerman's got the whole team on his tail.
Oh, Dyrus will be alright. There's another thing we kind of didn't see in Champion Select. Oh, maybe Amazing going in here. Gets the Black Shield for safety, because we'll usually see that Elise and Morgana combination together for their bindings. Now split up, you can see, still causing some good trouble, but the Lantern safety instead. Able to get him out safely, so that Thresh pick for Moore is really helping the team. We see it helping on the invades earlier too, with some awesome two-man invades.
Yeah, and that's going to stay a 4-on-4 up in that top lane, this little duel that they're having, because you can't leave Ackerman alone with a turret for any amount of time, because he will destroy that turret so quickly. He's already whittling it down, even with Dyrus there, punishing, forcing him back to Fountain. And TSM even have to switch out defenders to deal with Ackerman.
This is like TSM has become Masons in the past few weeks. They've put up such a wall that LMQ cannot get into the base so far. Still trying. Haven't been able to push anything past the inhibitor turret. Still the top turret stands, but LMQ, like you said, we're waiting for this Baron. Completely dark. They go for the engage. That's a Glebe down in just a half a second. Dyrus tries to get in. Bjergsen's not even getting the ult yet until half of the team is down, and that means there's enough focus for Bjergsen to drop instantly.
Turtle doesn't get over the wall there, has to flash, but he goes down anyway.
There's the ace.
That right there is why I was saying LMQ don't even care about that turret.
Right.
They're just getting that vision down, and TSM try and fight through the vision.
Now they
right into the skill shot. They get picked off.
Yeah.
It's so dangerous to give up any vision control to a team with Thresh and Elise, Elise. LMQ walking into the base now.
Full map control throughout the game. 25 seconds, 17 seconds on the closest death chamber here for Glebe. LMQ is going to be walking this one in from the top lane, 16 to 6. 17,000 gold lead coming in on Team Solo Mid. They break the 0-2. And they're going to get a win here.
Yeah, congratulations to LMQ. Very, very strong, controlled performance. As Red side, they are the ones who actually get to control the bottom side. That is not very often. We've seen so many times Red side teams were forced into doing duo swaps. But TSM are actually the ones who swapped up top. And LMQ just ran with it. They're like, okay, you're going to give us Dragon side? Yeah. We'll take all the dragons. And then they got Xiao Xiao a little bit of a a lead there, and he was able to be a very strong threat.
Great camaraderie between all of the players. A good game played by LMQ, showing that they definitely went over the mishaps of last week, figured out what was wrong, ironed it out, and were really able to come out strong here. And I think, one plus to that is a different composition than they ever used. And the other one is they put the pedal to the metal again. There was no hesitation to their play once again.
Yeah, it was impressive that they used all of these squishy, very strong scaling champions and had such a good early game. Even against Lee Sin Jungle. That was so highly prized by TSM to get that for amazing.
Ackerman bringing out the Kale. There he is on your screen doing quite a hell of a job in that top lane. And in an early positioning on that, Ackerman teleports back to top. And he's safe because they took the Dragon experience, like we said. But Dyrus, he had a party in the bottom lane because he teleported in, and there were 4 members of LMQ.
That's why I always caution, all these top laners, they play such a dangerous game. Top lane is so stressful now because you're looking at what,
like an island on
areas
fire.
Can you get experience from? And you can stay at that turret for a little while, but you need so much defensive ward coverage, and you have to have good communication to get out of there in time. Even Ackerman teleported into a really bad spot where TSM almost got him, but they weren't able to answer and do the same thing.
Dragon control again by LMQ, putting their money up so fast, allowed just Xiao. He was pretty much on Hydra instantly. The Stinger was out for Ackerman in the top lane, and their first and second items were mounds ahead of Team Solo Mid. And then the 1-3-1 by under 20 minutes. How is that controlled when you just have all the map coverage?
Yeah, at that point, it's really hard to come back from. The beginning, though, was so close to the mid matchup between Bjergsen and Xiao. That was a great one to watch. Pretty balanced there.
Absolutely. We talked a little bit about Xiao's farming. Bjergsen was able to kind of nick that a bit, but then he remembered. He's like, oh, yeah, I should probably focus on this more.
And he got killed in the duel.
Kill you.
And that makes everything.
Yep. Remember to share your favorite show-stopping moments. Tweet us at LOL Esports. Use the hashtag LCSBigPlays. Well, right now, we're going to send it down to Rift side to Jat, who's standing by with a member of the victorious LMQ.
Thank you, Riv. Of course, I'm with Xiao and our translator, Bao Shen. And I just have to ask, first question to Xiao, what was it like playing against Bjergsen?
So, 在对那个 Bjergsen 的时候，你感觉怎么样？因为他是一个非常强的中单。
Yes, Bjergsen is a very strong mid laner. I think he's the best mid laner in NA.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Yet, you did very well. So congratulations. And with that dominating win over TSM, what was the key to beating TSM?
就是你们基本上完败了 TSM， 然后呢，你觉得你们取得胜利的原因是什么？
我说我们每个人都发挥得很好，然后加上一些团队的执行力上面，然后加上 BP， 然后加上阵容一些打法上面，我们取得这场胜利。
So all of us did pretty well, and during the BP stage, we picked up like all the champions that we need. So that's basically guaranteed our win.
All right, so pick and ban victory. Also, now that you've played every team in the LCS, who do you see as your biggest threat going forward?
就是你们现在已经和 LCS 所有的队伍已经对战过了，然后你觉得哪个队是最强的，是你们最大的威胁？
DIG and C9 and TSM 还有 CLG.
Cloud9, TSM, and CLG. So the old guard really of teams. Final question for you. With your game tomorrow, how are you going to prepare from now until the game?
就是你们明天要对 Complexity， 然后你们会有什么样的准备来应对 Complexity 呢？
我们在这周训练了很多，然后根据不同的战队也制定了一些特别的战术在训练赛上，所以说我们会拿出我们平时训练的东西去战胜 Complexity Black.
So we've been practicing a lot during the past week, and we have our tailored strategies for each teams, and we will try to beat them by using our prepared strategies.
All right. Well, again, congratulations on beating TSM Xiao. Thank you, Bao, for the translation. But for now, let's actually send it over to Freak at the Telestrator to break down a big play.
Thank you very much, Jat. Now, of course, Xiao just spoke to us in person, but I think his gameplay speaks for itself as well. So we talked about LMQ's sort of 1-3-1 composition, their split pushing being incredibly important. And when you've got Kha'Zix versus Yasuo, highly explosive assassins, really quick decision-making, the mechanics of how you fight a battle is actually incredibly vital to winning the fight. This is going to be an entirely slow-mo replay, but
I want to set the stage real quick. They're both level 11. Bjergsen's outer turret's down, so we can actually dive here. Bjergsen has exhaust, and Xiao doesn't have any summoners. So it's actually a summoner lead for Bjergsen. On top of that, the items are actually worth about the same amount of gold. It's Static Shiv Ninja Tabby versus Ravenous Hydra. So everything's kind of slightly in Bjergsen's favor, but Xiao still wins the battle. Now, when you start a combo with Kha'Zix, you actually leap in, activate Ravenous Hydra mid-air, land, auto attack, Q, W, and then he's going to stealth. So let's actually roll the clip and watch what happens. So once the minions start dying off, you're going to see him start the battle, actually. So minions go away, there we go. Auto attack, there's the burst, and then he pops stealth right there. Can we pause real quick? If we can. Unfortunately, no. So the knockup comes in. Basically, unfortunately, Bjergsen, what he's doing actually is almost optimal, actually. So Bjergsen gets the knockup from his Q, lands a basic attack after the knockup, then goes for the ultimate. Now, the problem is, after the ulti ends, Bjergsen actually whiffs 2 basic attacks. When Bjergsen lands, he's going to Q, he's going to start the auto and stop it early, move to the side, start another auto and stop it early again, and then die before he can dash in. If Bjergsen had autoed, then Q'd, then autoed again, he might have had enough damage with crits to kill Xiao. But the fact is that what Xiao was doing this fight is, when he blew his entire combo, he would stealth. Now, this isn't an evolved R. He evolved Q and E. But he's using the stealth to basically buy time for his abilities. He's buying time for his cooldowns to come back up, for his Q to come up for the second rotation, for the auto attack to be recharged with the passive. And because Bjergsen has more attack speed than Xiao, any given second that they're on the screen, Bjergsen gets more auto attacks. So the more time he can sort of buy in between cooldowns, the better Xiao is in actually a fight. We can roll the rest of the clip out, and you're going to watch Bjergsen. He's actually going to whiff one auto, whiffs another, dashes in, and Xiao lives with 200 health because of using stealth to kind of get away from the fights, and because of Bjergsen whiffing a couple auto attacks there. So the 1v1 fight, of course, much better played by Xiao. When he gets ahead in that battle, it means the split pushing can't be answered, and as you saw, LMQ had a very commanding win in that game. But we've got more action on the day. We're going to send it back over to the casters at the desk.
Thank you very much, Freak. Awesome interview coming from Xiao. Love the English answer, and it's amazing that those guys are taking the time to do all that, as well as come up with a plan for every team. Come on, that's amazing.
I keep asking all the North American teams when we get to interview them, I'm like, so, what's your tailored strategy versus EG coming up? And they're like, meh.
No, we just plan a strategy.
Got
But even in those plays as well, you saw, that was, it looked like it wasn't that technical, but you can see just how much Xiao.
I also want to say what he did.
He
waited for the entire wave to get there. He knew there's no wave coming down the lane. So he jumps past the wave to scare Bjergsen away from any minions so that he's isolated for the duration of the rest of the duel. Tries to scare him off that back line and get him as far away as he can from anything else so that he gets to take advantage of that Kha'Zix isolation damage.
I'm sure a lot of people kind of just, or people, the LCS teams, I should say, now that there's been LMQ through the round of all their teams, as chat said, what do we do to stop these guys? They brought out almost different things all the time. Like you said this time, Xiao not on much of a utility kind of saving champion in mid that farms all the time, but now a Kha'Zix, and he definitely put forth a lot of effort in the kill column.
Yep.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. It's time for that. But there's more League coming up when Evil Geniuses battle it out with Cloud9. Don't go anywhere.
Doesn't matter, because I got the push going. Got the push going. Got the push going.
Not Stinger right now.
It's still
Oh, Xiao. You can see Bjergsen's vision as he disappears. Tries to go for the ultimate, pops him up, going for the last one, doesn't get the hit. It's going to be face-to-face with Vasily. He was expecting a little quicker heal, and that is a pie in the face to Glebe. Oh my word, Bjergsen coming in. One more, tries to get the dash, the double kills there, but he gets completely dark. They go for the engage. That's a Glebe down in just a half a second. Dyrus tries to get in. Bjergsen's not even getting the ult yet until half of the team is down.
EG now has Eltec, who I'm actually good friends with.
Me and Lemon, we've known each other ever since he played on Quantic.
I'm really happy Eltec was able to get picked up and be in the LCS. It's always nice to have people that, you're friends with. He had to decide basically whether he wanted to finish high school, do maybe like a from home type high school thing, or just go straight into this. He eventually decided on, yes, he wants to actually go through with it, join, an LCS team and actually go into professional video games, 100%.
I have big shoes for me to fill, but it's definitely a very exciting experience.
Welcome back to the North American Spring Split. We're jumping right into our next game. It's Evil Geniuses versus Cloud9. Evil Geniuses getting off to a rough start for the split, and they currently only have one win on the board, so they're looking for that W column here.
Yeah, Evil Geniuses have been playing inconsistently. They looked very strong and organized as they methodically defeated Complexity for their first and only win this split. They had an early game lead, and they continued to press without letting up or losing momentum until they defeated Complexity in a 34-minute game. But in their game against Curse, after that, they felt they needed to bring something different. But the Jarvan jungle and Karthus mid did not give them that edge that they were looking for, and they lost yet another game.
And now they face a team that is known for being consistent and coordinated.
Yeah, and in their wins last week, Cloud9 continued to show improvement, and their mid lane shot caller continues to feel better. The team is also showing more confidence in his leadership after returning. Against LMQ, they admitted to having a bad pick and ban phase, but they did make up for it, and they made up for LMQ's early game lead with superior gameplay and shot calling towards that mid game. They were looking like a well-oiled machine and well back onto their old selves.
And as we said, we're going to get right into these, so let's check out the starting lineups. On the blue side, it's Evil Geniuses. It's going to be Inox in the top lane, Snoopy in the jungle, Pobelter in mid, Altec at AD carry with Crepo at support.
And on the red side, it's Cloud9. Up top is Balls in the jungle, Meteos. Mid-high, AD carry Sneaky, and support Lemon Nation.
We're going to have a bit of Corki off here. Both of these AD carries have actually been loving it. We saw a little bit of it last game from Wild Turtle finally, so everybody's kind of getting on the Corki train.
Yeah, Corki, they're both really happy with Corki. It does so much mixed damage, and it has a really strong early to mid game that a lot of the teams are pushing for nowadays. Also, from that last game, I mean, just LMQ was such a huge advantage by picking that Kayle top lane.
Yeah.
And Inox plays a lot of different champions in that top lane, so maybe Inox will pick up something like the Kayle and force that lane swap, which would afford them that dragon control for the early game, which is what LMQ used to snowball their game.
Right. Evil Geniuses is known as one of those teams who'll kind of do either a 3 or 4 man late invade for the kill. If not, then they just do the regular late invade. But these are the guys we see trying to put up a first round strategy. We'll have to see what the lane matchups would be like if Altec and Crepo would really go versus Lemon and Sneaky. Definitely a lane combination that has changed from the first time we saw them. Lemon and Sneaky used to be all about vision around them and playing it safe. They do their own thing. We see Crepo, a lover of the aggression and being ready, obviously. Lemon Nation on the screen saying that he's good friends with Altec.
Yeah, I mean, the bottom lanes are a pretty big story for this game as well.
Yep.
Because lately, Cloud9, this split, their bottom lane has actually done more than 50% of the team's damage to champions.
It's absurd.
Where most of the teams are usually around, the bottom lanes are contributing maybe 30 to 40% of damage done to champions. EG's bottom lane contributes 34% of the team's overall damage to champions. So the bottom lane for Cloud9 is very important for their overall success because that's where most of the damage is coming. The majority of the damage is coming from for their team fights. I mean, and it's a change for them too from last split even. Sneaky and Lemon Nation were only at that 40% mark. So they've just put even more emphasis on the bottom lane this split for Cloud9 to
you
carry.
get those AP support champions, and then
Yeah,
Cloud9
Zyra
usually
helps out
gets
a
so
lot.
far ahead that
Corki helps
Lemon's
out a
like,
lot.
put that money into AP instead of support items. Let's keep going. We're going to get right into picks and bans for these guys as they face off on your screen. The notebooks are out on both sides. Lemon reading through his. You can see Crepo on the end sorting through what they have planned. It's going to be Lee Sin. May see a Kha'Zix here as well. Hai was doing it, but Snoopy has found recent success on that as well. So that may be something we see go to the wayside. Nami's been getting a little bit more play. Sarin, Korea mostly. Europe first for the LCS this summer. And now back to North America.
Yeah, even drawing bans now in North America.
Yeah.
Across all regions here, really rising up the importance.
A lemon with those double bubbles.
Solo queue. Or, let's see here. 2 mid lane bans, though, for Cloud9. That's something that's caused people to have a lot of questions. What is High's current champion pool? Because Soraka was recently nerfed.
Right.
That was a big point for them. And he went back to Kha'Zix, even in a very bad matchup for Kha'Zix, picking it into LeBlanc.
Yeah.
So a lot of people wondering after he's coming back, what has he been spreading out towards? What's he trying to grab? Taking Lulu off the table takes out another one of the options for High.
Very good choice there.
He goes back to something more safe with Orianna or something with Shield, so he can just trade CS there.
Top lane has been super left open. We're going to get a great fight if Balls and Inox can go head-to-head here. No bans coming out on that. The priority you can see has been mid.
I consider that Kale a top lane ban.
Hanging off the side. Didn't see her.
Yeah, she's the reason that it's not really safe to first pick Shyvana anymore.
Right.
I guess, as we just saw in that last game.
I guess.
LFQ proved like that is... It's not safe to first pick Shyvana anymore because Kale is so scary for them that then you're forced in a situation, are we going to have this bad matchup or are we going to give up this early dragon? And TSM told us to give up early dragon and then all consecutive dragons. But yeah, so Cloud9, they ban out the Kale, then they first pick the Shyvana, solidifying that 4 balls up in the top lane. So very intelligent pick bans from Cloud9. Securing themselves a top lane, protecting themselves against that Kale.
Krepo looking to solidify safety and playmaking with a Thresh pick and a Twitch for Altec. We're going to see a bit of diversity from him coming out in this game. We'll see if he can really put down the impact plays coming out of invisibility. As High and Sneaky now go to round out a bit of the composition here. May leave High for last pick, because we already got Meteos on the jungle. Something Snoopy left up as well, so Snoopy's not that he's not feeling comfortable, but doesn't want to pick a jungler yet until he sees more.
Yeah, let's see. He can save his pick because
they already got there.
Ooh, High again going back to Kha'Zix. All right, Kha'Zix into a Lulu here. See if he can fare better this time than he did against LeBlanc. Lulu does again have range advantage and pushing power for Kha'Zix, but Cloud9 have been okay in the past with having a low CS mid that will have strong impact later in the game for them. Can High roam around and get those isolation kills? Also, they've been able to get that Elise. That's huge for them, even though Nami's banned out. Lemonation's a huge fan of Morgana. I'm pretty sure Cloud9 will just go right back to Morgana here and rely on both of those skill shot CCs to work with. They're very, very comfortable running that combo.
That's a lane that also says we're going to do more damage than anyone this game, if they can get to it. The Eve picked up for Snoopy, actually. Looking at the composition he has to fight, it looks quite dangerous to be sneaking in on somebody like Cloud9 has put together. But we'll see what they can do. They do have the safety from Pobelter on the Wild Growth, and Inox is on kind of a safety champion to keep the lane going, and Inox can be Inox late game.
Yeah, there is a lot of invisibility on this EG team. So if Cloud9 are not careful with their vision control towards that mid game, then they can get picked off easily by this roaming squad. Trundle into Shyvana, though, that's always a good one for the Trundle side, being able to shred her later. So good late game there for EG.
And as the champs are locked in, we're going to go ahead and see who you voted for over at LOLesports.com. And with 89% of the vote, Cloud9 leads EG right now. But remember to update your vote throughout the game by tweeting either hashtag EGWin or hashtag CloudC9Win to at LOLesports. Be sure we'll be checking back to see how you guys are calling the game, as well as us. So keep tuned.
Yes, always like to have those mid-game tweets. Hilarious. Especially when we do get the ones from Skara and friends chiming in.
Yeah. Sometimes the greatest. I remember Darius had a good few ones. But yeah, if you aren't actually following hashtag LCS, you can keep it up in your thing. You should, because there are some amazing tweets. You might even get kind of a heads up on what the big plays are going to be, because that's where all the big plays goes. And then you can obviously tweet your own big plays. Participation. Or just come here and hang out in the studio with us, because that's the better way to do it.
Yeah, it's pretty full today.
Yeah,
actually.
Absolutely. Everybody's loving it. Throwing out poros, bananas, and oranges. Bananas and oranges are new today, so all you guys just got something new. We haven't done that yet.
Uh-huh.
Okay. It's K. As we load into the game, we are going to get ready for your second match of the day. EG versus C9. Cloud9 looking to keep themselves towards the top of the bracket, and EG, they're looking to get up there now. Trying to make some changes at an AD carry position. We'll see how this works out for the team. There's been kind of the rumors that there might be more changes for Evil Geniuses coming in, but so far they're sticking with this roster.
Yeah, let's see how they can perform. Early game is going to be pretty important for them. Anytime you do have Evelynn.
Right.
Looks like they are going to target top side. See if they can get some vision down here to determine where lanes are going. Trundle should be fine going in that 1-versus-1 matchup. And the duo depends a lot on skill shots that land, whether it be bindings or death hooks. Going to have side lane bush control. Very important. It's actually something that Cloud9, they can use their trinket wards all for side lane bush control just because the jungler is Evelynn, and they wouldn't have to worry about using regular wards to see her coming because it won't help anyway.
Getting out of that. Looks like EG does want in. It's going to be Snoopy first. No trigger actually to high, so he doesn't see that Evelynn made it first, but it's not going to matter. The whole team's there with the caboose of Altec. They're going to make it safely over to red. And right now they're pinched by Cloud9.
So the red side invade, they don't have to stay over here though, so it's not necessarily going to be a lane swap from EG. Though if they stay around a few more seconds, it will have to be.
I was going to say, are they going to do the Wiz Fusion grab over and over again?
This is actually a very strong mind game. Entering the jungle, knowing that your opponents have seen you enter, but then just recalling in a bush. So they're not sure whether you're still there and counter jungling that red, or if you've all gone back. What you can do is then prey on your opponent's tendency to try and trade red buffs and go find them at your red buff to counter it. But Cloud9 do have a deep ward in that Wraith bush as well that would see it coming. So we'll just have regular blue starts for both junglers and the lane swap from EG going up top.
All right, keeping it safe. 2v-nuns. We'll see how this works out. Obviously teleports to the top lanes. We'll see if it's played differently, though, how Ackerman and LNQ did it last time. A little help for Snoopy and Inox as well in the jungle. So the matchup will not happen for the AD carries, which means Sneaky and Elimination are going to be very big and ready to, as we said, do a lot of damage coming out of that bottom lane when the time comes. They also, as we saw it hurt TSM last time, they could have more dragon control from the get-go now.
Yeah, Cloud9 are going to have the dragon control. It's defaulted to them by the support and AD carry down bottom, and jungle Elise is going to make that even easier for them to take the early dragons. She can tank it with her spiderlings for part of the damage. You don't have to Mad Knife it and switch out all of the dragon aggro. But EG, they didn't want to go into that matchup because if Alta gets hit by a binding at the wrong time in that matchup, then it's just going to be very, very hard for them to even stay in that lane. Very risky lane, as we were saying. But very good for Cloud9 because, as I said, bottom lane contributes more than 50% of their damage to champion nowadays, which is the most for any team, by the way. Very, very, very high up there. And they do go for the early dragon. Just tank it up with some spiderlings. See how they manage the aggro, because you can technically avoid all the damage by going closer and then farther away to get the dragon turning. It's getting off auto attacks. They're not doing it.
That was funny.
It's not that clean, but they avoided some.
Balls was standing there. Lemon's running in and out. He's like, you need to move too. They're going to be able to get this one, though. Locking it down. Nice binding by Lemon.
What it is one person stands at a static distance.
Right.
Which would be balls, but it's not that close. So then the other person wants closer than that person to get it to turn around, and then you go outside of that person's range to get it to change targets once again. But pretty cleanly done. Avoided some of the damage there, and they do get not only the little gold boost for basic gold dragon, but they also get the timer. We'll see how effectively they can chain it. LMQ did an amazing job of chaining their dragons.
A little Crepo roam. Uh-oh. High seeing that top side. A little bit of Spidey sense for him, and he keeps himself safe.
Yeah. Mid-game, 4-man ganks on mid have become so popular that all the mid laners play much safer now. And High backs off, rightly so.
Wow.
Doesn't go down to that. Doesn't even take any harass in it. So
this rotation right now that Meteos and Balls have going, timing that Wraith back to the Golems, and they'll have back to their white side, Wolves, and then back to EG side.
Well, basically what the new meta does is section off the map left side to right side here. Instead of purple and blue sides, it's really top side of the map and bottom side of the map. It depends on wherever your support and AD carry are. So really, Cloud9's side of the map is the bottom side. So this half of the red side jungle of EG is actually Cloud9 territory, and same so for Cloud9's red side. We'll just see how many wards each team can leave behind in that jungle after they leave, because that's really Cloud9's calling card. The mid-game vision that they leave behind after invading those areas, continuing to control them. They've actually got 2 wards down there in EG's side, whereas there's only been 1 on their own. And it actually has timed out already.
Yeah. AD Carry's loving this little style of play here. Obviously going to level up faster solo in these lanes, and 3 people couldn't do much to Sneaky there. Almost leveled to 5. Just did. Backing off Snoopy and the rest of the crew, all at level 3, roaming in a 3-man team here. See the top side, Balls is actually by himself, as well as Meteos is taken to that by himself, so they're going to get that solo experience a little sooner.
Right, so Balls sneaking in here. Because Altec freezing up top, he's not pressured under the turret, and he has some strong defensive pink ward coverage that they've put down to try and let Balls go to this lane and get this experience. They spent money on 2 pink wards to set up this defensive net that they can actually defend here. And Evelynn, let's see if he actually goes straight up the river, then he would be clear. But there's such a tendency to go through this Cloud9 jungle side that Snoopy does get seen.
Nope. Go up. Nope, not going to happen. Meteos knowing this is here. Quickly clearing that out.
Barely in range for that pink ward, by the way. That is so close.
Oh, that's what they're saying. Looks like everybody's ready to keep placing the wards, though, as you see Snoopy with his ward out. They actually had 5 in a row right down the line. So EG knows that map control is going to keep power in the game as well.
Yeah, EG have 5 people who had green wards, but look at Cloud9. They had not only that amount of green wards, but also 4 pink wards bought. 3 of them have already been placed. This defensive net of pink wards on their own side of the jungle is looking for any sort of maneuvers by Snoopy. Meteos is very, very outspoken. He hates wards in his jungle. So you need to have a very strong outer perimeter of those pink ones if you want to avoid Evelynn getting that vision. But also, because he killed that ward by Wraith, they know that there is 1 pink ward there. EG know that there's 1 there.
Cloud9 also really to a fast 3 sweeper. You don't even see Lemonation with the consumable for the Sightstone in his hands, but he still got it. Trying to sweep everything out. And Nox meets up with Balls in the top lane, and he's actually a level down in this situation due to the roaming around, but should be safe. Minute 40 on Dragon.
Yeah, Trundle versus Shyvana is not too bad for Trundle. Plus he's got an extra Doran blade there with his boots, so he has move speed advantage. If he has to get away, then he can.
Wow, definitely some options for Krepo here. Level 5 to a level 4 Lemonation if they decide to actually go hard on this one. Knowing Lemon's fast fingers would get a black shield up in time, they don't go for anything.
Yeah, and you're talking about the sweeper switches there. The only one not switching out his sweeper sort of on time there is Krepo, and that's because he hasn't been able to upgrade to a Sightstone yet. He's waiting on his next back to get that Sightstone upgrade and then sweep it out. Oh, it's in action right now, Rick. You can watch it happen.
How amazing. Can we get a replay on that?
He got a pink there as well. Even though Hive found 1 of their pink wards. Pick up
seconds.
His heart.
It's going to be big. They're going to need those wards for this Dragon coming up.
Also, I really like how Snoopy is playing Evelynn, because one of the biggest advantages of Evelynn is her ability to place those deep wards. And Snoopy is putting a lot of his money into those wards. Even though you feel squishy on Evelynn, it's very, very much worthwhile to put a lot of money into early wards. Because she is one of the few that can place them without having to worry about the other team knowing that you are placing wards. Cloud9 countering it, though, with, again, their perimeter of pinks.
Getting their own wards down. You know, a lot of control has come from wards.
Snoopy should very well, like I said, know that there's a pink ward there. So
gets that one out of range.
He knows he's in danger. Okay.
Hey-o. All right, so he gets the clear, but that being up top means the jungler's not going to be there for Dragon, and it's going to be going to Cloud9 quite easily here.
Yep, because he was killing off the pink ward, they have full information on Snoopy's whereabouts. See if Snoopy can actually make something happen up top, though, because they gave up the second Dragon. This is following the chain of events that we just saw lead to TSM's defeat by the hands of LMQ.
Yeah. And the early pink ward coverage in the top lane thwarts Snoopy out immediately. That 100 gold buy by everyone is paying off big time.
Yeah, we'll see, though. He's trying to work around it. He knows the pink ward's there, so he's coming through the river.
Right.
He's still able to get behind, but kill potential on balls is low at the moment because he still has his ulti up.
Yep. Diving past the minions, making sure they have to slalom through. No easy walk. He stays safe.
You know, I have seen people knock Shyvana
with the pillar.
Out of her jump with the pillar. So I was hoping for a very spectacular pillar there from Inox, but no go for them. Just Burning Balls ulti.
He'll be safe in the top lane. 56 to 56 in that one, actually. So Inox being down has kind of played that one correctly for himself without getting too much pressure and almost taking down balls. He still has Flash up to play safe as we're checking out the mid lane with Pobelter. He's been up a level since, I believe, 7. The 6s were kind of the difference, and now it's been 7 to 6, 8 to 7, and as you see now.
Yeah, and that CS discrepancy between Kha'Zix and a Lulu is completely acceptable for Cloud9. That's fairly good for High, not being that far behind against Lulu with the range advantage and against Evelynn, who was pressuring him. He also got the 3-man gank. So really good collapse here on the Snoopy. Very necessary flash. He spent so much money on those consumables. He does not have combat stats.
Ooh, great grab. I was going to say Glebe, but it's not Glebe. Great grab onto Krepo with that Dark Binding. Doesn't look like they're able to get much, but the culling forces them back as the wet noodle fight continues in the top lane.
Let's see what they're able to get done down there in the bottom lane, too. Pretty good harass was dealt. But ever since they've met up, it's been very even. Pretty much the difference is, so your sweeper only reveals invisible things. Since pink wards are not invisible, you have to walk in there and see it. But yeah,
just making sure.
The bottom lane there, BF sword as opposed to cutlass. It's just the all-in advantage there from Sneaky. It scares him off. High roaming down, able to take out the pink ward, and they get the turret.
It kind of tells the story of how Cloud9 plays their games when they want to. 0 kills on the board, about a 3,500 gold lead to themselves. One turret now dropped to help that gold lead, but they haven't really had to be in the face of EG to make any of this happen. They're just playing their game.
It happens a lot with the way the beginning of the game is played now. The choices that teams make for lane swaps and giving up the early dragons. By going for swaps, when you say, "Oh, I don't feel confident in that lane," or "I don't want my duo to be bottom," then you are saying that you are effectively going to give up those early little bits of a gold lead. Teams have had problems with stopping the chain, though, the chain of events from Dragon, because the other team has timers. Trying to regain control of the bottom has been so hard for the teams making those switches.
Almost! Oh, no!
Little bit of a slow reaction there. Krepo flash. No go on the hook. Cloud9, pretty much everything's going according to plan here because they want to continue to get those dragons. They have the timer for third, and they've taken down the bottom lane turret. So now they lane swap.
Perfect.
Snoopy taking advantage, though.
What a great job. Gets it out. Sponges it down.
High gets caught this time.
Uh-oh. That's a wild goal. He gets popped up. It's one more. Perseverance pays off for Evil Geniuses. Krepo wasn't going to let that go.
Yeah, I don't know. Krepo probably just made up for that with a huge play. Under turret. But really big swing for EG on two sides. Yeah, he does make up for it with a straight full range hook, and then High jumps in.
Oh, Hype.
All right.
Everybody getting a little out of sorts here.
Yeah, ill-advised jump there, but it's a huge breath of fresh air for EG. They get a little bit of breathing room. Even up the turrets, regain control of the mid lane, and they're actually looking like they might be able to start getting some more vision down because they haven't had the control to place those wards yet.
We'll have to see how EG controls this. When we've seen them get a lead, namely Pobelter, they are able to hold it, and they can make it a very strong game for the win. 1 minute 20 on Dragon with those few kills. High not having flash. Unfortunately, Meteos will actually have a smite up. EG really needs to make a move here. They could even up the gold quite a bit. Already trying to, too.
So Krepo threw his lantern to get vision.
Yep.
Because the ward was being swept.
Dance it!
Oh, he's trying to dodge the binding. Can't do it.
That's good. Good wild growth coming up from Pobelter. Not a big cooldown on that, and it can catch you off guard. High jumps in. He just came back from dying in the fight. Going quite low. The polymorph onto High. They shut down the damage. Lemon Nation's going to be up next. And the teleport in from Inox coming in huge on the play. That's a shutdown for him in gold.
Now, 2 more kills for EG to trade there. However, Dragon is on another 30 seconds while 15-second death timers for Cloud9. So Cloud9 actually died quick enough that they can get back in time for the next Dragon, and they don't lose out objectives after this trade, which is pretty impressive considering EG have an extra person down in this fight. And the area of effect damage from High with his early Hydra built up there, getting the 2 kills for the team. Now, 1 TP canceled. Inox went through with his and was able to clean up. But again, no objective. So that's going to mean an earlier cooldown coming back for Balls on his teleport.
And let's see how much control EG has. They place a pink. Can they hold it? Looks like they're able to do it so far. Good positioning. So Cloud9 is definitely respecting them.
They gave over the red to Altec, though. Pretty big for this mid-game Dragon fight here. We'll see. Cloud9 are one of the best teams at spreading out during team fights. Not lining up.
That is a very big grab. Not allowing High to jump into the fight. Oh, he gets it that time! The wild growth coming in onto Inox as he's in the fight already. And it looks like a huge play from EG once again begins the domino effect. Oh, it's not over. It's not over.
Oh, it's over. It's over. That was a full ace for EG.
Wow.
And they do contest the Dragon. They got up the wards in time. And they're going to take the lead here. Cloud9 just lost control of the reins here. Let's see exactly how they do it. Krepo comes in to play initially to get him into range. Yeah, and there it is. The wild growth knocks up Balls as well during his jump. What a good job from Pobelter there. Inox barely stayed alive too until the end. Double kills there. And in the end, as we know, Pobelter...
Flash on Flash. That's flashy. Great plays coming in. Krepo definitely not happy with that Flash error. He's kind of made up for it already.
So, yeah, I mean, the premise to that fight was, Cloud9 are usually great at spreading out for team fights. It's really hard to spread out in that little corridor leading up to Dragon. And Altec got a lot of damage off in that fight.
Wow, 404 Pobelter, 403 Altec. Some good moves so far from Evil Geniuses.
They would like consecutive team fights now. A 403 Altec, extremely fed. He's 1,000 gold ahead of Sneaky now. As I said, that's where most of their damage has been coming from. So Cloud9 are going to switch tactics here. Rely on that split push Kha'Zix with Hydra from High. Trying to go for that 1-3-1, but they are behind right now. And EG really do have a lot of good vision around the mid of the map right now. If they can knock down that mid turret, it really opens up a lot of options for them to start controlling Cloud9 territory.
Very interesting position to see EG in, as well as the fact that they keep aggressing on these situations, and Cloud9 cannot handle it so far. Krepo sticking with Altec, making sure he's safe all the time. Pobelter still level up onto High, who recently bringing out Kha'Zix kind of worked for him the first time, but it's a little scattered now. And his champion pool seems to be falling out as well.
Well, what he's trying to do this time around is get the Kha'Zix kill onto Twitch. They're trying to get to that back line. But as we saw before,
kill the rat.
Great interruption on the jumps with Pobelter's ultimate there on Lulu. So it's making High's job more difficult.
Yeah.
Because he wants to get to the back line, and Balls wants to get to the back line to jump on Twitch. But they really rely on those Elise and Morgana stuns to start something off. This combo of cooldown reduction on these long duration crowd control effects. They want to get somebody caught up before the fight and chain those for their advantage before they're forced to jump in like that. They don't want to have to try and jump in early because, as we saw, there's so many shields and knockups from EG that it's very, very hard for them to pull off that dive before preemptively landing one of those skill shots.
EG not wasting any time here. They're going in, clearing wards, making sure their positioning is to get something else next. No time is being wasted. Great plays here. Looks like they'll be able to get a good amount of damage here. Prep it for a possible dive fight.
Cloud9 are going to try and four-man defend Inhibitor turret, though. They absolutely do not want to give up Inhibitor turret, and they're trying to see how much they can get back from this EG team. They've got one outer turret there from Sneaky, but a very, very quick call from EG to leave right after. And here come the skill shot CCs. They're trying to delay them as long as possible.
Pole belts are just standing still. You see the terror that the cocoon into Dark Binding can have on someone. Getting out safely, Cloud9's going to go ahead and reward a little bit, figure out what got cleared out. Go ahead and make it doubly safe with 2 wards.
Also, you know, since that early game, the initial perimeter of pink wards was taken down from Cloud9. Now that they have no outer turrets up left, they have a hard time putting it back up.
So many shields.
And all this invisibility on EG just opens up so many options for EG to catch Cloud9 in one of their rotations around from one of the side lanes. That EG have a lot more threat right now.
Yeah.
Trying to catch single targets out. Cloud9 are trying to get back control. They've only got red side so far.
Cloud9 are really going to have to find some window fights here. That window is Exhaust being down for Krepo, Wild Growth being down, which is on a really short cooldown. They're, like you said, the shields, the Wild Growths, everything shuts down this Cloud9 team in a fight. It'll be very interesting to see how they get under the skin of EG here as the game goes on.
Yeah, it's the young guns from EG right now with most of the kills. Pobelter and Altec, the really young guys that have been sought after by so many teams for so long in competitive League of Legends in North America, finally making their way, funnily enough, onto the same team.
Yep.
And in this game, they are the ones with all the power for Evil Geniuses. And actually, they're the ones with all the responsibility here for the team fights. If they actually make a misstep, then that's where EG will crumble.
That percentage over to EG, 66%. Picking up, you know, you talk about Altec a little bit. His laning phase hasn't been the greatest, but his team fight phase is huge. So the 2v1 almost gives him the advantage because he's going to get through that laning phase safe and sound.
Yeah, they were happy with that. He hasn't been able to pull off any ambushes yet on his Twitch, but he's got his dual attack speed items. So when he does open up, he takes people down very quickly, and you can see how Cloud9 are adapting their play now, being more defensive, either sticking together as they move from objective to objective, or actually relying on those pink wards like Balls is up top in order to not to get surprised.
Yeah.
Just trying to hold the line here for Cloud9.
Wow, that's a scary view to have.
Really scary. Dragon respawn, they don't really want to contest it. Balls is up top, so Cloud9 can make the call to just try and shove waves. Very, very risky for them to go through one of those jungle avenues. As we saw before, Alta can rip an entire team apart with Twitch's ultimate if you come down that avenue towards blue.
And everything's kind of fallen in line here for EG. You saw that little sweet play. Krepo throwing the lantern over, making sure mid has no ability to be pushed. Now they're pushing back. Driver's seat mid lane here for Evil Geniuses, but Cloud9 could sideswipe them here.
Cloud9, and they also just focused a blue buff onto Sneaky, trying to get him to the point where he can dish out that damage. Oh, that's all that Cloud9 got for their Dragon that they just gave up, though. Blue buff for Dragon. Not the best trade, and now Meteos out of position, slow on the move.
Oh, the flash. After getting out of that one, that definitely would have been a necessary repellent to fight if he got caught. 9-4 as Krepo continuously makes plays. That mistake is really going headstrong on this one, and he's been making them.
Yeah, and Cloud9, though, are playing pretty smart. They know that they can't fight this EG team away from a turret.
Right.
Because it's just so hard for them to get in on Twitch. You have to get through Lulu, Pillars, as well as Threshbox. So it's very hard for these divers with Balls and High because their means of diving are very risky. As we said, Shyvana's dive can be interrupted as well as High's. So it's very hard for them to get in on that Twitch, and they really need to preface that dive with a catch with one of their hard CCs. So they really need to rely on a turret to be able to do that. Because Twitch, risky for him to come out of invisibility at one end of the turrets. he can be set upon very easily. Cloud9 just playing real defensive until EG try and make a move at one of the turrets. But eventually, EG are going to have so much control of this map that they really just starve out Cloud9 and increase their gold lead to the point where Cloud9 have to try and contest the Baron in a situation where they don't have any vision.
Everything's been pushed so far. Looks like Evil Geniuses is just kind of forced to hang out for now. We see Altec in the bottom lane farming it up. Still 4-0-3. Not much has happened after those last few surge in kills. Cloud9 and definitely realizing the power that EG can bring to the table here. Just about 26 minutes into the game. Looks like everybody's trying to reset as the lanes do as well. So I have to see what team can really put their foot forward to get an advantage. Pobelter back to mid with Krepo. It looks like they're going to finally focus a little bit towards this lane. But they're meeting the entire team of Cloud9. Got that Rabbit Noodles death cap over onto the side of Pobelter. He's pretty built up for himself. 2 Michaelis Crucibles coming out, one for Lemon, one for Krepo. I don't really usually see that as a Krepo item. Always a Lemon item, though.
Which item?
Oh, the Michaelis.
Oh. Michaelis, that should be everybody's item if you're a support right now, because it is ridiculously strong. Yeah, very important for Krepo specifically on this game because of those bindings and cocoons I keep talking about. If someone does get caught, they really need to have means to get them out of it. He'll probably be saving everything that they have, though, for Altec, because that's the key to EG's success right now.
Yeah.
Is that Twitch. That Switch is also the thing that's really keeping Cloud9 from being able to play their split push like they want to. That the threat of those dual invisible champions is what's keeping Hive from doing the same thing that Xiao Xiao was doing and split pushing bottom.
More pink wards for Cloud9 in the early game. We're shutting down Snoopy and pretty much shut down everything they wanted to do. And a few mistakes we saw, High jumping into the mid, and then thereafter really giving EG this heads up in the game. So now that Cloud9 can't get those forward pink wards in, forced to be Baron wards. Ooh. Just knowing Snoopy was right there, but they didn't know where Snoopy was. The Wild Growth goes out. He stays in for a bit. A perfect Lantern out. Inox coming into the fight. A very nice teleport in. Throws down the Subjugate, but cannot get that much more damage. High's into the Baron pit. High's out of the Baron pit. Oh, the Baron! Oh! The Worm with the kill. Going over to Snoopy on that one, and it looks like they're going to be able to put some damage on Baron, but they have to be careful. Meteos is just on the wing.
Yeah, this would be a very desperate steal for Meteos, but if they give this one up, then it's pretty much curtains for them. So they go for it.
2,000 HP on Baron, 2,500. Oh, Meteos with the steal over. That's going to be some good gold, but EG's still up 2K right now, and they can move on the map.
Yeah, everybody's dead right now, so they can shove up, try and get pressure on one of the turrets. High coming right back to life, though. This is pretty early in the game. Death Timer's not too long, and Cloud9 looking to get in defense for this turret. Let's see, there's only one person with the Baron buff on, though, and that's Sneaky.
Yeah. A little bit of help, a little bit of hurt. We'll see if this actually helps them. He's stuck on the Tormented Soil under the turret.
Krepo.
He hits the Ardent Blaze, looking for one more shot on the passive, but he goes a little too deep, and it's not going to be able to finish the kill. 47 seconds on Dragon. This could be Cloud9 getting 2 big objectives in the late game.
Yeah, everybody dying, though, for that Baron, plus they lost the turret for it. EG still ahead in gold. Cloud9, nobody actually wearing the Baron buff, so they really don't have the upper hand even after the steal, although it was a great steal. And there again, one of the corridors in the jungle where Altec just gets to fire away from the back line, and Cloud9 gets melted from all sides. Baron buff, nobody's getting out of my pit alive, High. Shoots him in the back.
Bugs usually eat worms, don't they? It's the other way around. 2K gold lead for EG. Cloud9, like I said, sets up for this Dragon now. Looks like they're going to want that. That's mid-game gold. Dragon's not at its full potential of cash money yet, but they'll get a pretty good chunk out of this one. Triforce and whatnot with the Bloodthirster completed on Sneaky. Looks like he's going to be trying to go quite strong as well in these next fights. The culling is up. Actually, the team will disperse back to clear mid.
It's like they do go for that split pushing, though. There's some decent wards for Cloud9 on this bottom side. However, no true sight, really, in the jungle. So you can't push that far. Always have to be worried about the Evelynn and Twitch coming for you.
Altec 7-0-4. Fighting phase really giving him the up and up. Keeping great positioning all over the map. You got to A lot of people have been grabbing Cloud9 Tempest players. You got Kez coming in for Complexity today. There's a reason. These guys can play in the tight situations, and right now, like EG...
3/5 of the team have made it in.
Having the early game is what EG needed, and that's what they got, because if they falter early game, the mid to late game for EG just becomes very hard.
Ooh, and the late game here, because they've seen Altec up top, you know, High split pushing bottom. This is really Cloud9's chance. If they can get a flank from behind, if High and Balls can actually jump onto Altec from behind here with a flank, then this would be huge for them. This is actually 4 versus 5. Teleport would take... they don't even have a teleport for Trundle.
Come on! Oh no!
They let him out though, just barely. Not able to make the full collapse there from Cloud9. That was really their window. If they could have rushed that and cut them off.
They have the wards for it. They've been setting up for it a while. Plus, on the Dragon, it just would have helped play right into what they needed, rather. Now with EG back down the mid lane, trying to dictate portions of the game as soon as they can. This is a different EG. Uh-oh. He doesn't want to take that. there's no reason. There is a lantern here. Do not look.
Ilo's in the middle.
Oh, the flay on the jump. Very nice. High is ultimate, or using his ultimate now. Krepo's the one taking the brunt of the damage. This is going to be perfect for the damage dealers. Altec going into 1v1 right now with Meteos on the backside. They get a bit of crowd control, but everybody from Cloud9 is being yanked in different directions as Krepo keeps hitting the hooks. 2 more kills for Altec.
No damage can get back to Altec. High gets the initial jump played, and then he's not able to get back there. Yes, Balls can ult, but Balls is mostly tanked right now, and he's easily dealt with. Meteos goes with that cooldown reduction, tank Elise build. He's not a problem for Altec, and EG get to run through the entire base here. Can they finish the Nexus turret?
What a straightforward game from Evil Geniuses. Amazing Thresh play from Krepo, getting the Mikhails to save him there. As I say, he almost dies face first into a turret, but after his mistake, he turned it on like we haven't seen from him before.
All right, let's take a look here. Because High gets cornered. The 2 invisible champions, Altec and Snoopy on the backside. Interrupts. He does dodge the hook, but then he can't get in there onto Altec. They're all doing all this damage into Krepo, and Altec's able to flash backwards away from Balls. What a great box there from Krepo, right in the middle of where all the jungle paths converge, and he just cuts off every avenue for Cloud9. They have nowhere to maneuver, and they just get obliterated by Altec from the back.
Lemon Nation, we said him and Sneaky were ones to do over 50% of the damage from the bot lane. Buys himself a Zhonya's as they're still trying to put out power, give them ways to get through these fights sneakily. Hopefully it can be a good soul shackle for him next time, because they are up against the ropes now. Inhibitor down, 1 Nexus turret as well, and EG's not letting go of their grasp.
Yeah, Cloud9 really grasping at straws here, looking to try and make something happen down bottom. They haven't been seen actually, so they're going for one of these sneak attack bush attempts. When you get forced into a bad spot here, 17-4, you gotta go for risky maneuvers like this.
Inox into the brush, looking to dodge a dark binding. He's under the turret. Snoopy's just on the other side. Inox is huge right now, almost lives to that shield, but the culling is just going to be too much along with High's damage. Snoopy and Krepo do what they can, but now they have to be careful of how much they get pushed around the map from what C9 wants to do.
Yeah, risky play plays off. I mean, 1 inhibitor down is not that bad. They do have to send somebody back to defend right now because it's a single Nexus turret, and that will die by itself to super minions if you don't defend it. But they got their pick. They made their desperate play. They had the opening, killed the tank. Small win there for Cloud9. Buys them some time, though, for the inhibitor respawn.
Slowly clearing out map, doing what they can. That's going to be Pobelter's grab on the ward. Easily over the edge. 5-0 and 10 for Pobelter. Over 60 CS up right now onto High. Just coming out huge in the game, as well as Altec, 9-0 and 6. Definitely putting up some numbers in this game. Fantasy members, they'll be happy about that. Hopefully I don't speak too soon.
So yeah, the best strategy for Fantasy is not always just to get the best team that will win super quick. You want the teams that are just going to fight all the time. Because even if they have a lot of fights and they die, it gets so many more points for kills and assists that the longer the game goes, there it is for your fans.
Make it a bloodbath. Let's go. Seeing Sneaky coming from behind this game, not in CS. But definitely doesn't have the kill ratio. Going over to Altec. Has 3 items. but he's not on that Infinity Edge up, so it's going to be big hits coming from that spray. Rat-a-tat-tat, I should say.
Yeah, well, let's see if Cloud9 can actually get a flank off, because they haven't been able to get any damage to Altec in the back lines. And they've been so focused on getting back there, they just get wrecked by the rest of EG. Oh, Meteos gets caught.
This is exactly what EG's been looking for the whole game, but it looks like the pillar affects them negatively for a second. He's able to squeeze Daibo and Inox. Just getting himself there. Ooh. Only took one more shot. Altec picking up another kill, bringing it to 10-0 and 6. Evil Geniuses are just seamlessly moving through the map.
They're looking to end the game right now.
They are.
2 members extra here. Only 1 Nexus Turret should be pretty easy.
Yeah, they have ults up. The only one they're missing right now is Subjugate and the Rat-a-tat-tat.
They don't want to go without a minion line.
Well, they're timing this as well, maybe. The inhibitor's going to be up soon, so they know they don't want to walk forward and get dodged onto that one. There we go. Taking down the inhibitor one more time. It's going to be a 4,000 gold lead, pretty much on the dot as we round out 35 minutes.
Most frustrating thing when you're trying to end a Nexus.
That's great timing by them, though. Great mindset there.
Yeah, it just goes to show how well they have actually been timing everything.
You can see how easy it would be to, like, oh my god, beat Cloud9 right now, let's go, and get caught in that. But very good mindset, sound
They've got
play.
so much vision over this Baron.
Oh yeah.
Guaranteed pickup for them. They're happy with giving up Dragon. And they're not even going to base for the buy after that Baron. They can shove in
what
on
a play.
top
This is going to be a lot of blue pills being hit over here on the side of Cloud9, moving in very fast, especially with Pole Belter, Glitter lancing these waves down. They're onto the turret before Cloud9 can even reach their base.
This one they're okay with face tanking. Look at that ginormous shield on Inox as well. Turret probably won't even get through. That goes down in a matter of seconds.
Inhibitors in their eyes. You can see Altec not even taking that much from the volatile spider. Branduin's not really finished up onto Meteos, but that doesn't matter. Balls high, able to facilitate that slow. Just back and forth. EG, knowing that they have the upper hand, are not afraid to take the few steps forward.
2 inhibitors down is usually the end for teams that are down. 19-5. So all that EG have to do is swing down to the bottom side and wait for super minions to do their work.
Pole Belter and Altec score buddies. 6-0-10, 10-0-6.
They've got to feel so good right now. They've been working through so much this split.
Yeah.
Criticism from all sides. Tryouts for all of their positions.
Yep.
Well, all of the older EG guys' positions. Altec coming in, having
still
not the best start. He's still in school, yeah. They got Belter graduated, and then Altec came on, and they still have.
They got the Scholastic program going in. Just cycle one in, cycle one out.
But yeah, they're trying to get over all of these different things, and to take down Cloud9 is a huge boost for a team that's traditionally on the bottom of the standings here.
EG still keeping it in mind that they can't go too hard on this. Few grabs that they want, 2 connecting grabs. Necrepo's just using for harass, using to get into the side of Cloud9. EG knows how much strength they have on this game right now. The flash, there it is! The Soul Shackle locks him up, so it actually hits nobody, just the beginning amount of damage. Great movement by Altec on the back line, shredding through the team. Meteos jumps on Altec. They're finally able to get a few more shots in from the side of Sneaky, but that's the run-through. EG's looking for Lemon Nation now, and Meteos is the only one that's going to be left after this barrage on the base.
Ooh, he's going to get away. So Lemon Nation doesn't get a death screen, but they got back to Altec. It actually took Sneaky getting all the way back there.
Evil Geniuses 38-35 are going to take down Cloud9 and start to work their way back up the standings.
Game versus one of the best teams in North America. Huge confidence booster for this Evil Genius team. Crepo is tired.
Just gives out the horse lips. The flash play. Oh man, that just almost spelled bad things. But Krepo rewrote that story immediately. And he picked up, like you said, I think that was maybe under the turret play. It was. And then again. And then again. I don't know. Definitely on a 90% hook ratio for Krepo this game.
Yeah. And at the end, Cloud9 finally were able to get the damage back onto Altec that they wanted. But it took Sneaky running to the back of the team. That's not where you want Sneaky to be because the rest of their team collapses after that. But valiant effort by both teams.
Right. So Cloud9 actually losing this one out. And EG with a huge boost in confidence. This is going to help, especially coming into the start of this week. So big props to them on that. Looking at how EG played this game, we said in the beginning, if it's kind of lackluster early, the mid to late game becomes very hard for Evil Geniuses. But like we saw them take against Complexity, they had a bit of that early game, and it almost seems like they know exactly what to do mid to late game. When most teams kind of sit there at a turret for a while, they went into the jungle, left to right, back and forth, and when they were done with something, he just took something else.
Yeah, they played their Twitch team extremely well. The team fights, all of the team fights with Twitch were very well coordinated. Right. The Lulu ultimates were on time. Krepo as well with the peeling with his box as well as Flay. Very, very strong team play from EG this time around, which isn't something that we have seen from them a lot. And it's definitely a scary thing for a lot of the other teams in North America if EG bring that together.
And something we're seeing a little bit about Cloud9 is, just to focus on Meteos for a second, there's not as much control coming out of the jungle for them in the way that things would happen. Against Complexity, that's kind of where that triple kill in the bottom lane came from. It's a little more uncertainty from him, and when his ganks would just always work last season, and you were pretty impressed every time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was hard for them. They tried to control the other one, setting up the defensive pink ward perimeter, and it did work for the early game. It was really that mid-game dragon where EG were able to turn it around. They got into position in a timely fashion, and they had set up their dual pink wards of their own to get that vision.
There's a lot of good teams in the LCS right now, and it's only going to make all the other teams better. To walk us through EG's big upset, let's send it over to Freak at the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Riv. What's up, guys? Want to welcome the victorious, the absolutely phenomenal Altec Pobelter to the desk. Guys, so you guys, first of all, have a ludicrously hard week this time around. And you're off to a great start. So let's start with this game. Beating up C9, what was the plan coming in?
We had some set champions that we wanted to go through. We kind of handled our pick and ban phase differently than we have been the past few weeks. So I think that was a big factor. And they basically played into our hand. They picked what we wanted them to pick, and we got what we wanted. So I think that's a huge factor.
Could you expand on what you mean by playing the pick and ban phase differently?
Before, we would just kind of go into like set scenarios and have like set team comps, but this time around we were a bit more flexible and just prioritize certain champions over just like a full team comp.
And it seemed to work out for you guys. One thing that was surprising to me is you guys banned out a lot of, I know from talking to your team in general, Inox tends to carry like in your scrims, you guys seem to set him up a lot, but you like banned out his Lee Sin, banned out his Jax. Like what was up with that?
Basically we realized that it wasn't working, him playing like carry top laner, so it was kind of a team decision to try having him on some tankier things.
Yeah, so Altec, you of course had a phenomenally strong game, 13-1-6. Your second and third picks were Twitch, Thresh. Talk to me about this lane and why you went for Twitch here.
Twitch is a highly contested pick, in my opinion, because his ulti is just like super broken. So, and Twitch Thresh is like a really good lane because Twitch doesn't have an escape, so Thresh is able to provide that. And the damage combined together is like a lot.
And so you guys, you and Krepo actually together really have had a phenomenal game. Krepo went 0-2-19, so your combined score is pretty awesome. How has been gelling with the team now, your third weekend?
It's pretty good. I mean, I still have to fly back and forth, but overall, like, it's very relaxing at the house and everyone's chill with each other.
We actually spoke to the fact that you're flying back and forth because you're, of course, still in school. Pobelter, you just graduated.
Yeah.
You guys picked up a new high schooler. Do you have any like notes you could give about like how to balance school versus LCS? Because you got like a full year ahead of you for that one.
Well, I only started doing LCS my senior year, so my schedule was a little bit more lax, so it wasn't as hard for me. Johnny's in his junior year, which is, I guess, the hardest part of high school, so I guess it'll be a little bit tougher for him, but you just have to get your school stuff done and then do LCS.
So priorities, school first?
Got to make sure you're doing well.
Yeah.
That's how you get the genius part of Evil Geniuses, is you got to get the schoolwork going. Yeah. Okay, so let's actually get into some replays, because you guys obviously played this game really, really well. The first one is a dragon fight. Around 27 minutes in, you guys ace them and take the dragon off that. If you can pull the clip up on the screen. Oh, sorry, 16 minutes in, yeah. I'll take, if you want to take me through how you kind of play this battle.
Okay, if you can roll a play. Right here, Kha'Zix got hooked, so we just polymorph and then just try to kill him, because he doesn't have his ulti evolved. And right here, I'm just killing everyone. And yeah, basically, like, our AoE damage just, like, shred them. And since the Kha'Zix couldn't get a reset, like, that was a huge factor of why they couldn't, like, kill us.
It seemed like no one could really get to you in fights in general. Like, either they'd get flayed away, or you had, like, a giant meat wall with wild growth. Was that part of the composition, is just, like, make a meat wall for Twitch so that no one can touch him?
Since I was very fed, like, yeah, like, if Twitch doesn't get touched, then he just kills everything.
And it seems like you guys mostly won your battles in actual team fights. Like, in the you had a couple early games to get the gold going, but, like, all of your battles were, like, in these dedicated 5-on-5s, and C9 wouldn't fight you anywhere else. Was this sort of the goal, just like, let's look for dragons, things like this, to force the advantages?
With our team comp, I think definitely our 5v5 is a lot better, because we have, like, two abilities to stop Kha'Zix, and especially with the deep vision we had and, like, all the pink wards, I think Dragon and Baron can fight our favor.
Then how did you guys manage to keep C9 from finding any picks, from getting these bindings and cocoons, and keeping yourselves from getting caught out?
With the deep vision we got, like, we knew if they were going to come in or not, so we could avoid that. And also, us sieging, like, we generally have a big minion wave, so the minion would just take the cocoon or the binding.
Okay. So I want to actually direct you guys then to our second replay. It's a Baron fight. This one's at 27 minutes. I got my numbers backwards, but if we can pull the Baron clip up here. You guys end up going 4-0. You end up losing Baron. But Pabelter, if you want to walk me through this one.
Okay. So Snoopay says so Snoopay is caught right here, but we're able to turn it around with the wild growth and the lantern. And then there's Trundle TPing onto a ward there. And then Twitch is in the back shredding everyone down because they've been focusing Evelynn. And from here, we're basically able to clean up. We're ahead a lot of gold at this point. I actually aggro the Baron here, so it hits high and finishes him.
Nice.
And then, yeah, we're able to get the Baron pretty low, but they clean the ward we have over there, and then we don't have any vision left. So at this point, Elise comes in for the steal. The blind hook misses. And at this point, it's kind of a gamble, but we just decided to go for it. But yeah, for them trying to get the Baron, we still got 2 kills out of it, and we were able to push down mid as well.
Yeah, you guys overall went 4 kills in a tier 2 turret. So when Baron gets stolen over, actually, if you guys didn't know, you were only up about like 1,000 to 2,000 gold like that entire time. Like, even if the Baron steal was like 38 to 37,000. So first of all, it didn't even feel like that. Or did you feel like you were way farther ahead?
I thought we were much further ahead.
Yeah, it was like 2,000 the entire time. So then when you had this sort of a lead, how do you close it out then from there?
Well, Baron's usually like the easiest play. If you're not looking to get Baron, then you have to push down turrets, and that's kind of hard to do with the sort of wave clear they have in Kha'Zix and Shyvana putting split pressure down the side. So we just decided to go for the Baron because we had so much money to spend on wards.
Okay, so then final question for you guys. Obviously, a incredible game by you guys. Take down C9 tomorrow. You face Dignitas, so you're facing the top 2 teams in the league this week. Off of one great win, what's kind of your plan, or how are you feeling going into tomorrow's game?
I think after beating C9 today, I think we're definitely very confident, but there are just like minor mistakes we made this game, so we should like go over it together and like see what we want to do tomorrow. But I'm very confident.
Yeah, you guys look great. So, guys, congrats on the win, and we'll see you guys tomorrow as well for hopefully a second win of the week. Now, guys, going to take a quick break, but when we respawn, we're going to get into our next game with first place hanging on the line. Dignitas versus Counter Logic Gaming. Keep that browser where it's at.
7, 83, 8, pi, 9, pi, 10, pi,
Catch you off guard. I jumps in. He just came back from dying in a fight. Going quite low. The polymorph on the high. They shut down the damage. Lemon Nation's going to be up next. And the teleport in from Inox.
During team fights, not lining up.
That is a very big grab. Not allowing High to jump into the fight. Oh, he gets it that time. The wild growth coming in onto Inox as he's in the fight already. And it looks like a huge play from EG once again. Begins the domino effect. A very nice teleport in. Throws down the subjugate, but cannot get that much more damage. High's into the Baron pit. High's out of the Baron pit. Oh, the Baron! Oh! Welcome back to week 3 of the 2014 Summer Split. Joining me at the caster desk for our next 2 games, it's going to be Joshua Jat Leesman.
Thank you very much. It is going great. Yeah. We have probably the marquee matchup of the day coming up now. At the start of the day, even though the first 2 games were both incredible.
They have been amazing. LCS gives us nothing less. Now, we've been combing through, I was going to say combining, but we don't combine your tweets, combing through the flood of Twitter answers to find the choicest 140 character cuts. Here's what we've come up with. And to remind you, earlier we asked the question, which teams in the NALCS have the highest ceiling and why? And the first tweet says, at Ruckus, the team with the highest ceiling has to be CLG. They're 100% potential.
I mean, they always have been 100% potential. And now that Aphromoo is really a full-time support, probably best support in the NALCS, it's coming around. Seraph, though, still needs to reach his ceiling.
That's right. Our next tweet comes from Versi IU. I think Dignitas has the highest ceiling right now. When they work together, you can't stop them.
I really want to see how high Crumbs can actually go this split, because he seemed like an average NALCS jungler last split, but now with the solo lanes kind of unlocking his true potential, I can't wait to see what he does.
All right, let's see our next tweet. Jack Nick 2 says, don't forget about Cloud9. They still have the highest ceiling, and the rest of the North America better watch out.
Well, at the moment, Cloud9 needs to watch out for every team in the NALCS. Surprisingly, they've lost to Cloud9 and Complexity so far this split, but they're still beating the top team, so they're just a matter of consistency.
And here's one from Dig's own Skara. Our house has a pretty big ceiling, pretty high ceiling. Absolutely. We'll be talking to him in just a few moments before we get into the game, actually, to see what he's been feeling.
I was waiting for one of those. To see that. There's a lot of teams that used to buy mansions, and those would definitely have the highest ceiling. The old CLG house, for instance, had a huge ceiling.
Oh, good trolls. Thanks to everyone who wrote in, and if you're someone that likes to be fashionably late, you can still join the party by sending your answers to LOL Esports and use the hashtag LCS. But now it's back to the games with Team Dignitas versus CounterLogic Gaming. Dig holds first place right now. Who would have thought? They've been playing amazing, but only by 1 game so far. So a win here would pull CLG into spot for the tie and top.
Yeah, and this has actually become somewhat of a grudge match, honestly. When Dignitas made their roster changes, CLG's coach actually tweeted that adding Zion and Shifter wouldn't solve Dignitas' shot-calling issues, and CLG's made changes of their own. They added the Korean top laner, and we've seen some pretty big miscommunications between those guys, and it's looked questionable, whereas Dignitas has looked incredibly solid, #1 team in the standings right now. Crumbs in particular, as we mentioned, has benefited so much from these solo lanes. He is playing that supportive jungle style, Elise Lee Sin. Yeah. He can flash for ganks. He's not worrying about his own carry potential because he knows the 2 guys on either side of him can do it.
Right, and while stronger lanes have helped Crumbs, the opposite can be said for Dexter, who's been spending more time in the top lane the last couple weeks.
Yeah, and honestly, he's been spending more time in the top lane with mixed success. He's still adjusting to Seraph. 2 very different games last week. In one of their games against TSM, they went for a 2v1 gank on Dyrus, and both died when they went for it. But then the next game, Seraph started 5-1, so it's still a work in progress, and Dexter is spending so much time trying to work with Seraph.
All right, and CLG says, Dignitas used to be a team that relied on gimmick strategies to get their wins. But with their new lineup, they're finding success playing a more straightforward game.
Dignitas is always a team that will just kind of play pretty standard. They don't really pull out any like cheesy stuff. Like before, I used to always think of them as like the team that would always pull out something weird. But now they look as if they know how to play standard really well.
CLG going into the split I thought would be one of the best teams, but as the season has gone, the game they had against Complexity, which they should have lost, really shows that perhaps they have a little bit of trouble, maybe with Seraph, but there is a lot of inconsistencies that I can pick up on from some other players.
Dignitas can be a top 3 team if they really want it. Crumbs really wants it, and I think he's really taking the initiative to push his team, and he's really good at setting up plays for his team, and almost like the Odd One style jungle where he wards up his team and then gets his lane snowballed, then you have Shifter and Zion who can carry the game.
We'll see if Crumbs can keep up that pressure against Dexter, who, like we said, has been faltering, but can still make the plays of his own.
Yeah, and this is going to be a fantastic game. Every single matchup is intriguing.
Absolutely. And now, for an inside scoop on the match, let's throw it down to Freak, who's down on the stage.
Thank you very much, guys. What's up, guys? Freak here with Skara, the coach for Dignitas, or one of many. Big fan following for you, Skara. Of course, people haven't forgotten how awesome you are. So I want to ask you then about Dignitas here, because you guys are starting out the season 5-1. Now, last year, 2013 Spring Split, you started your season 10-2 and then faltered from there. What do you do as a coach to keep your team in top form?
it's just about keeping stuff fresh and making sure people don't get complacent. Like, you want to make sure that when you're ahead, it's even more important to play more than anyone else, because they have, like, you have to make sure that the gap between you and the next place and the people below you isn't like shortened. You want to make sure you always play more than them. So even if they're improving, you're improving at an equal rate or better.
So speaking of improving and sort of playing better or differently from your opponents, one thing that's interesting about you guys is, Crumbs especially, but your entire team buys more awards than any other team in the North American LCS. You have kind of your own style of heavy vision control. Is this a style that other teams should be adopting as the best way to play, or is it just, this is the dig way and many of these are viable?
I have absolutely no idea. I think generally we value vision very highly. We think vision wins games. And we have yet to be proven otherwise, actually, by any region. And so I think maybe we might be doing it too much, but I'd rather be doing that than doing too little.
And of course, that is working for you guys. So coming up now against CLG, of course, you're fighting for them as top 2 right now. Are these guys your toughest competition, or maybe who is?
I think CLG is definitely one of the teams that gives us the most problems. They have certain things about their team that make it hard for our team to perform well against them. And I think that going into this game is just going to be decided by how much vision we can actually control in this game. And so I'm hoping they over-reward this game, because it's going to help us a lot.
So you're saying vision control is a really important facet of this. Now, I know one thing that changed with Dig that's helped get you guys to the first place mark is your 2 new players there, Shifter and Zion. I feel like on an individual skill level, Dignitas is top tier. Do you think that's another part that's going to separate you from CLG, who's like with their new top laner Seraph isn't maybe doing quite as well?
I definitely think the new pickups were pretty big improvements, but not maybe even completely mechanically, although both of them are mechanical upgrades. I feel like the Zion just adds a lot to the team through speaking a lot. His communication is very, very much on point. And Shifter just adds like he's very dedicated. He's probably one of the most dedicated players I've ever seen. He's like a demon when it comes to grinding solo queues. So he's definitely one of the players to watch out for, because I think right now he's yet to be like fully even close to hitting his cap. And that means like already he's shown himself to be the top 3 NA mid laners. I think he only has upwards to go from here.
Well, that'll be fun to see. So in talking with Crumbs, he already has his eyes set on Worlds. He's looking further far into the future. And of course, you guys being number 1 means you would go if you win playoffs. Where are you looking right now? Are you looking week to week, or are you like preparing to like have Shifter take down Faker?
I've always said, and even when I was a player, I prepare game by game. And that's what we've done to the team. So while he is looking toward Worlds, everyone's very grounded and looking like every game is important. A win against C9 is the same as a win against Complexity. Any of the top team wins is equal to any of the bottom team wins. And we take every game one step at a time, make sure we don't get too complacent, and we just build our teamwork, our confidence, and eventually we'll just be the best team.
All right, well, thank you very much for your time, Scar. And of course, guys, good luck on maybe a quest for a 2-0 this week, but we're going to get ourselves into the game, so we'll send it back to the guys at the caster desk.
Thanks, Freak. And let's get right to it. On the blue side, it will be Dignitas. It's going to be Zion Spartan in the top lane, Crumbs in the jungle, Shifter in mid. I'm a cutie pie chatting it up with Kiwi Kid on support.
And on the red side, of course, it is Counter Logic Gaming. Seraph in the top lane, Dexter in the jungle, Link in mid lane, Double Tornado, and Aframu on support.
And for this matchup, we will be going to the top lane for our feature with Zion Spartan versus Seraph.
Yeah, and Rib, this is going to be an incredibly important lane to watch, because Seraph has had that one great game on Jax, whereas Zion has been showing up each week in a big way. As an example, Zion has the highest KDA, the least deaths, and the second highest kills in 6 games as far as top laners go, whereas Seraph has the second lowest KDA and the second most deaths on a pretty successful team. So honestly, if Seraph can stay equal against Zion Spartan, then I feel like CLG has a great shot at pulling out a win here.
It's actually a mismatch in quite a few lanes. As we talked about recently, you have the double lift and Afro. They're going to be going up against Cutie Pie, Kiwi Kid, and who really puts anybody above double lift and Afro right now on the North American scene?
They're world-class bot lane at this point, and not taking anything away from I'm a Cutie Pie and Kiwi Kid,
right?
But they don't seem to be at the same level as Double Lift and Aframu. I feel like mid lane is one of the most dynamic matchups, even though it's 2 guys that never die.
Yeah.
Shifter's died twice this entire split. He's got 33 kills, 2 deaths, and 30 assists. It's a 31.5 KDA. It's absolutely insane. Whereas he's actually had, so that means he's had 4 games where he hasn't died.
Right.
Link has had 3 games where he hasn't died, and is playing incredibly well since his experience at All-Star, getting so many scrims in against Faker himself.
Yeah.
They're probably not going to kill each other in this lane, let's be completely honest, if they're used to not dying, but they're both probably going to be able to excel if the rest of their team does well, and it's going to be the side lanes and the jungle that actually decide the majority of this match.
And jungle is definitely something we're keeping an eye on as well, seeing that Dexter has been having a little more work to do, and it's been putting some stress on him. Working with Seraph in that top lane, we mentioned the dive onto TSM was a little bit of the miscommunication that we reflected on, or where CLG is coming right now. But looking at what CLG can do with Dexter and Link in the mid lane could really be where they get their foot forward in this one.
Yeah, and it's all about jumping out to an early lead here in the LCS, both in game and in the standings. Dignitas, #1 team right now. If they were to lose this game to CLG, we would have a 3-way tie at the top of the standings between LMQ, Dignitas, and Counterlogic Gaming. Who would have guessed that after the first game of Week 3, TSM and Cloud9 wouldn't be in the top 3?
Yeah, I don't think anybody, especially with how the Titans ended their split as well, both teams. Let's see what they can do. We have Bans, Yasuo, Thresh, Jax, and Lee. Pretty even ones coming out across the board.
Yeah, I mean, especially against Dignitas, you're going to want to ban that Jax away straight off the bat because Zion Spartan would be able to take over the game against Seraph. One really interesting thing about the top lane matchups is even though we're kind of talking about Zion Spartan versus Seraph, so much of the top lane since we started with the turret changes and all the 2v0s we've been seeing is about how the team decides to give their top laner farm. Average CS at 10 for top laners is 50. Last split it was 65. They're really at the mercy of their team, so it's more about Dignitas enabling Zion to do well.
And a let through Kassadin here. I heard a lot of junglers in solo queues say, this is sometimes, I'll do this just to focus him down, but I don't know if you'll be able to catch Shifter. We'll have to see what they decide to do here.
Well, right now, especially with the Ziggs ban, that kind of tells me CLG is going for a fast push. They're going to want to be shoving in lanes as quickly as possible and maybe getting back to that turret game. Maybe they'll wait until 7 or 8 minutes to do it, but even then, Kassadin's wave clear is incredibly lackluster. And the polar opposite of that would be Ziggs. If you're going to run a fast push composition, you have to ban Ziggs, which is what CLG has done.
Seraph safe play for the Shyvana double lift. Gets himself Lucian so he can bully out in lane. Aphromoo leaving it up. We've seen so many supports come from him lately. They don't even need to worry about grabbing it. Let's see what Crumbs and Shifter have to grab here. That Kassadin pickup going to give Shifter a lot of movement around the map. Really help create chaos for CLG.
Yeah, you definitely feel like Elise would be a pickup here for Crumbs or Lee Sin. Those are the two junglers he has mastered, probably the two best junglers in competitive League of Legends right now. Dexter will probably take whatever is not up, but Dignitas at least gets the cream of the crop here. Crumbs has played Elise in so many games, as has Dexter.
Dexter's try 5 out of 6 for Dexter.
Yeah, 4 out of 6 for Crumbs as well.
Yep.
But they are taking their time. That Kassadin pick, I don't necessarily think they expected it to go through. So when they did that, they kind of had to...
You almost, put yourself in a pinch.
Restart their strategy here and make sure they have enough damage overall with the Twitch pick.
Interesting. Well, Cutie Pie does get a champion in where he said in the intro video, I just want to crush faces harder. You can do that with a Twitch. So it looks like he'll be happy coming into this matchup. See if Kiwi Kid can keep himself in range this game. He's doing some crazy stuff.
Kiwi Kid is a rather crazy support. It's a crazy matchup in the sense, we'll get to that Kha'Zix pick in a second, because Kiwi Kid will oftentimes go and make a big play, but he'll oftentimes go and make a mistake, whereas Aphromoo has just been making a bunch of big plays without making mistakes, somehow.
Yeah, somehow. We heard in the all chat Dexter just saying, Aphromoo, the god, how do you do it all the time?
Who's your favorite support?
Who's your favorite support?
Slow on that answer. The Kha'Zix pick as well was actually very quick by CLG. I wonder how they're going to be using that. This is kind of the last week of this Kha'Zix. He received significant changes in the most recent patch that hit live. But we are on the 4.8 patch for the NALCS this week. Obviously, not enough time has passed for it to be used.
Almost the Poppy. You played Poppy support the other day. How'd that go for you?
It started well. But I feel like that's because not many people understood the wall stun mechanic. That's not happening in this Dignitas game.
See what we get. Oh, the Kale pick actually banned out last game. Saw Ackerman using it before. I'll go back to Shifter in the mid lane, and the Nami gets some playtime too. She's been seeing herself on that ban list.
Yeah, a lot of attempt of counter initiation right here. Kha'Zix and Shyvana cannot jump over the tidal wave. If it hits them while the tidal wave is rolling, it will interrupt their movement abilities. So that is potentially a counter dive right there. And also a Kale top lane. We saw a very similar thing between Ackerman and Dyrus, where the Kayle, if he gets a little bit of scaling, can completely shut down that top laner. Very interesting picks there from Dignitas.
That would be a great grab on the fish. Just do it.
Yeah, Nami, a fish, versus another fish.
Do his playful trickster over the wave and get himself into that engage. See what happens. Not going to lock it in. They're disgusting.
At this point, you could still pivot a little bit and have Dexter pick a jungler and have the Kha'Zix go into the mid lane, because Kha'Zix is actually pretty good at laning against Kassadin.
Ooh.
But they're going for the poke.
Super safety in the mid lane here, so it looks like Crumbs won't be getting any kills there. Looking to focus other lanes, or at least put some pressure on. Definitely going to be an interesting beginning matchup. Looks like CLG decides to go for a bit of a poke game as well, with the ban of Ziggs, with the ban of everything else.
I'm a little surprised at the end of the day when they had such strong laning potential with the Lucian right off the bat, and knowing the Kassadin was on the other side. Kassadin isn't as early of a weak laner as he once was since the change. He's actually very good in a lot of 1v1 matchups, but still the wave clear wasn't necessarily there from Dignitas, and CLG didn't match with much wave clear of their own. They're instead just going for potentially some nice poke out and trying to stop Dignitas from being able to dive on top of them.
Well, a lot of maybes and ifs. We'll see if they play out. The game's about to go live, so let's see where the votes stand over at LOLesports.com. You guys are tipping at 61% in favor of Dignitas.
Yeah.
Well, they've been getting some big fans coming up here in this split.
Yeah, same with LMQ. You can update your vote over on Twitter as well if you send the hashtag DIGWin or CLGWin to @LOL Esports Twitter account, and we'll be checking back to see how that vote shifts throughout the game. Contrary to popular belief, just saying DIG or CLG win in the Twitch chat does not actually register your vote, as much as people like to try, but it doesn't work.
Just get spammed out right now, and then a can of salt next to it. Seeing the last two games come in, blue team, topside, lost due to Dragon Control. EG, however, did it, and they were actually able to come back.
Yeah, well, one interesting thing that happened in the LMQ versus TSM game is even though TSM had the blue side, they weren't the team that had their AD carry on the bottom side, because they were most likely trying to avoid the Shyvana versus Kayle lane matchup. And I wonder if CLG is going to have to pull a similar thing, but with the roles being reversed, and whether that gives Dignitas Dragon Control.
Very good play coming in for both teams. And I'll say that out of picks and bans, because a lot of teams fell behind today in picks and bans, and their opposition even said that, confirming it.
Well, one thing about CLG's composition is they are incredibly low on crowd control, which gives a lot of the ability to pick fights to Dignitas. Almost all the initiation pressure is on to Aphromoo and landing Dark Bindings, and even then, a Dark Binding could just be a bait to initiate, because as soon as CLG flips the switch to go in, they could get countered by a Tidal Wave. But another clutch bind from Aphro.
Oh, the spear! He's not going to make it out alive. Wait, the potion? Oh, he lives! He lives! Oh, I've never seen someone chug a potion so good.
Oh, man. A lot of nice skill shots landed by CLG right there. They burned the Ignite on Aphro for the flash on Crumbs. Amazing that he did not die right there. That's all of the little rune and mastery tweaks trying to give himself that early game.
50-50. Dignitas wins. CLG. Oh, it changed. Thanks, guys. 1 minute on the clock, and we already got some action. Every game today has been drawing blood very early. Not for the death there, but Crumbs is definitely going to have to bandage that one up after using his flash early in the game.
Got a few broken legs.
Yeah. Break the wrist and walk away.
Yeah. It's crazy that Dignitas got caught out early, too, because Crumbs often starts an early ward on Elise as well. Just in order to do that. But this game, he started 5 health potions instead. Now he's on 4, which isn't terrible for Elise because she has really good sustain in the jungle anyway. And because the initiation was so early, other than the flash, there's nothing lost by Dignitas. It's all about their next move and how they play this jungle. It looks like they're just going to do the vertical swap of jungle buffs, both going top to bottom.
Making their way to safety. Good wards coming in from CLG. Allows them to see back towards the end line of top side, so they know what they're fighting against. Sion and Spartan and Crumbs, the buddy system. As we start off the matchup, really keeping an eye here, as we said, towards that top lane.
And the lanes are shaping up the way we thought they would. It's going to be the Nami and the Twitch in the bottom lane, and a very early Dragon for Dignitas if they so choose. It will be very interesting to see if CLG can predict this Dragon going through, because if you know a team's going to try a Dragon at 3 minutes and 30 seconds, you send 1 or 2 people down there and they're instantly vulnerable for a counterattack because they're burning all their spells and cooldowns on killing the dragon itself. It seems to be a fairly predictable strategy at this point. I wonder if COD is going to try and counter.
Yeah, nobody has tried to move on it just yet. Falling behind on that would be quite hurtful. The Q's coming out from Shifter with that shield on. You can see how the trades are going back and forth with Link before he actually does have his heal, so he's staying safe.
COG doing a bit of an interesting drop there. They did throw a ward over the wall, but they were hoping to actually see Zion Spartan up there and get an early gank in. They wasted a few seconds, not too much skin off their back though. They're still going to do the double jump.
Still trying. Keep it in mind. They can get a few kills here and there. I like that ward as well. But there it is, down towards the dragon. Dignitas going hard on this. Slowly. Doesn't look like Shifter's actually trying to put any harass on it, or sorry, Link onto Shifter as he farms under the turret here. Playing it real easy. Giving
There's the 3 minute 30-second dragon as well. Yep. COD spends so much time over on the other side of Dignitas' jungle that it's just a free take for them. And while they do miss out on a few minions here and there, the dragon is more worth it, especially because they know the exact timer on that. COG very early on in the game put 2 wards right near the Dignitas mid lane, but it didn't really accomplish anything because Shifter's just been at that turret the entire time.
Good play so far from Dig to give themselves a 400 gold lead, exactly where they like to be in the early part of the game. In the lead with knowledge of further dragons. 4 minutes on the clock as it looks like Dexter and Seraph still hovering what would be, as Kobe says, their part of the jungle with the 2v0s. They have to go for the top side and the top side of their own.
Yeah, and you could actually see COG is very methodical about the way they're doing this. They cleared out the entire jungle last time, not to counter jungle, because they kind of knew that they would be back. At that sense, COG was just saying, yeah, the dragon is going to go away, but it's worth such a minimal amount of gold early on in the game when compared to what it is worth late game, that they think taking the jungle caps will keep them close enough.
Could have a good counter here. Everybody setting up in the mid lane. It's like they're on the same stopwatch. Shifter is going to get some help from the right side as he hooks right on this one, curbing that. And it looks like Link is going to be the one on the run now. Better get to see some flashes on this. And a just-in-time flash over the wall from Link.
Yeah, the roaming is in full force right now. Something about these 2v0s is at any given moment, there are 3 roamers that could appear in the mid lane. And in this game in particular, you know, there they were. It does end up burning the flash away from Link. And as we said, that mid lane is most likely going to be the 2 guys farming pretty well and not killing each other. Kassadin also pretty strong early in the game. 32 CS to 29 right off the bat. Right. Pretty close matchup.
Pretty close indeed. Let's see what Dignitas can continue to do after that dragon grab. Solo lanes.
Pause screen as well.
Pause screens indeed. You check it out. 32 to 34. I was just about to talk about what have now become the side solo lanes. The AD carries must love this when the supports go off, do their ganking, that solo experience, especially Doublelift now in his own environment where he can farm his face off. They gotta love the early game now.
Yeah, Kiwi Kid had a malfunction with key bindings that is just getting fixed right now. We'll see.
Zigged when he should have zagged.
Yeah, zigzag. At this point, looking good with the bowl cut.
Yeah. Self-inflicted.
Yes.
Actually. He said he was tilting too much on stream. And if he did again, he gets a bowl cut.
Well.
There it
Things
is.
you do while streaming, unfortunately. Not much has happened early on in the game. These guys are really just trading. The gold lead is basically just that dragon being taken. And the lane matches were basically decided, I feel like, from the pick and ban phase, with the Kale pick to decide where lanes would go.
We got an upgraded cloth, too. Instead of Sylvester, it's now Kaz for Crumbs. Maybe that's what it's been.
Oh, I was lost for a second. For those of you who don't know, Crumbs always plays with a cloth on top of his mouse. He says it's because his palms get very sweaty during the game. It would give him degraded performance, so the cloth just obviously keeps his hand dry, and he still clicks the mouse underneath it. The only pro player who does that.
Yep. Stanley used to use little wipes under his wrist. I remember that at Worlds. He would do that. But yeah, Crumbs is the only one. It looks like it would be tough, right? They're like, that has to get under your mouse.
It takes years of practice, I'd imagine. Also, a lot of these pro players play with incredibly high mouse sensitivity. So they can go basically across their entire screen with just like a little flick here and there. Sneaky in particular, you only see his hand moving about this much.
That's interesting.
While he's playing, and he's just flying all over the place. It's precision. these guys have. Got a high
interesting.
DPI setting on your mouse.
A lot of Gambit likes to play in 800 by 600, so you actually bounce the screen quicker. Well, you don't get any more vision, but you can move around faster.
Another thing about playing in windowed mode is it makes that no matter what monitor you play on, you always have the exact same size screen.
Right. Absolutely. You got to keep things correct. When you're not sitting at your computer at home with your feet up, it's a lot different. 5.5 minutes here in the clock. 600 gold is what Dig has been able to muster up so far. And Crumbs back to his ways of warding pink and green immediately out the gate.
Yeah, so pause done, obviously, and it's the wards that we talked about. Scar is saying maybe they're doing a little too much of it, but you'd rather be on that side of the coin. Seeing things as opposed to not seeing things is always beneficial.
I'll say that's true.
Yeah.
Slowly pushing up on a double lift here. He's got to keep himself safe. Not too safe as Aphromoo is just on his heels, ready to give a little bit more protection. You can see him either putting on the Ardent Blaze and saying, get away from me.
All right, so at this point, the lanes are starting to equalize a little bit as well.
I like it.
You're seeing the supports in the same lane. However, I'mACutiePie has stayed bottom against potentially Seraph, so they're still technically avoiding the Kayle versus Shyvana matchup, because if that ever hits and Kayle is ahead of Seraph in CS, there is not going to be any coming back. Much like we saw in the LMQ TSM game, Ackerman got about 100 CS ahead of Dyrus by the end of the game. It's a very dangerous thing for COG based on the team compositions.
I'mACutiePie trying to zone out Seraph on experience here. He's already leveled down, applying those stacks of Venom so he can get a little bit more damage if necessary. Looks like he's doing himself pretty good justice in this lane. CutiePie, like I said in the intro, wants to be crushing more. Last split, CutiePie kind of said that, you know, they just told me to view everything as turrets because I like taking down turrets. And he actually started playing very well. It's just that mindset you got to keep yourself in. And a big word that Dig has been using is complacent. They don't want to get complacent. And sometimes we see that when they do really well week to week.
Yep. That's basically what happened to them at the end of Super Week. They got complacent against Cursed, and that's their only loss in the LCS thus far. One thing that is about to happen in this game, I feel like, the 7 minutes is when the damage reduction on turrets wears off. That's almost when teams immediately go for them. COG is pushing the top lane very hard right now, whereas instead of doing that, Dignitas has made a choice to counter the blue buff right off the bat, and they end up getting it at the cost of a turret, though.
A little more experience to go to the wayside as Aphromoo and Double Lift to take this. Actually, Zion Spartans up here, so they're going to wait even a little bit longer, but here come the rest of CLG and what could be Zion Spartans. Bad decision.
Yeah, Zion is level 3 right now.
Yeah.
And it is incredibly important that he find a way to get farm, or that Dignitas protects him in a way to get farm, because right now COG is doing the better team job of having Seraph succeed. He's level 4 on Shyvana versus level 3 of Zion.
It's difficult. It's almost like Seraph and Zion's job are being done by the AD carries now. He's saying, CutiePie, don't let Seraph farm too much.
Yeah.
I'm going to fall behind up here.
You need a support for the top lane, not just a support for your AD carry.
Shifter with the roam. Looks like the team's got it under control in the bottom lane. Good calls here, not to just lead into that and tunnel with where we want the pressure. He's saving mid from... Oh,
whoa. Shifter jumping over the spear for some nice trade damage. See his Kassadin build as well. He's maxing his Q, which isn't actually what you see all the time. It'll be interesting to see whether Shifter maxes his Force Pulse or his W second, because it definitely goes both ways with this new Kassadin.
Oop, good dodge. Always walking perpendicular to the skill shots. A little swipe in. The shield Shifter is using quite accordingly here in any of the engagements. CutiePie, a little close on that one, but they didn't know he was exactly there. Rat-a-tat-tat has not come out yet. He doesn't have what he wants. He actually turns it on, but then he gets jumped on. First blood coming into Aphromoo, and like we said before, this is going to be a really hard lane. The poison's going to tick, but it's not going to tick enough as he life steals it back up. CLG double lift and Aphromoo.
That fight went COG's ways for a multitude of reasons, items and levels, and now Dexter trying to cascade that advantage.
They will not let it just be that. Going for Crumbs, they do get the smite out. There's the speed up, the ultimate comes out, and he bites down onto Crumbs to get that red buff for himself.
Most expensive red buff of Dignitas' game right there, because Crumbs falls and gives the red buff over. But get back to that bot lane fight.
Yeah.
Double Lift had a BF sword and a Vamp Scepter. I'mACutiePie hadn't shopped yet, and Aphromoo was up, so even if the bubble lands, in their heads, Dignitas says, great, the bubble landed, we can go in on this. COG is not amused. Look how quickly Double Lift bursts down Kiwi Kid to finish him off, and then even with the heals, it shows how powerful that BF sword and Bam Scepter was, especially after the fight was over. And another move in this game.
Seraph getting hit up quite hard. One more attack. Shifter's got this one going in. Zion Spartan still had the intervention. They worked that one perfectly up there, but they're now coming back. They have to do that.
The game really started so quickly once the 8 minutes was up because they played that mini game of doing the 2v0s, and once the laning phase happened and everyone had to swap back, each team caught each other in some transitions right there. So Dignitas got beaten out pretty handily by giving up the 3 kills, but they still do get that one thing back on surprise onto Seraph, the one guy who isn't necessarily been on the same page of CLG this entire split.
We've been seeing Dexter not really focus up there as well. They're saying, do it, not yourself, but make it work without us. 10.5 minutes into the game here. Beautiful positioning by Crumbs after he does get back, stops Link from doing too much pressure in the mid lane. But Link, now with a bit of that roaming, he stayed there. 93 to 82, starts to get a bit of a lead, but he's catching up on Shifter's kill that we just saw.
Well, especially on Kassadin. Shifter is not known as the player to completely outfarm a lane. He's the guy that would be more thought of to take over the game.
Right.
It's crazy how great Shifter's stats are so far from a KDA perspective. We already talked about it. 31.5 KDA coming into this game. Only died twice in 6 games. 1 death in 2 games. So 4 games where he hasn't even been killed. And he's gotten 30 kills, which is the second most in the LCS. Not like he's just sitting back idly.
The difference, Zion Spartan leveling that Q in the top lane. Figured we'd be going for E or something.
He's doing quick trades instead of shoving. Because he's more about denying Seraph farm than he is about really shoving in. Because if he shoves all the way into that lane, he's just more vulnerable to Kazakh's ganks.
Play it accordingly. Rod of Ages being charged up on Shifter already. That's huge for him. So early in the game, that'll be nice and charged up around 20 minutes. See what Link can do. Like we said, these guys don't die. They'll be getting kills, but neither of them have even really come close to dying yet. Just playing it safe. Eyes on the bottom lane from Dexter here. Doesn't look like they'll really be able to go on anything. Dexter is really hesitating here, so they may actually try to get something out of it.
Yeah, it really feels like I'mACutiePie is just trying to survive until the late game. KiwiKid is substantially starved on experience.
Ruh-roh.
They didn't have the collapsing potential right there. It was actually a really good timing for Dignitas to grab that, but it does mean the turret is basically unsafe.
Oh, pushed it right. Oh, the flash
Perfect shot
from Afromu closes the gap for any chance of missing by flashing directly on him.
Afromu has been so consistent throughout this entire split. When he burns his flash, he's going to make it count. Even at the very start of the game, he just landed that binding on Crumbs. Another one there to secure a kill on Kiwi. He's punishing KiwiKid right now. Level 5 support versus level 7, and he's feeding his AD carry double lift.
Zion Spartan also with Crumbs looking to take down Seraph again in the top lane. He sniffs that one out. He says it's a little too quiet around the rest of the map. Goes ahead and backs off for himself. Great engages all over. Great returns as well, but CLG still coming out on top, even though turrets are dropping across the map.
Yeah, but just the trade in the bottom lane is what's deciding this game for the most part. We knew our featured matchup was Seraph versus Zion Spartan, and the way the teams are going to protect those two. Dignitas has put a few resources in with the casting gank in the top lane to getting Zion Spartan ahead of Seraph. However, the bottom lane, the other side lane, has completely been dominated by CLG. Double Lift and Afromu converting on multiple kill opportunities, and it's going to be an incredibly scary Lucian as these team fights approach.
Really good fight opportunities as well, coming out summoner spells on top so they can just do it again and continue to punish their lane. We've been talking a little bit about wards across all the games today, and you look at the bottom half of the jungle, CLG can push through here, pretty much do whatever they want. They could pinch down on QtPie and KiwiKid if they wanted to after the turret.
The area of control is very pronounced for CLG, whereas Seraph is still on his own.
He is on his own, he is running scared. He tries to flash over the wall. Too much crowd control coming from that situation. Actually, almost gets a kill for himself.
There's a lot of minions there, actually, that had to be intervention for. But that's Seraph giving up a death, and the other 4 people of CLG trying to capitalize on that. I do feel like this is the part of the game where Shifter's going to have to roam and try and make a lot happen. He's not the guy to dominate the lane, but he is the guy to take over the game, and Link's going to have to try and stop him by catching him with spears every time he tries to roam.
McCulling is going to try to walk this one out. Too many minions. Good slalom there by QtPie to keep himself alive. But you can see the damage, the pressure that Double Lift is putting out right here. Going for a phage second to keep himself safe with HP for a few shots that he will always be taking since he loves to get so close. Wow.
Yeah.
CLG.
Everyone on
control.
Dignitas is just back in their base.
Yep.
You know, especially with that Ziggs bend, they were making sure that Dignitas couldn't shove out their lane. CLG didn't go with an incredibly fast push composition, but once they get a little bit of control, they want to make sure it takes Dignitas a long time to clear their waves, so that CLG has a lot of time to rotate between lanes.
Picks and ban phase have been going very well for teams across the board today. We see that instantly in these games when they want to take control. Got items coming out, so we got single items, both sides of the mid, both sides of the top. Actually, Cutlass isn't finished, so Stinger to Cutlass. The fight at a Dragon will be quite good, so we got 45 seconds on that. Area of effect here coming in a bit for Dignitas. Could help this fight. Like you said, that Nami ultimate could play a big role.
It really could, but looking at the general strength of Doublelift right now, 6,200 gold, sitting on 800. Not with his Phage fully completed, that could be a pretty big thing, but especially with the Nidalee poke, if Dignitas could group up early for a Dragon, they might be able to equalize this gold a little bit. It's going to be incredibly key about vision control in that area. CLG had actually been winning the vision war previously when they had the jungle covered, but they have to kind of reestablish that in the 10 seconds before a Dragon here. It's a big battle. Someone is actually kind of bound to get caught before they get vision control, and that might be what decides this fight.
Dexter's got the speed up. They won't be able to follow with the amount of disengage Kiwi Kid has, though. Good call, but they're getting positioning.
That's pretty huge, having the Kha'Zix ultimate burned right after that initiation. It means he cannot be tanky at all because he's sitting on 3 longswords and a Spirited Lizard Elder. He could get popped very quickly by anything from Dignitas. But they're starting the Dragon nonetheless. Dignitas doesn't have the appropriate vision control to be able to stop this.
CLG putting themselves out on a tightrope here, and it looks like Dignitas is bringing a pair of scissors to the fight. They're going to be going for Dragon now. Actually, Ratacat immediately comes in. Seraph dives into the fight without closure from his team to be there. He goes down instantly.
He didn't hit a single person with that Shyvana ult, but Zion gets caught.
Oh, the intervention comes in, drawing out Doublelift's culling. Looks like they're still going. Dexter, like we said, ultimate is down. The repel for the hop. Both junglers get out of that one.
Doublelift always so strong.
Doublelift to flash Ardent Blaze into the light shot, and it looks like he goes down as well. CLG is digging themselves a grave in this fight.
And the speed of Dignitas, that's 3 for 0 so far, Riv.
Cannot, and they're still going to push forward. A flash from Dexter when he thought Shifter was going to keep going. They are running scared on this fight, and they tried to put themselves back into it every time.
What a push and pull fight that was. It was all about who could land the skill shots when, and the bubbles reigned supreme that time from Kiwi Kid. Suspect early game, but a big performance in that team fight. Unbelievable.
Let's see what happens one more time on that.
Yeah, it seemed like when the tidal wave was down, it was fine. But Seraph makes a field goal. He goes through all of Dignitas with that ultimate, and CLG had no follow-up. Then the binding made Dignitas think he could go in. The intervention stopped it, and then the chase continued. And this was really just Doublelift feeling stronger than he really was and not respecting the CC potential of Dignitas. Dash flashes in. Unbelievable aggression that time. Right into a stun in the bubble. Dead. At that point, CLG's damage potential is gone, and they ended up getting chased down by Dignitas. That fight could have easily went either way.
That's a pretty crazy move by Doublelift there. He didn't allow any auto attacks to happen between his 3 abilities. He was going so hard that kind of messed up that combination. 1,000 gold.
Big time tunnel vision.
Yeah, CLG for 1,000 here. They're looking to push that 1,000, make it a little bit more. Looks like they had a bit of room to make a mistake there, but they actually don't drop the turret. So they are kind of gasping for air here.
A little bit surprising that even after that disaster team fight, CLG is still leading at gold. They were doing so well previously in the objective control and the farming that they just had those incremental advantages. And I think he's got to run pretty fast.
There comes it's going to hit Link as well. They stop him down there. Cutie Pie on the other side. He actually grabs the blue buff to himself. They try to give it to Shifter, but it's all right.
The battle to see who can remain deathless in so many games has just been won by Shifter. Yep. 4 and Link cannot go back. He's only been deathless in 3 games. That was a nice collapse there by Dignitas.
Absolutely. We look at a bit of our featured matchup, 97 to 104, but 105 in his participation in the fight. Sion Spartan is going to be coming out on top. We saw what happens when the Shiv falls behind in that matchup.
Yeah, Nashor's Tooth versus 0-3-0. Shyvana, he has been getting a little bit of farm, but that team fight was just so out of sorts. And especially when you're trying to initiate on Shyvana, CLG needs to bring a little bit more follow-up. We talked about their whole team composition having almost no crowd control outside of what Aphromoo is bringing. So yeah, those ultimates are going to whiff from time to time because no one is even slowed when he's coming in and trying to chase people down.
And Dignitas, as they do, trying to control as much vision as possible for sweepers.
Cutie Pie wants to open up.
19 minutes into the map. When doesn't Cutie Pie want to open up? But Twitch on the front line. We've seen that catch many a player and put him in a bad situation. His blue buff, make him feel safe though. He can run around and throw out slow cast all day. A bit of a change. CLG is wavering, but they still have the win here. We see Dignitas charging up all across the map, and their vote may charge up as well here in the next few minutes.
This is actually somewhat reminiscent of Dignitas' last game of last week against TSM, where TSM brought very poor initiation onto their team comp with the Volibear jungle.
Right.
At this point, it's Aphromoo who's the one who has to bring the initiations, and Dignitas has brought an incredibly mobile composition outside of the Twitch. Elise, Casting, Kale, Nami, all these guys get move speed. So Dignitas can be very patient in picking their fights, and it makes it very difficult for COG to make something positive happen.
Great dodge on the spear. I think that was like the millisecond. You could have dropped or repelled out of that one. Shift or Link doing what he can. Throwing, you see it throwing spot on spears, but Dignitas has the right shoes on to get these dodges out. The Ward Wars coming into play now. These guys really need to get some kills under their belt, or at least some map pressure, because CLG is on the back foot.
Yeah. In the meanwhile, CLG is trying to create split push opportunities, so they don't have ways of directly initiating onto Dignitas, but there were still other ways in League of Legends to find fights, things that CSM didn't necessarily do against Dignitas in their last matchup. COG can force around objectives well if they can land spear shots and kind of poke and prod at Dignitas until they're ready to go in. They can split push, and mainly Baron will be a big calling card later in the game if they can get vision control. Because if you force people to defend their turrets, or you force people to come to objectives, you are still controlling them in some way, even if it's not through spells that slow or stun.
And as long as Dignitas keeps 3 pink wards and some still in their inventory on the map, they control that even much more. Still down in gold, but they are ready to push into the front door of CLG here. Looking at second tier turrets in every lane on both sides, but Dig is looking across the mid half of the map here and put the pressure on. There's a ping over towards Baron from Dignitas.
Yeah, they have double pings.
Yeah, they have ward clear there, so maybe they're just saying, let's actually try to force this from a brush.
And they find one man, but they don't get too much damage on him.
Cutie Pie definitely has a different play style.
Yeah, he'll open up. This is, especially since Doublelift is trying to do the split push down the bottom lane, they want to pull him up as quickly as possible. And maybe even start the Baron, because they know COG doesn't have vision control, and they know they're going to be a little bit squeamish about going in here, since they have no initiation potential or control over the Kassadin.
Gotta watch out how this goes. Running up the river, you're gonna catch a tidal wave right in the face. Turret goes down in the mid lane. CLG is gonna be forced to walk, or Dignitas rather, gonna be forced to walk this one in. A great spear onto Shifter, and they say, no, we actually need to back. They're gonna lose the inhibitor turret on this.
I mean, how long is COG gonna stay here? It's actually a great rotational move there. COG pushing mid to give up the Baron. They just won't be able to fight for 4 to 5 minutes afterwards. Maybe they will.
Oh, Invis to Invis. Crumbs comes out. He gets the intervention on. Tidal Wave passes right by as Seraph gets himself out with a bit of a heal. Rather Flash as well. And it looks like this could spell bad for Counter Logic Gaming. They did get that inhibitor down, but Dignitas can come out big on this to push even more.
Wow, they still only suffer 1 casualty, but how many turrets will they directly trade back? They finished the inhibitor and got a couple turrets from that. Now it's about how well can Link poke while Dignitas tries to counter push up this mid lane as 5.
Doesn't have too much mana under his belt. Hopefully a good Dark Binding will catch somebody that gets on those turret pressure, but looks like they back off. Wards on wards gives Dignitas safety in the mid lane. There's the Dark Binding, but it's not going to do much. This turret is falling quite slow, actually, for the amount of damage they're taking. Zion Spartan with intervention down for about another 30 seconds. And CLG now on the aggression from their side, out of base after going down.
Yeah, but with no crowd control, COG can't actually capitalize fully off this. Doublelift wants to, but the flash dash didn't work out too well last time. This time he's got no flash up. Still, when we look at this thing as a whole picture, COG won that trade. They completely won that trade. As long as Dignitas doesn't get anything with that Baron buff, considering they get the Dragon, the extra amount of turrets. Look at this gold lead. It actually just increased for COG by giving up that Baron to Dignitas.
Gotta try to play it smart. You see the gold on the board right now. Doublelift up 1.6 thousand just on the 80 carries here. A little bit as well. Just about 1,000 gold in all if you look from left to right for each of those lanes, except for Zion Spartan. He has been able to not take down, but really stop Seraph from doing anything big in this game.
This is not a team composition where Seraph can easily succeed. Is definitely one thing. So it's twofold the reason he's struggling in this one. Dignitas trying to use that Baron buff to power through the mid lane, whereas because they know COG can't catch them off guard if they're staying as 5.
Slow moving around the map. Dignitas.
Oh no, double
God.
lift. What are you doing?
Goes into the atmosphere farming. Uh-oh! PewDiePie getting hit up quite hard, but that's why you have a Kale. Throwing out the intervention. They need to get away from this turret. They're going to go ahead and repel. Somebody else is going to take that damage, and only Link is there to help chuck out spears. CLG hasn't even got, like you said, an objective game where they can poke with these spears. They've been back and back to their base.
And old habits die hard for CLG right there. Double lift. It was mainly because they had no vision control in the jungle side there that he was trying to farm out at that turret, but especially against a 5-man roaming squad that has Baron. Come on, Double, you can't be farming out there. It was an easy kill for Dignitas. Almost ended up in disaster because Dexter barely got away.
Things just aren't clicking for CLG right now. They aren't putting too much on the table as well that they're trying to move into. Everything is really dig activated right now, and CLG kind of working towards whatever that is, trying to match that. We have 26 minutes just hitting on the clock, and the gold lead is almost nothing right now. Somehow, 500 gold between these two teams. 5 turrets, 8-4. CLG back on Dig's side of the map.
And I honestly don't feel like CLG has very long before they lose this game, considering the only thing they would have to catch Shifter is a Dark Binding. When he hits level 16, the Riftwalk cooldown goes down to 3 seconds base before cooldown reduction is even taken into account. He will be a completely unstoppable force on Kassadin if CLG doesn't get a big lead within the next 2 levels of Shifter. It seems almost impossible at this point, or they just have to play amazingly after it happens. I just don't feel like they have the tools to.
They're playing a little scared. All the Dark Bindings to just check the brush. Thinking they're getting big damage. They hit the Spider, saving out Crumbs actually. As they just kind of pepper each other back and forth here with a little bit of damage. CLG is really not going to get much out of this, and it's the time they have to hit it. Baron down. Map is pretty much objective free, so you can toy around here in the bottom lane without worrying too much.
Yeah, remarkably, CLG still has the gold lead.
Yep.
But how much does that really mean against the Kale and Kassadin plus Twitch? The combination of those 3 is just so potent come late game. Maybe Link can carry it with spears. That was a really nice one.
Getting pretty close to hitting. We're gonna actually have Zion Spartan head out to the mid lane here and start crushing down. That's quite a big wave. He deters from that, and he starts to come back down to the bottom lane, but he's going to be coming through wards. CLG has the right timing, the right hits. They're going to be able to get the pressure on, and this disperse here from Dignitas gave CLG this turret.
They're trying to pull up this siege right now, and it's actually working pretty well. They're all thinking of backing here. Nice shot by
a little trickery, making it safe. They used about 3 sweepers on that one and then figured, well, Venom Cast, that's fine. 28 minutes here. CLG is kind of forced to stay in the bottom lane after this one, and Zion Spartan still has to push in the mid lane.
Yeah, this could be a base race in the making. There's a Zion Spartan trying to shove both lanes, and CLG continues to push on mid. Dangerous grounds here, though.
That middle inhibitor is up, so they kind of have something to fight around if they don't want the danger of a turret. Zion Spartan says, okay, I'm back to pushing mid, guy. He has everything on his list right now, and it changes in a matter of seconds being the mid push. Looks like they'll finally get the back.
What is COD's game plan here? Because Zion Spartan is getting that mid inhibitor very quickly. They try and get the initiation. That's all they had.
Wow.
They can't initiate anymore because the flash binding missed.
Dignitas feeling a little bit better about this. Kiwi Kid with the Tidal Wave ultimate up. It looks like he's going to throw it right down. The turret still goes down. PewDiePie on the outside. No rat-a-tat-tat to activate. Zion, he's wavering a little bit on this turret. Not doing damage to it now.
He does have teleport on Kale if they wanted to turn something, because their inhibitor is getting hit on right now, and he's not killing it that fast with Kale. He doesn't have too much attack speed at this point.
He has nothing under his belt to get that down any faster. And it looks like the inhibitor down to 50% health. PewDiePie, they are taking spears. This is the game CLG needed to be playing with Link on the back line just huffing spears in.
No blue buff for Link, though. His mana is running low. He also doesn't have the cooldown reduction on his heal. They may have just gotten that without giving up anything. This extended siege by CLG, considering Zion Spartan wasn't there at all, he got nothing done in the mid lane, and CLG gets all the advantage off this one as long as they don't get caught coming back. Or will they go back? How long do they want to just keep faking this back?
It's a fake back. Well, they do have Baron in 8 seconds here. No, they will not decide to fully go him. They get Crumbs. The only crowd control is used perfectly on that. Cutie Pie down to 25% HP. That's going to be Dexter. That's going to be Doublelift, and the rest of the team running hip to hip into the base. The inhibitor goes down. Like I said, they have the mid one to go for now without the turret to fight. CLG making some late game map moves.
Riv, I have to say, the play is absolutely incredible by CLG right now. They only have a Dark Binding to play with, and they're making it work. Another one on his eye.
Oh
and
my
Goodie's
gosh.
low.
That's what Doublelift needs to do. Getting the auto attacks out in between and threading them on the cast abilities. Still going for the inhibitor. They take a second one down. This means more minions to pour in the base. CLG is setting themselves up for this victory after what seemed to be everything falling. Zion Spartan gets Dark Binding again to himself. One last hit, and he does take down Aphromoo, but that will be the least of their worries if the team can make it.
CLG overstayed their welcome. Look at what's up right now. Yes, they got the 2 inhibitors, but the Baron is up right now. And they're still going back for the base. They are completely trying to trap Dignitas. This is ridiculous what CLG is doing. They are only playing the map right now, and it's working.
Such great play in the last 5 minutes from Counter Logic Gaming, and what seemed like they were completely overstaying their welcome over and over again. Keep the stranglehold on, put themselves into a 2,000 gold lead, but this is Dig now going for Baron. We'll see if they can make it out with members alive. CLG won't be there to contest.
What a crazy, crazy game. It's almost indescribable in the sense that CLG, they do have disengage individually on every person. Like, they can all run away. Their initiation is just so bad that they're only killing turrets is how they've been working. They've gotten caught out. The fact that the Kassadin and Kayle hasn't been able to chase them down is a testament to how well CLG is disengaging. And that entire 5 to 6 minute reel of them pushing bottom is just kind of textbook on how you play in a team that has limited CC potential.
Right.
They used all of their poke. They controlled vision with the 3 sweepers remarkably well. And despite Dignitas being a team that buys so many wards, they still were not able to keep tabs on what CLG was accomplishing. And even with Dignitas having Baron, it's only to prolong the game. When they're down 2 inhibitors, they can't do anything with that Baron. Yep. They need to wait for those inhibitors to come back up, and then we'll actually get to see the same story once again.
See if Zion Spartan can repeat if he gets that chance. He did finish a Rabadons, and he also bought a recurve bow to kind of right that not having his attack speed when he needed it. Cutie Pie waiting for this. Actually, he's not even going to wait. That's a big wave that's not even pushing against them. So Dignitas is kind of out of resources unless they just want their jungle camps.
Yeah, and Shifter has hit level 16. That was the important part we talked about when we said CLG has to make something happen right now. You know, right before CLG made something happen.
Right.
But Shifter does have level 16 now. It's a 2.63 second cooldown on Rift Walk. CLG won't be able to run away from that.
Nope. Oh, the turret's going down so quick now. You get Doublelift.
Even though Dignitas has Baron, the 2 inhibitors down means they need at least one pretty much full-time defender against these things. If CLG can either open up this inhibitor or get inhibitor number 3, they feel like they secure the game. At this point, the way Dignitas wins is they have to basically ace CLG before making their push, which they're going to try for right here with that tidal wave.
That's a tidal wave. Doublelift very nicely waiting for the pop-up and then using his dash to get out of that. Relentless pursuit.
And immediately Dignitas has to peel back for the super minions on their Nexus turret.
Wow,
they might not even be able to clean that fast enough as Zion Spartan's trying to get it as their turret goes down faster and faster.
Nope.
If Zion leaves right there, they're going to lose their Nexus turret.
What?
They have to defend the 3rd inhibitor more so than the first Nexus turret. They feel like they're still going to have a second one left.
I don't know about that. They spawn every 30 seconds, so you just got a new minion wave, but Dig's still going to be forced to run back. Now fighting even closer to that turret, giving CLG the room to get into the base now. Kiwi Kid on the front line trying to throw out a bit of damage if he can. The calling's not going to help too much. Maybe Crumb sees that as a way to get in, but nobody else can follow that space. Whoa, Aphromoo gets hit! Shifter just late as well. Things are not falling into place here for Dig.
It's just a matter of time, it feels like. The inhibitors are respawning right now for Dignitas, though, which is why they wanted to make sure that next inhibitor didn't go down. If CLG gets this one, they only extend the pain, but if Dignitas can stop them, they have a chance yet.
That's a pretty good dive in. A good amount of abilities wasted that CLG uses to disengage are now done. Dig capitalizes on that.
Crazy game to describe here, but at the moment, Dignitas has all 3 inhibitors up, which means that CLG's pressure that was drawing Dignitas away is gone, especially with Dexter down. Dignitas gets to hold all 3 of these, and if they can actually get vision control up outside of their base, then they could control themselves with the extended team fight power they have and still turn this game around. CLG was about an inch away from winning the game there, but Dignitas did hold them off.
Definitely a grit your teeth and go for broke game for both teams here. 3,000 gold in the lead. 1,500 just sitting in the pocket of Aphromoo right now that he's going to go spend to help the team. 1,200 for I'm a Cutie Pie, so more damage to be seen there, but 276 to 328 in the AD carries. Doublelift has definitely made it a thing, so he will be on top of the late game. Gets that farm, and he's getting kills.
Yeah, and CLG is also trying to kind of make the lane matchups irrelevant in this game, because they're only grouping up and playing the Siege game. Seraph is just there as a thing. It doesn't matter. They're not having a situation where Zion Spartan can pull off a split push. If Dignitas could somehow manipulate the map to get a 1v1 with Zion Spartan and anyone, he's strong enough that he'd be able to win.
Yeah.
But with so many exposed inhibitors, Dignitas can't seem to make that happen. Any type of catch and CLG would lose this game at this point, though.
Let's see what they can do. Shifter just getting his Zhonya's back on the clock, so they should be able to make some plays with this. He still hasn't died in the game. Neither is Zion Spartan. Hopefully that's not keeping them from doing anything too crazy. They don't want to give their shutdown gold away, but the plays have to be made. 1 minute on the clock. Dragon's going to be worth a heck of a lot of gold here in the late game. Could definitely be something Dig uses to help themselves.
Yeah.
Maybe get a fight they want.
Yeah, the gold would be nice.
Right.
But I feel like the Dragon is probably the least of their worries. They don't want to get caught looking at an objective again, like Baron or Dragon,
that's true.
because that's what got them in this predicament in the first place. As soon as they went for Baron, they lost basically 2 inhibitors for that one. And at this point, they do have CLG contained. This is about the best situation they could be in, especially with that early harass onto Dexter.
Let's see here. They get a little bit of their composition and items together as they push onto the base.
I actually feel like Dignitas wants to win right here. If they can get any type of good catch, whether it be a Cocoon, they will try and follow it up almost immediately because they have the mini wave behind them, no dead inhibitors, and 5 CLG people trapped in their base. This could actually be a moment where Dignitas turns the game around.
They make one push in. That's a lot of damage going over to Crumbs. Kiwi Kid, the Hurricane, Runon's finished. Stinger as well. Spooky Ghost, go out! I don't know if they're going to be able to get there. No Ghost follow back, so that means they hit their target.
Maybe a turn.
Cutie Pie onto Dexter. That's good damage for 2 shots to come out. Looks like jump over from Dexter keeps him safe. No summoners used there.
This game is incredibly tense right now for both teams because they know the slightest misstep, whether it be a Dark Binding or a Cocoon on the wrong target, would end the game. With how exposed both teams' bases effectively are, obviously 3 inhibitors is more exposed for Dignitas, but the team fight power and the pushing power of the kill Twitch once they kill people is adequate enough to end the game with a 1-team fight. CLG also can't take Dignitas head on, so they're playing with almost no tools.
It's been amazing that Dignitas has made it this far out of their base. Look at it. It's just inhibitors. 1 Nexus turret down. Somehow they are able to be up here. Their map pressure in the early part of the game definitely helped get them to at least a formidable position to fight CLG outside the base here. CLG is going to, like you said, slowly move back up, knowing they don't have the right initiation. Can't even stop down a lonely Nami.
Yeah.
No CC.
I honestly feel like it's a testament to CLG that they've even gotten this far because they just feel so outcomped by Dignitas at this point and outscaled that the only way they win is if they manipulate the map properly and pull off a strategic win. They cannot teamfight in a straight-up 5v5 at all.
A lot of heals coming out too. Zion Spartan, Kiwi Kid, also with the heal. And you're going to have the Cutie Pie Summoner.
CLG's pretty far from home right now. It's not a long enough Dark Binding.
Few shots. Oh, was that a flash in? No, Cutie Pie was just in range to get the Venom cast down. Not too much will follow from that, though. Doublelift throws out the Calling Spears as well.
Yeah, he was trying to burn Banshee's Veils with that so that they could maybe catch someone, and Dignitas keeps trying. Everything's getting blocked or dodged.
Bubble's just missing. Oh, a good dodge even on that. Kiwi Kid super slowed, and he still puts on the blue suede shoes there. Good guy Minion taking out that last one. Cutie Pie, again, still getting that movement. Coming in. Oh, Tidecaller's Blessing almost working out for Cutie Pie to help him. Dark Binding's coming left to right. If Aphromoo can hit this, like we've been saying, he's not the one to make too many mistakes. He has been making plays for CLG, and they need this. He is the one they're looking to hit a binding. Dignitas is trying to put the stranglehold on for the final push.
Maybe they can get something. The Black Shields have been so on point. Anytime someone goes in for a Force Pulse from Kassadin, it is prevented by Aphromoo's Black Shield.
Can't even get plays off with Shifter Zanya. They have to play it safe. Crumb's taking another one. Link spot on with his spears right now coming into this game, and he has blue, so no worry for him to keep throwing those things out. Still pushing up in the lane. Good words from Shifter. Keeps everything in the team in knowledge of what CLG is doing. The same position we just saw both teams in, again, is almost the initiation for the fight. Middle of the map. This is where they're going to find it, possibly.
They're going.
It's going to be Aphromoo bubbled up. They go on to double lift. He gets the shield as Aphromoo hits the ground instantly. Shifter's into Zanya's, but he might be too closed in. Rift walks out of that one. Crumbs goes down. Too many shots to the abdomen. Double lift flashes forward, but can't get the light kill. And it looks like...
But they killed 2 people on Dignitas. They can just rush the base.
Take wrong side of the map as CLG makes their way in. A 40-minute nail-biter between these two teams. And Dignitas in first place, maybe dropping the game to CLG here as they make their way in 2 timers at 35 seconds.
There is 1 Nexus turret remaining, but Shifter is at full health. So is Iron Spark.
This would be huge if Dig can stop it. Shifter goes down. The Zanya's was used. The activate isn't there. Cutie Pie falls to the ground, and CLG picks themselves back up and puts themselves right in the game for the win.
What just happened is a question that many people are going to be asking right here, including Dignitas, because they had so many tools to win this game. The initiation from Kassadin, the low cooldown Rift Walk, the stuns, the tidal waves, all the counter initiations. But CLG just strategically crushed them in this game. They played the turret and inhibitor game. They found the fights they needed. They never got initiated on. And they're tied for first place.
What an amazing day of games. This one also bringing it to 11 on the meter. Great play and a great comeback from their own mistakes for CLG.
Yeah.
A few mishap fights that really put them on their heels. They only lost mid. But they were able to just come back strong.
I mean...
No, they didn't even lose mid. Sorry, they got stopped at the inhibitor turret.
That game kind of defied so many things that a lot of North American League of Legends teams hold dear. Like, the fact that they had a Kayle hit late game, substantially far ahead of the enemy top laner. The Shyvana that was 0-4-0 until the final fight. The Nidalee that didn't get a kill the entire game. The one Dark Binding to rule them all as far as initiations go.
Oh my gosh.
And they landed them when they needed to. They peeled when they needed to. They poked when they needed to, and they won the game.
Aphromoo, kudos to him. Huge play on support throughout the entire summer split, and it's the second time he's been doing this. It didn't work out for them the first time, so they kind of had to do some thinking, went through a few more supports, but back on the team now, it's like he always should have been there.
It's like it's his natural position. The Twin Shadows Morgana.
Oh my God.
He does it on almost every single support he's playing on, but honestly, this was kind of about just the CLG communication and team play. However that is working for them. I know Dexter makes a lot of calls. Link obviously has a lot of experience brought back from All-Star. They are also, when we interviewed Dexter last week, when it looked like they had that slow game against Complexity where like the gold was even for so long and they just kind of won the game. They keep doing this. And it's a different style of gameplay than any other team in North America. It's not going to be flashy for your fantasy team because they get like 5 or 10 kills a game. Maybe if you pick the CLG team because they kill like 11 turrets in every game they win. They just
love everything.
The map. It is just a really hard thing to play against. You could tell that Dignitas was getting extremely frustrated by what Dig was doing there. There was that extended standoff in the mid lane at the end of the game there where Baron and Dragon were up for at least 5 minutes. And Dignitas couldn't go to either one because they knew that as soon as they moved in one direction that CLG was going to punish them. And it's just something that CLG is getting really good at. And it's got to be a terror to play against.
In the bottom lane, when they kept forcing the fight repeatedly, just continuously forcing it, they're like, let's give Link a way to throw spears. Let's do it. And he just kept hitting spears one after the other. And then lo and behold, the one time Aphromoo hits a binding, that's the way into the base. They played it absolutely amazing. And to touch on our top lane featured matchup, that was 260 CS, a 2-1-8 to Zion Spartan. Seraph still didn't have a great game. 174-044. So CLG was even had to get behind him even more.
And to be fair, 38 minutes into that game, he was 0-4-0. He just got those 4 assists in the final team fight when CLG pushed and won the game. Unbelievable game.
Absolutely. Don't forget to head over to Twitter. Send your favorite highlights to @LOL Esports. Use that hashtag LCS Big Plays. Right now, we're going to send things over to Freak and Kobe for more on the nail biter from CLG.
Thank you very much, Riv. Want to welcome once again the wonderful Rush Hour bot lane here. Guys, that was a crazy game. What happened?
What happened?
What happened?
They played League of Legends. Great.
It was a lot of Link.
Let's focus it a little bit more than what happened. Let's start with Champion Select here. You guys gave away Kassadin. Not a lot of teams are confident in giving away Kassadin, especially to guys like Shifter. So that seems like a bait, and you guys are going to run this poke comp into it. What was the plan behind Champion Select here?
Well, I'll start first this time. You always start first.
Thanks, baby.
Well, Link honestly didn't care if Shifter got Kassadin because he's very confident in playing anything against Shifter's Kassadin, and we all felt comfortable as a team letting him do that. So we just let Shifter have Kassadin. And that way we just centered it around a poke comp where you can just try and catch out Kassadin, and then if we do get a kill, then you can just snowball it after that and try to not fight Dignitas straight up, which is what they're really good at. They're really good at team fights, as we saw in the TSM game, stuff like that. Their early game skirmishing is really good as well, but we just wanted to get a poke comp and out-rotate them.
Double lift?
Yeah, I mean, Link is just confident in playing against Kassadin, which not a lot of mids can boast about. So, I mean, if he's confident in the matchup, then I don't care what he's playing against.
So what do you think it is that means like makes all these other teams ban it away? Like why is CLG able to deal with this champion and like this sort of play style when other teams like we'll just ban it and just do something else?
Honestly, Kassadin is a very scary champion to play against, just because he can snowball and roam around the map and pick up free kills here and there, and then you can't really take him after that. But the only reason we can deal with Kassadin is because we have Link on our team. So thank the gods, Link.
It's Link and his spears also. They did a lot of work for you guys towards the mid game, but let's focus on the beginning here. You guys as a duo, we have a replay of your double kill. You guys look good in this clip here. So walk us through this one.
We just got to lane, and I had taken top tower and lane swap, so I have 2,300 gold of items. I have BF and Vamp Scepter walking into lane right here. And I don't know what Cutie-Pie's doing. Like, he should base right now. Like, just because Bind Mist doesn't mean anything. I got Black Shielded late. That's okay, baby. Sometimes you shield late. So I flash right here because I know, like, if I kill him, I'll get Dangerous Game, which is like a little bit of HP, and also he won't be able to buff Cutie Pie up anymore. And then right here, Dangerous Game just saves me. Like, I get the final shot on him, and then I start lifestealing off the wave. Oh man, yeah. God bless.
Single digits life. You're fine with being in single digits, right?
Well, it was like even though we misplayed with the Black Shield and stuff, I still think it's really dumb to fight somebody with so much item advantage up on you. Like, yeah, they have like one level up because I was towning at that time, but I came back with the BF Sword and Vamp Scepter. He should just base.
Yeah.
And
actually, the miss Black Shield baited Kiwi into trying to attack you again.
Exactly.
Right. So it was
calculations, dude.
Actually, yeah. Speaking of single digit life, you know the mid lane like pick that you got at the very beginning with the Dark Binding, 1 HP.
Level 1?
Yeah, I saw. We all saw 1 HP.
Yeah.
After that, I was like, why didn't I flash for it? Support flash is worth.
Yeah, executioners is what supports should be called. Actually, getting all the last hits. Okay, so you guys transition out of the game, and it's all these crazy sort of back and forth fights. Like, you have these crazy trades where you're like taking turrets for Barons. Is that just like, are turrets always more worth it, or is it like this kind of composition where you need base structures?
Versus Dignitas' team comp, we knew we couldn't fight them straight up, so they could just take Baron for free. Plus, we also didn't have vision control in that area because we misplayed the early part of the transition into the mid game. So it was really hard for us to like acquire vision control. So we would just go to the opposite side of the map and get something out of it instead of going to try and fight them.
Great that you bring this up, Afromo, because we have the perfect clip of you guys giving up a Baron to Dignitas where they have complete vision control.
Oh,
so
yeah.
double it. Afro already talked through it. You go ahead.
We're blind right here, and Seraph is super weak, so we know we can't win a 5v5. And we probably know that they're on Baron, but we're going to get something out of it. Like, we're not just going to randomly walk in and one by one file into like a blind area to die. So all of us are just pushing as hard as we can. We think they're on Baron, so like maybe we should ward up or something like that. But the ultimate call, like Afro and Link are just screaming like, take their base, just take their base. And this is like the right move for us because if like our comp, poke comp like ours, we should be taking as many like of their base as possible so that we can force them into like these chokes and corridors like inside their base so we can poke them later. So like this inhib actually is much more worth it for us than Baron for them.
Now, did Link right there make the call for him to try and zone off Dig and so they can't collapse on you?
He was trying to get vision to see if we were getting flanked or not. And in the end, we did get flanked, and I had to blow flash. And like, I think Seraph ended up dying, but it's okay because taking a hit for Baron right here is against their team comp is so worth.
And you actually get a couple of situations where it turned back around a little bit. The inhibs came back up and Dignitas were like grouped up and sieging mid. As it goes later into the game, like how do you play it when like you say we can't team fight them? You've got no pressure almost anywhere on the map, and they're grouped up. How do you play around that?
You land a spear.
You just land
a spear.
It seemed like Link was able to do it on demand this game. So I guess, again, that comes back to you guys thinking a mid laner for these types of victories.
He touched Faker's hand, man.
That's right.
Yeah.
Let him do what he wants.
Oh my gosh. So, Detlef, then what do you do as an AD carry then in this type of composition where you're just like, well, normally like a role of an AD carry is like either kill turrets or like kill champions in a team fight, and you guys can't team fight like at all. Like, what do you even do with yourself as a player?
You flash forward and die.
Yeah, I actually had a really bad game.
I was waiting for when that was going to come back.
I played so bad. Like, yeah, we killed Cutie Pie, and I played like okay in some team fights, but one of them I flashed forward and died. And as an AD carry, that's like the worst thing ever is when you flash forward and die. Like, oh,
it's okay, man. It's okay.
It was sad. But I just want to get as farmed as possible because 6-item AD carry is the most important in like a team comp like this because Nidalee's just going to pick up farm whenever, and her spears are always going to hurt. And like I know Seraph's pretty far behind, so it's up to me to do as much damage as possible. And then after 5th item, IE, it's like the 6th item is actually what seals like AD carries deals. Like you see, oh, he has Infinity Edge as his 5th item, he's so strong. But actually, the 6th item, Banshee's Veil, is what makes AD carries like so OP because then they can't die.
And then during the end of the game, when the towers are pretty much all gone, you guys end up having to do a team fight here, and we can have the basically the last fight of the game. We have a clip if you can pull that up on your screens. This is where you guys are actually forced to do a team fight to end this one out, but you do get to land your poke first.
Yes. So I am the one screaming here. Just walk back and poke. Don't get caught. Twitch stealth. So we need to look out, and all we need to do is just land our binds and spears and just wait for them to land, and then we can pick one off. So just try and not get caught. I have Mikhail's, Twin Shadows, and Frost Fang, or Frost Queen's Flame. And then we land a good spear onto Twitch. He flashes forward, and I don't know what that was, but they all collapse on double lift, but I'm there to back him up with Morgana ulti, and we all collapse right on the same side.
Yeah, my calling resets on Crumbs here, so I get another dash, and then I blow Kale's flash away, and I just see my team is cleaned up after me. So it was just like a perfect team fight from us, and they just like foolishly tried to dive me, but you can't kill Lucian. He's immortal.
Yeah. so Afro, you and Link are the main shot callers there. You've got this incredibly tense game. So what do you sort of look for when you've got the situations, right, where they're kind of collapsing on you? You know they've got this team fight power. You're like, you have no turrets to run to, right? If they catch you, you're going to get caught. How do you determine like the right places to go?
Honestly, it comes down to our very good vision control that Dexter, Link, and I do, so that we're able to make these opportunities. So we know what they're going to do in advance when we're like sitting bottom, and then we're like, okay, we're going to back off. We cleared all their wards. This is what they're going to do. They're going to walk middle or walk into their red jungle near the race area, and then we can just get the inhibitor for free or pick someone like that. So that's what usually we do, and it all comes down to vision control. And yeah.
So you guys... You seemed pretty confident in the way that you guys could deal with this new Dignitas team that's giving a lot of people trouble. And LMQ actually talked about how they have tailored strategies for every LCS team. What is your plan for Dignitas in the future? Are you going to try and repeat and expose this same weakness, or do you guys have multiple things?
In the future, really, it just comes down to playing as a team very well and what Dignitas' strengths are, which is team fighting, stream machine, etc., and then we can just outplay them rotationally or stuff like that, and it doesn't matter. But this game, Dignitas just sacked their bottom lane, bottom half of the map, and they got ran over, and they just tried to shut down Seraph, and it wasn't really Seraph's fault. One of the rooms casted in room top when we were doing Dragon, Link didn't call that, and so that was Link's fault. And then after that, they just tried to get Zion fed, and it's just like Coast's team plan, where they just get Shifter and Zion fed, and their bot lane gets sacked, and that's what happened this game too.
So, actually, a little bit closer in the future, you guys are coming up against Cloud9 next. Do you have a tailored strategy ready for them as well? Because they just dropped another game.
I think we know Cloud9 better than any other team because we scrim them so much, and they're just super good. And we end up learning a lot from them every single time we play. It's really surprising that they lose to like Complexity. I thought it was surprising when they first lost to Dig. I was like, wow, they lost to Dig, and they lost to Complexity, then they lost to EG. I don't know. It seems really strange. They seem to like go to the level of the team that they're playing. When they play us, they play really well. So it's scary. They have like almost no weaknesses as a team except for maybe their mid.
Wow. All right. Well, guys, of course, congratulations on your win. And tomorrow we're going to see you guys face off against Cloud9 and what's sure to be a great match. But we've got more games going on. We're going to take one last break before our final LCS game of the day, which is Complexity versus Team Curse. Then Coast will take to the Rift against Team Green Forest in the North American Challenger Series. Don't go away. There's more league action after this.
CLG and Big Gods.
CLG and Big.
Oh my God, with Morgana.
Clear calls, good plans. Clear calls, good plans.
Clear calls, good plans.
Rat-a-tat-tat has not come out yet. He doesn't have what he wants. He actually turns it on, but then he gets jumped on. First blood coming into Afromu, and like we said before, this is going to be a really hard lane.
Double lift, so strong.
Double lift to flash Ardent Blaze into the light shot. It looks like he goes down as well.
Twitch flash. Did they use everything? They're on me. Help double. You're fine, I'm flashing. Double, I heal for you, okay? Okay. Cast. I heal. I'm throwing by. Alright, thank you. I hit it. Kill Nami. I think
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the North American LCS Summer Split. I'm back in the history right now.
I mean, we've had some pretty good games.
So many good games today. I'm lost. We're prepping for the Rift and our next match, Complexity versus Team Curse. Last game of the day for Challenger Series, and right now these teams are only separated by one game. It's kind of been a story today.
Yeah, thankfully for Curse, this is actually the easier part of their schedule they've been waiting for. In their first 5 games, they faced the 5 top teams in the LCS. Last week, we saw Cop and X Special playing together in the lane instead of having X Special lane with Quas. It yielded some pretty good results.
Right.
With more time playing together, we will continue to see X Special return to an all-star level, or at least that's what Curse hopes. And honestly, after TSM lost today to LMQ, Curse winning this one would actually tie them with TSM, which is something X Special definitely wants to do.
He would love to get a win. Meanwhile, Complexity has gotten their leader back with Prowley returning to the mid lane.
Yeah, and the team will benefit from having their shot caller back in a big way. In their game against Evil Geniuses, Complexity looked completely disorganized and uncertain on how to counter or react to any of EG's moves. Also, one thing we have to note is Broken Shard is out this week, and they're still not going to be with their full starting lineup. Filling in, it's going to be Kez, who is playing with the Challenger team. Who else? Cloud9 Tempest. They seem to have the whole team coming into the LCS. We'll see how well he can synergize with Prawley and the rest of the team.
Absolutely. And the road for Complexity to make it into the LCS has been long and hard. But for their support, Bubba Dub, it wasn't a journey he made alone.
Being a pro gamer is something I've always wanted to do. I decided to basically go hard playing League of Legends because I like the game so much. Stephanie and I met in college. Before we got serious, I basically said that I wanted to do this at some point in my life.
Going into professional gaming for him was, how do I convince me that this is something we should do? At the time, the first response was, hell no.
Our original plan was I would save up from working full-time for about a year.
We sat down and we mapped out how long does it take to go pro. Financially, can we support it? A lot of our financial decisions were made based on that. We bought a house with the expectation that we tried to bring up a team in-house.
She turned into the breadwinner, but things got a little tense when that happened because that wasn't part of the plan.
We still have bills to pay. We have a mortgage to pay. We have bills.
I know he was under a lot of financial stress, and despite, investing a lot of time and money with no results, his wife stood by him and supported him.
Not everybody dreams, and I say this because I don't dream. I was raised to take whatever life gave at you and then just run with it. Dreamers get you what people like Bubba's doing.
A very nice sidestep is winning them this lane. The Ignite's ticking. One more. First blood. Bubba Dub.
When we made it into LCS, she was really happy for me, and I could see that. Distinctly remember going over and hugging her and kissing her.
I'm absolutely proud of him. I'm so glad that he's made it this far.
He does spend a lot of time playing this game, and I know that can take a toll on a lot of relationships. So I was really happy, he found someone that is appreciative of what he does and can encourage him, because she's very encouraging.
We have to get adjusted to our new lifestyle because I'm no longer living in the house. It's a bit tough. We need to figure out times to call each other and stuff like that.
I am planning to be here for every single game that he's playing. Our entire crew is coming in Lulu hats and stashes.
Having her support on game day means a lot to me.
It is amazing to be able to be there and then be cheering for him.
No matter what happens, whether I continue playing League of Legends or not, we're going to stick together. It's good to know that she supports me no matter what I do.
Fantastic story, and absolutely what every player should have coming into the League of Legends. We haven't seen too many married players coming in, but
definitely here to watch the game again this weekend. So everything going according to plan.
All right, let's check out the starting lineups. On the blue side, it's Complexity. In the top lane is West Rice. Kez filling in the jungle. Prawley in mid lane. Robert X. Lee at AD carry, and Bubba Dub, that support.
And on the red side, it is Curse with Quas in the top lane. I will dominate in the jungle. Voidboy in mid, Cop on AD, and X Special on support.
And hopefully Complexity gets, just the team support they need coming in again. So early in the year to have 2 subs is definitely something that is going to just play on the team's mentality when you go into games, because you want the best of everything, but then you kind of have to make sure it happens.
Really want to see how Kez does as well. One thing to note, he's actually the oldest player playing in the LCS today, 27 years old for this guy. So he is at least experienced in life, even though this is his debut on the LCS stage.
Absolutely.
And this is also an interesting game because this marks the final matchup as far as every team playing each other once this split. After this game, everyone will have played each other once, and that'll be your first go at the big round robin we're basically playing 4 of throughout the season.
Kind of just predict maybe what's going to happen along the road, but after today, I don't know if those predictions can really be made with who won, how they won, and just how well the games played out in each team's favor. Now, on to Complexity versus Curse. We're into Champion Select. see that Cassidy getting banned out, and Elise. I would just go down the line of the regulars. We've been seeing a lot of different play styles from both of these teams. None that really kind of show us who they're going to bring to the table for the rest of the split.
A lot of jungle bans actually coming up from Complexity targeted I Will Dominate, even though he's played mainly Eve. And not too much success, to be completely fair. Maybe they just want him to pick Eve, and they're guaranteeing such by banning these other junglers.
He did stick to Pantheon a lot in the beginning of the spring split, so maybe he just kind of hovers on that champion, feels very comfortable on it, mentally wise, likes to go and playing that. Orianna coming out, probably making game-changing plays with the command shockwaves in most of his games.
And Voyboy as well, the mid laner for Curse. He's been playing really damn well. Really, the whole Curse team kind of feels like he's stepped up his game. He was a little bit suspect in the spring split, but he's honestly probably been the highest performing member of Curse this split.
It's been a long road for him, and he's actually been really able to get through and work for a lot. We knew Xpecial would be a big voice in the team, but Voyboy dominating everybody else. Make sure that it happens the way they want, and they actually were discussing that Evelynn ban that you said. Dominate's been picking up.
Yeah, they were trying to theory craft why Complexity would ban those junglers. They're saying maybe they just want to pick Eve and leave Dominate with nothing.
They're forcing him to first picking a jungler, and it looks like
they have to first pick the Lee Sin there. If we're going by the standard, there are 4 junglers to play.
Absolutely.
At this point, though, I'll Dominate. Maybe Vi would be his next choice. He's played a lot of it in the past.
Nocturne, something.
Yeah.
Let's see what he decides to bring out. Maybe Volibear. Who knows?
Xin Zhao.
Yeah,
he's played a lot of it.
Quas to pick up. Quas has about like a 5 set of champions that he'll go through and play. You see him on, haven't seen him on Aatrox in a while. Trundle, Shyvana. A lot of top lane has been left open this week. There's just so many more bans to be had lately.
There's still Lulu available as well. That's kind of what Voyboy
that's right.
has played a lot of. Quas can also play it. It's another big thing for him in the top lane. And there's our 2 soul laners right off the bat.
Curse definitely puts a lot of strength into those lanes, and Voyboy on the Yasuo usually tries to be very mobile, but can be a game changer, and that's exactly what they need from their mid lane here.
Big plays. Curse is a team that definitely goes in together. Something you need to be able to do on Yasuo. He's going to try and make some big plays. I distinctly remember their game against TSM where he almost won the game by flash dashing into the team and trying to knock everyone up, but a Soraka silence hit him. And he just died immediately. Most likely no Soraka in this game because we were on the 4.8 patch. The Star Call damage was reduced significantly in that patch. Probably trying to figure out what he gets to play against Yasuo because they can pick that right now if they want.
Probably's champion pool is quite Olympic. He can come out with anything. He discusses, go ahead, pick the AD carry support. I want to see what more they have on the side of Curse before I round out our mid laner.
Yeah, Lucian Thresh, probably the 2 most solid picks you could do at this point. Not much you can pick against them and expect to have a favorable matchup. Cop has the choice of either going with one of his old picks like a Caitlyn or an MF, or just trying to answer with Twitch, the thing most people answer with.
Yep. He's actually got quite a good AD champion pool. We've seen some Draven from him in the past as well. Corki's in that lineup as well. Played that stuff all the way back at IPL quite a bit. And everybody's been picking up some Corki lately. And we actually see the Pantheon coming back in. So we'll go back to that.
Reaching back to the spring split. With that Pantheon pick. See how I Will Dominate fares. His early ganks. Definitely heavily going on probably for Voyboy in the mid lane. Pantheon Yasuo synergy.
Bird was the word in our hashtag LCS big plays from Europe. But is Bird the word for Prolly?
Yeah, there's no Froggins in North America. EG did move over, but they didn't.
Waiting on the lock-in. So a tribute hover, if you will, to that play of Froggen in the EU. And we get a Renekton and an Annie lock-in coming in for Prolly. Prolly brought out Annie the first time he played with Complexity in the LCS and said, because I wanted to.
Way back in the spring of 2013, he's like, I'm just going to play Annie. Looking at this team for Complexity now, they're going in, basically. A lot of flash initiations expected from Prolly's Annie in the mid lane. Exciting times. We haven't seen this in a real long time. We're just did a fist bump for those.
I'm super excited. I'm ready. Fist pump indeed. Xpecial now to finalize a last pick here coming in the top, or support actually I should say. Quas is going to take that in the top lane, and it's going to be a Leona.
Yeah.
So stun to stun. Yeah.
Fighting fire with the power of the sun. So Curse is just going in this game. Leona, Yasuo, Pantheon, right into Complexity. If these guys... This has the potential to be an incredibly high kill game if one team doesn't just snowball out of control. There's a lot of early game power on both sides. Not necessarily a tremendous amount of late game scaling, which could also have the random side effect of the game actually going late, because either team will be like, yeah, they're not very good late either. We can just go for it. But, you know, this game, even though it's between two teams that are kind of lower in the standings, looks like it's going to be pretty damn exciting.
And I'm eyeing that. Robert actually still has Ignite on with his support going into that lane. So you say it's going to be a high kill game. It'll be very high kill. The champs are locked in and loading, so let's check who you think will come out on top. And right now, according to LOL Esports, Curse is ahead with 75% of the vote on Complexity. But if you start to second guess your pick, it's happened in a few games, you can head over to Twitter.
Yeah, there's already been one tremendous upset today. Send the hashtag COLWin or CRSWin to @LOL Esports. We'll be updating the pool. We also update the pool, you know, throughout the game if someone does start turning it around. When Complexity beat Cloud9, by the end of it, there were more hashtags for COL win over Cloud9.
And we did have a change. It actually went back to heal right before they loaded into the game. So be a switch up for the lane there. Not a ton of kill pressure going down, but I thought they might have been doing something cheeky. We'll still have to see. We haven't really had the 2v2 matchup anyways all day, so we'll see what these teams have for each other. Coming into this game, the mid lane, obviously, Prolly's back with shot calling, but is it enough to rein in Kez in his play style in the game?
I mean, Kez is someone who does play quite well. He was one of the stronger players on Cloud9 Tempest. It's honestly, really, it was a big surprise when Cloud9 Tempest didn't make it in favor of Evil Geniuses, because Evil Geniuses just seemed to have more experience. It seemed like that team kind of choked in the promotion tournament. We've seen tremendous success. Altec has really been one of the big stars of EG once he started joining. Glebe has had his ups and downs, but has had some big games. And now Kez has his chance to shine, even though it's only temporary. Broken Shard is expected to be back.
Right. Curse fans in the crowd, loud and proud with their Curse signs. And Complexity to make it out of base with their fans behind them as well. Starting off, a lot of the early games have just been simple trades, sometimes not even, just the early wards and then backing to figure out where the 2v no lane is going to be.
Or if we have a 2v no lane.
That's true.
This could be the type of game where you see the Leona Corki actually going up against the Lucian Thresh. Of course, in Complexity's victory, Robert Exley had a BF sword of 4 minutes because they got a very early triple kill. Do not expect that to happen again. But this is a big game where they kind of circle it on their schedule to say, where can we pick up the wins? And both these teams with a pretty good shot here.
Curse has done this quite a few times, leaving Cop to dance around in the middle, making sure that they see anybody on the left or the right here. Good ward coming in outside of the brush for Dominate, and they keep themselves safe. So really no invade here, unless Curse is going to huddle up in this top side and then head in.
Yeah, so delayed invades. Ooh, Complexity fans abound. A lot of personality on that Complexity team.
Yeah.
As well. We'll get to their stories at some point throughout the year. Everyone really had a long journey into the LCS. Curse as well, very experienced players across the board. Voidboy, Cop, Special. Even Dominate, all part of the Season 2 competitive scene of League of Legends.
Yeah. Definitely come a long way, and credit to all the players who have multiple times tried to get in, haven't been able to, and then are back into the LCS. It's a long road, and to have a team stay together that long is not an easy task whatsoever. A lot of things can happen in 6 months, or 3 months, I should say. So we start off the game. Curse will go in for the blue. We'll get the regular starts off as usual, as it has been.
Yeah, and the 2v0s.
Yep.
Yeah. I wonder how this is going to affect Prolly's mid lane Annie play. Because Annie is actually a very dangerous mid laner with very good gank support if they go aggressive. So maybe if Complexity wants to do the roam mid to help Prolly, it's going to have to be with his stun, but he's very vulnerable to exactly this.
That is going to be first blood coming in onto Prolly. He didn't flash on that. He knew he was going down quick.
Yeah, I didn't have time to set it up. It happened too fast. I was going to say Prolly is just a sitting duck out there with Annie, especially as soon as he goes a little bit aggressive. And with the 2v0s on both sides, you have the potential for 3 roamers on both sides. Not to mention, I Will Dominate as a Pantheon jungler, loves to camp mid lane. That's what we thought he was going to do the instant he locked that in. Probably had to play more passive at the start of that game, and he paid for it.
Well, there's sometimes, not really. I was going to say there's sometimes a good thing for having it happen so early because there's a lot to happen in the rest of the game. But, man, that was fast. Dominate was hungry for that with the rest of the team, and they're going to try to probably do it again quite soon here.
Yeah, at least he didn't burn the flash. So
Right.
he could still potentially escape the last one, and Dominate did burn his flash.
That's
And
true.
also because it was so early, it wasn't even worth the full amount of gold because we're not hit 4 minutes yet. First Blood is still a diminished amount.
Complexity, as they have in the first split they played, and now in the second split they're back in the LCS, going for a very early Dragon.
It's a 3-minute and 30-second Dragon in almost every game today.
Yep.
I actually expect tomorrow teams will start countering that a little bit because it's just too much to give up early.
Again, towards the mid lane. They have the slow now with Quas here. The 4-man towards mid, but probably now uses the flash to get out of this one alive.
Yep.
Focus and look at how much Curse is going to be bringing to that mid lane. It might not be too many more times.
They really want him.
Or they'll do it again.
Yeah. This time, though, I mean, Xpecial would have to flash and then land a nice skill shot, and probably is way ahead of this game.
Goes
Cheating
to
that
show.
side of the map, of course, because he just saw the entire team on the other side, so why not cheat heavily?
Yeah, you got your ward on that side as well as Kez to keep him safe. And Kez is going to have to keep in mind on that mid lane as well. They keep going it probably this hard, really knowing the shot caller's back. We need to shut him down right away.
Yeah. I mean, Prawley is a fearless leader when he goes in on any. He's not afraid to just be a Tibbers bomb. Just jump in and go for it.
Smart play by Probably there. Every time Void Boys flow up, just getting a quick auto attack in so he can apply the damage over the shield. Stun's actually not doing too much you would usually see coming from Annie. Probably
double Thorns on Void Boy as well because of that first blood early on in the game. You can see the littering of wards from Complexity on the right side of the map in the mid lane. Probably needs to cheat that side, but even with him cheating that side, if he can't out-trade Yasuo, it's all for nothing.
It looks like with the early Dragon Gold and whoever got it with this mid and or rather jungle and the support, 2 very early Sightstones coming in for Complexity. Those wards are going to be helping.
Wow, Sightstone before even a longsword or a Doran's Blade from Kez.
Ooh. Flash in the bottom lane, so most of these wards aren't really being placed for Robert X. Lee. You can see that for sure.
Yeah, Dominate, I do really like the Pantheon pick to try and take advantage of this really obscure early games we've been having where a lot of the times the top laner is farming the jungle just as much as the jungler himself.
Right.
Fast clearing isn't necessarily a priority because you're waiting more on the cooldown of your camps if you're clearing them with 2 people. So I will Dominate is using a lot of this time to actually roam around and try and create action.
Nice little connect on the Sonic Wave. But Kez really hasn't been able to make himself apparent in this game. No Lee Sin plays, getting pushed out of top here as Quas teleports in with Cop. And they're still kind of mixing this up. It's usually Xpecial up here, but now it's Quas Cop.
Yeah. Xpecial hasn't been anywhere in this game. He's level 2 right now. It's actually been, we talk about the 2v0 lanes. It's been a 1v0 lane for most of this where Cop is trying to get the majority of the experience. Corki does have very strong base damages on his Phosphorus Bomb, so getting him the experience is valuable, but you have to question the cost and how much this is going to hurt Xpecial with only being level 2.
That's Robert keeping himself safe in the bottom lane, even though he's getting hit up with a few ganks. Still watch Probably versus Void Boy here. Flow shield down once again, getting those auto attacks in with Annie's long range. Just waiting for the stun. Get a little clear on the wave and a little damage with it as well. But Void Boy is just playing so positionally well. Can't do much. Probably still on the back foot. And there's Dominate ready for the engage.
Yeah, he is trying to be in everyone's back pocket right now as far as lanes are concerned. But not necessarily making too much happen. The Sightstoning of Kez has sniffed those out pretty well since he's trying to concentrate so heavily on the mid lane, and the mid lane is warded on both ends.
Right. Still interesting. Kez keeps his trinket instead of a sweeper there. Or his ward trinket, I should say.
Yeah.
Xpecial moving in and gets seen by the ward. I don't think he actually saw the image of it being placed, though. So they're just going to go ahead and pressure the top turret, Dominate back towards the blue with some pings. As Westerice is going to give him a little bit of trouble. Somebody's always behind Void Boy here. A missed Tibbers drop as well. Looks like they're going to get some good pressure on the mid lane here. And Probably is definitely kind of overthinking his actions.
Westerice, though, getting a little happy about this one. Forces the flash. Take it.
Right, take it.
Do it. It would have been the worst take.
Xpecial again, level 3. Here he comes into the mid lane. He's definitely creating pressure with his movements, but how fast is he going to go down in the fight? They can't expect him to be living for very long. This is an odd start to a game going on here.
Completely honestly, though, Complexity is doing pretty damn well.
Yeah.
Considering Prawley got first blooded so early, they countered very quickly by taking the early dragon. They started warding the mid lane very aggressively, and they've basically taken I Will Dominate out of the game after that first gank. And Prawley has stayed competitive with Voyboy despite being first blooded. All these things are very positive for Complexity. They're staying in it.
Quickly gets himself 2 rings, and then the boots by. Really working that anti-damage on the early levels with some penetration. You see he's only 300 gold ahead on Voyboy's side in that instance. 17-12 for our top laners, but they have been actually all over the map as well. Everybody's kind of matching up against whoever's in the lane at the current time.
These are very weak farm numbers from the top lane. We talked about the average CS of 10 on the top lane being 50 in the LCS, which was 15 lower than it was in the spring split. This game, these guys are going to be about 25 because they've just done so much roaming, and Curse is almost prioritizing Cop's farm to an absurd level on his Corki.
Right.
Even though he's only at 71 just with the way they've been moving around the map, it's a tremendous amount. And Quas just trying to get scraps at the turret, but it's not easy.
Looks like he might lose a little bit more of his turret here. Final shot won't go down. Oh, he can't take it. There he goes. Finally comes out of the polymorph. He's all right. Boy. Getting hit up. Dashes through his own wall. Back to safety. Wait, that's not a turret. He's going to be running out this one long. But mid, Cop is taking a turret. Good teleport in from Westrice as well while all of this is going on. Looks like Cole does get their turret drop. Or drop a turret in the top lane, I should say. But it's not over. Man drop coming in from Dominate. He hits Bubba right on the head. They finalize the kill onto Westrice. One last. Oh, the flash and E coming in from Quaz.
Craziness early on in this game.
Oh,
Chris
no.
continues on
It brings him over the wall with the relentless pursuit on the Zenith Blade. The stun comes in from Daybreak, and it looks like they're going to be able to finalize this. A glitter lance, a shield knock. He smites it down.
4 kills at the end of this is what Curse sits on in the game. They get 3 from that exchange. Owl Dominate's first gank at level 6 is a tremendous success, and they used it around their points of power at that point. Cop was in the mid lane, their most farmed person, taken on 2, and Dominate just disrupted the whole show. Gets them the kill. Now they can go for Dragon with all the deaths they created.
Good draw out here. Let's see what Kez can do for the team here at Dragon engagement. The pressure is enough to put Curse off. This is good by Curse. Usually they get themselves into a tight spot after getting a little bit. And here they're really calculating what they can and can't do.
Yeah, the respawn of the Dragon couldn't easily be taken by Complexity because, I mean, you can only take so many 3-minute, 30-second Dragons before you know when it respawns on the other side. Complexity pushing mid strongly because Curse had to go back to base after expending other cooldowns for those kills.
Sight Ward still proving quite useful here for Complexity. Looks like they may even, in a few chances, or a few seconds I should say, be able to put those pink wards a little bit farther forward. They are definitely gaining control of the map so far. Curse is on the back foot as they send all 5 to the mid lane.
This Dragon fight could be real interesting. Complexity wants to wait for Prawley's Tibbers before fighting. They think they can actually sneak it before Curse makes it back. And they absolutely can. This is a great call.
They're swiftly getting that. Curse disperses because they have no minion waves to get to that turret.
Yeah.
A little bit of a misplay.
And Curse also has really bad vision control.
Yep.
As we could see by that right there. Curse and Complexity are actually the 2 fewest wards purchased of the LCS teams. Definitely need to work on who buys wards when, because that Dragon got given away basically because of vision control.
3 sweepers already out with the quick sight stones from Complexity are definitely giving them an advantage here. Not much gold an advantage, but the map control is going to lead to that eventually. 2-1 in turret so far. They need to open up the mid turret on the map, deny a little bit more vision to Curse, and just be able to get to those buffs that much easier.
Yeah, this is a really close game. And something that's so fascinating about the LCS is that it's actually a pretty long season. Like we talked about, this is the last game of basically the first round robin that everyone plays, because everyone plays each other 4 times in the season. It's 4 big round robins. And the question as far as improving and staying in the LCS, especially for these teams near the bottom, is how do they adapt game to game? And what adjustments do they make? We mentioned how the warding game has been something Complexity and Curse have both been struggling with. Complexity is definitely trying to remedy that this game. They built 2 very early sight stones, a bunch of pinks on the map already. You can see 2 in the river, and 2 still in inventories. They are playing the vision game this time, and Curse is the ones getting warded out. Even the points where Dominate wants to stand 2 Pantheon Alv are being warded. So Complexity is very safe.
Here's Voyboy going hard on Robert X. Lee. Relentless pursuit to instantly disengage. Was not going to dash in for that one. Looks like Robert's going to go ahead back by his Bloodthirster, already being charged up by Cop as they stick in the mid lane. And Curse, they've been on to 3 sweepers before even getting a first sight stone because they need to stop the amount of wards coming onto them. Usually you see that on the team that's ahead.
Yeah, their sweep city is definitely trying to happen for Curse. But there's too many wards. I mean, as soon as one team goes double sight stone, you're basically losing the vision game. We've seen a few games when we had like a Nunu versus Lee Sin jungler, we get the double sight stone on both sides. There's no way Curse is doing double sight stone this game. Pantheon is not the jungler who has the capability of doing that. It basically puts more emphasis on Dominic to purchase wards himself so he can kind of keep up. And to the rest of Curse.
Oh, adorable.
Cute little bear.
Don't believe her.
Why is he still waiting there?
I don't know. Just hanging. For the crowd. That's Prolly. That's his personality. He will do that all game. 81 to 83. Still just hanging out. Keeps himself correct on the CS in the lane, and he's tied up with Voidboy kills and deaths. So we'll see what Complexity can keep doing for themselves here. You can kill Prolly, but that doesn't stop his mouth from moving and calling the shots, apparently.
Yeah, I feel like he's going either DFG or Deathcap first, going for as much upfront burst as possible on that Annie. These team fights are going to be really interesting. It's going to be so much about how many Prolly can catch with the stun, because Westrice, especially when they're around level 11, level 16 across these soul lanes, are going to be their big spikes in power. They're two very heavily base damage reliant soul laners there. Nice ward kill by Robert, using the double shot.
Quickly getting it out. Gonna keep that in mind. Not just tunneling for the kills here. Robert's definitely a carry that thinks of all the situations surrounding what's happening to him. Gold is just about even. 4 kills on the side of Curse, the turret on the side of Complexity here, as this game is neck and neck right now. Curse back.
Curse has got to be worried because they had an opportunity coming into this game to tie TSM and tie themselves for 5th, whereas if they lose this one, that would actually tie them for last place in the LCS with EG's win today. And that's not where Curse wants to be at all. With the big offseason acquisition of Xpecial, a lot of pressure is on this whole team, actually, to perform better than they did last split. Last split, they seemed to be coming together actually quite well near the end of the season. They played some decently close games against Cloud9 in the semifinals of the playoffs, and had pretty close games against CLG as well. Ended up 4th place, as Curse usually does. They do not want to be tied for last after the first little run of the schedule.
A lot of those games really, like you said, came from the entire team. Quas having a bigger impact. Others doing what they need to do. And in this one, he's 1-0-2, but he's down 30 CS right now in Westrice in the top lane. So the utility of Wild Growth can hopefully be what really brings them forward on these fights, because he will not be bringing the AP power.
Yeah. And looking at this game more individually, Quas is finally getting some free time to farm.
Yeah.
It's going to be very important that he hits some item thresholds before the next big team fight. And Cop is actually kind of losing his advantage over Robert X. Lee. He had about a 30 CS advantage a little bit ago, but Complexity is starting to reprioritize farm in that area. Right now, the game becomes all about who can get war control over the blue buff and the dragon area, and right now, it is far and away Complexity. They could use that vision advantage to land a good Tibbers and stop Curse from coming in here. Right now, Complexity is winning.
Easily on the side of Curse without feeling danger right now. 49 seconds on the Dragon, so these wards that Kez is going to be putting up, as well as denying experience, will allow them breadcrumb safety trail all the way down to Dragon, which they have a ward to be clearing on that before they start it.
Yeah, they have so many wards that even if Curse swept properly, they couldn't clear vision.
No, right. Not a fun situation. See, and actually the Morello Namicon, a first buy coming out for Quas here.
He's done that before.
Yep.
Yeah, since he's not spamming as much in the mid lane, it's the quickest way of him having max effectiveness in team fights. 20% cooldown reduction. Very, very handy here.
Slow moving on the support side. Xpecial mobility boots, same thing as Bubba, both really putting money into being able to engage and get to the front line. And you see Bubba actually the first 2 people there.
They're trying to sweep, but there's too many breadcrumbs on the ground. They can't sweep them all, as you were saying. And Curse is very desperate about trying to make it in here. Both top laners could teleport in. It's all about the first catch, whether it's from Xpecial or from Bubba. But the vision control is absolutely inside of Complexity.
That's tough. Curse knows about the pink ward surrounding the area now. The sweep is good for them as well. Force place down. Grabbed onto Yasuo, so not too much damage with Flow Shield up. But these are both teams really looking for the first mistake.
Yeah, all sweepers are on cooldown now, so no more wards can be swept. and Complexity has complete vision. You can see Curse backing away right now, meaning Complexity has won that vision war. Curse isn't chancing it.
The ward war has been won, but the battle goes on. Great job by Complexity. Early Sightstone's really paying off with the sweepers controlled in the right spots. Probably is going to be getting this great for himself. 18 minutes in, mid-turret's quite low too. Complexity has things to work with.
Yeah, because honestly, that deserves a clap. That was basically a team fight win there by Complexity. They over-warded. They stopped Curse from having vision, and the only reason Curse didn't go in there is if they would have tried, they would have lost people. They would have died, which means the Dragon had to be forfeit. And since they backed away while the Dragon was happening, they're even losing their own blue buff.
Denying experience in the mid lane. A full wave going to crash into that turret as Robert and the team, as you say, have control of the jungle.
Oh, no.
That happened.
That sucks. Kez taking the blue buff. Luckily, there's still a blue buff left on the map. As long as Complexity can make it over there as quickly as possible. They actually put up some exclamation mark smart pings there because they feel like Curse would shoot over to that blue buff. But Curse is just behind me.
Maybe they saw this happen. Hopefully they didn't.
We need this now, please.
We'll see if they can recuperate. Looks like Prolly's headed over there right now. They may actually not be in the right position to save mid-turret, and could hurt a little bit, but it seems like they'll get Robert X Lee there in time. No damage to be had there.
Westrice took the other blue?
Lol.
That's weird. No blue on Prolly, with him having his DFG. So instead they have the blue buff on both of the Manaless characters.
Probably the fearless leader.
Guess so. Maybe they were afraid it was going to get stolen, so Westrice secured it. Really curious choices there. But
that's a
blue buff
real
Complexity pushes up mid.
Big anticipation of your mid losing his blue buff. Calling coming in. A few shots on to Quas.
Guys.
Here we go. 20 minutes on to the game. We'll see if they can still get their initiations. He doesn't need blue to flash and Tibbers. Let's see if they could do it.
Westrice only gets the cooldown reduction off of that. Like with an energy user, you actually get increased energy regeneration, so Lee Sin can kind of benefit from it. But just the 10% CDR for Westrice. And the experience.
Oh, yeah.
There you go.
Good thing. 2K gold lead for Complexity here. They have finally started to pepper down a few more turrets as they walk over a ward.
Here comes the initiation.
Pantheon dropping down on his own team. Actually, it's going to be on a Voyboy. The fight is in the top side of the river, though. A teleport in as well coming in from Westrice on the side, but he doesn't know if he wants to go in either. Kind of do-si-doing back and forth, and Curse is able to walk this one out to safety.
Yeah, so Dominate's ultimate lands like a pillow. Just doesn't hurt very much.
No.
Everything else backs away, and now Complexity regains control of the map here because the side lanes are all pushing. Complexity has the map control, and they keep moving their wall of wards closer and closer into Curse territory.
Oh,
that's big.
That's a nice grab right there. Oh, Tibbers comes out, and they're probably disintegrating Dominate off the map, and it looks like maybe incinerating a few more if they can get into range here. Clear out the wave. Dominus has been used, so they got to kind of recalculate and assess what they can go for here.
They blew him up with the DFG. All it took was one catch, and since Curse was not in position for an initiation, no Pantheon ult up, there wasn't much follow. You could see once Complexity burned their spells, they really didn't have much left, but they got the kill, and they got out of there.
The Voyboy knows that they were going to be in fight. See him piecing together a little bit of crit into his build after the Cutlass, because finishing that really wouldn't have made a giant impact.
Needs to static shiv as quickly as possible before you can really start fighting with an impact.
And a little push here as they just wait for the wave. It's a siege wave, should be good and easy for them to take the turret, but no. Great clear coming in, Phosphorus and a Glitter Lance. Forgot about Quas on Lulu. They're able to keep the turret a little bit longer and actually push Call off.
And Complexity has said multiple times when they were entering the LCS that they were going to take some lumps early on, but that they were going to try and learn as quickly as possible from their mistakes, and you would see improvement throughout the season.
Right.
I think this is kind of their first big step of improvement right here.
Yeah.
The number of wards they are placing, the way they are systematically going around this game and gaining objectives instead of just blindly going in and trying to make plays. In the first 6 games we've seen them play so far in the LCS, there's been a lot of just Westrice going crazy and diving, Broken Shard trying blind Dragon Steel, saying, we're going to make a play and win the game.
Yeah.
This is about Complexity just playing the game properly instead of taking a bunch of non-calculated risks.
Right. Haven't seen Kaz really offer too much to the team, but that's what's playing with this right now and making them do so well. He's been in the right spots at the right time to add the correct amount of pressure. 130 on the Dragon as, again, the Ward War begins. This time, last time won by Complexity. We'll see if Curse can position themselves here. Dominate's man drop is up, so the Grand Skyfall will be present. And Westrice will not be able to teleport down, so he will be apparent in the fight in just a few minutes. Seeing what Curse can do with the rest of this. See if Voyboy can be the one to really put the team on his shoulders, as they've been looking for him to do in his late good gameplay.
And I do feel like even though neither of these teams scale exceptionally into late game, Curse would hold the slight edge just between the Annie and the Renekton, plus Lee Sin not being too crazy. But then again, if Lucian ever were to get to 6 items, he would probably outscale the rest of Curse on his own right there. So there's still a few factors at play here. Mid-game, like late mid-game, I'd have to say, goes to Curse, and then by the time it gets to hyper late game, I think it evens out again, power-wise.
See if he can get there. 0-1 and 1. CS is actually quite even here coming in between the AD carries as Curse pushes down onto the mid lane, finally applying pressure back to Complexity. That's not the side
fight from Curse.
Dominate going in on the man drop to the backside. That is going to be a huge explosion and an obliteration fight coming in for Curse. Robert X Lee tries to get to the back line, but wait, Complexity turning this one around. Robert X Lee getting in at the right time, making the right shots, and they're going to be forcing this one back. Only 2 members went down instantly for Complexity.
Yeah, and then it turned into a 2-for-2.
Yeah.
So actually a decent trade, even though it seemed like Curse started that one about as cleanly as they could. It was because they were on top of a turret, and dives like that are really dangerous. I like the initiative from Curse, though. They need to do more of that. Just get a little bit lucky.
Let's see what happened one more time on this.
Yeah, well, you could see the Lulu ult right into Voyboy, but that was also on top of a Tibbers. The Tibbers is gone now because as soon as Prawley dies, the Tibbers disappears, but the damage still went out. And then Westrice was sitting in there with his Dominus. Lucian does an incredible amount of sustained damage, and the fight gets turned pretty cleanly.
Complexity's control in the fight is the upper hand here. We actually see Kez and Westrice trying to take Dragon. Voyboy coming in at the right time. It's going to be the smite out for Kez. He has nothing to jump to, cannot get over the wall, so that's a quick kill coming in. No big shutdowns, but Voyboy getting gold he needs. Another static shiv is finished.
Curse needs to use this time to get some vision control back. You can see 4 sweepers now. They know the double sightstone is an issue, and they're doing as much as possible to try and remove this. Now that they have Kez down, they have to push.
Voyboy and team trying to get back a little bit. During that entire replay, you can see the 2nd tier turret in bottom lane actually went down as well for Curse, so they lost a little bit on that. Complexity came out pretty big last fight, and it looks like they're trying to do it again. Xpecial, the only one to the back line, but now Voyboy can follow.
Big.
Great damage to come in. Voyboy with no safety. Xpecial tries to flash out, goes down to the backside, but Dominate takes down Prawley before it all happens. Quas is still on the turret to make sure Curse can get out alive.
When we consider this as a big picture, it's actually 2 turrets down for Curse, but another fight that actually goes 2-for-2. They're so close to Curse, just wiping out the whole team, but they can't really get their mitts onto Robert, it feels like, and he's doing a lot of damage from the back line.
Even with Flash and Heal being down now from that fight, he's been able to keep himself safe, and the entire team has been trying to heal for him. One more look at that.
This time they try and burst everything onto Voyboy, but the Lulu ultimate gives him a lot of confidence, and then the fact that Turret Egger actually went on an Xpecial was ideal here. It allowed the squishy Voyboy to be in there as long as possible. Unfortunately, the turret did kill Xpecial because no one was focusing the turret because the team fight was a bigger priority. But it was still a nice move by Xpecial getting the turret aggro.
Good stuff coming in from both teams as they really put each other on the plank here, making each other walk it every so often. But nobody coming up with a full ace. Nobody's really able to take the fight. All the fights are happening in the middle of the map, and then nothing's really gained off it. Curse is trying to creep their way back in gold. Yeah, they grabbed the turret, but they're really just evening up the map and the amount of pressure that Complexity can throw back at them if they do ever get off this side.
Yeah, I see Prawley actually at level 12 right now in the mid lane. And even though his Tibbers is a pretty big initiation factor in team fights, he needs some levels. He needs a little bit more just base health to deal with his Molten Shield, because even if he's getting the Tibbers off right, he's basically dying immediately after. And it would be nice if he could get maybe an extra rotation of spells off, because he is a target right now.
Dominate going for the all-out engages, gets flayed up immediately and taken down. Tibbers going to get a little dance in for himself.
That was weird. Dominate went in way ahead of his team, and they tried to initiate without Voyboy there. Well, Voyboy has been the main protagonist in all of their team fights. He's done very, very well here. Right into 4 people. Ill-advised.
We'll see if that mistake can be stopped from next time. I'm sure Curse won't put themselves into that situation too much. 7-9, that kill just coming up in favor of Complexity because of an error. We'll see the 4,000 gold lead right now really is what Complexity's playing with and making it work against Curse. We said that Deathfire Grasp was big he can't be caught out alone against Prolly and the rest of the team. Complexity now knows they can shove mid lane. They're going to keep doing that and try to play on the minds of Curse here.
Yeah, you can see the 80 carries are very close in atomization. Voyboy feeling pretty frisky right now. He wants to go in.
Actually, just threw a BF sword in there for a little bit of damage. Wants more crit. Can't blame him. These fights need to have a very big impact. Everybody's building for just all-out damage. Quas is trying to get that Rabadons in his hands next. 2,000 gold under Westrice right now. Quite a difference.
Yeah, that is a pretty big Renekton. Right now, Quas has just been the victim, it seems like, of the way Cursed likes to distribute farm. This split.
Yeah.
So much of the farm has went on to Cop. And they really are just leaving Quas on his own. But even with all of that, he's got a Death Cap and a Morellonomicon, and honestly, the teamfight impact of a Lulu like that versus a Renekton, Lulu can be just as adequate with those items. So Cop building as smart as he can to have maximum teamfight effectiveness.
And it looks like it's that time, chat. Baron coverage to be laid down, and both teams trying to weigh their decision on whether they have a chance to pressure it or not, or be the ones to come up second and figure out the other team has been doing it already. Gonna get this one out, probably over to Robert X. Lee. Get some more damage from him in these fights.
That's huge, especially with his last Whisper being completed.
Yep.
The blue buff on Illusion for the extra cooldown reduction, since he is such a spell-reliant 80 carry already, is going to play big things if this dragon ends up being contested.
Still looking at mid lane now. Voidboy and Prolly, even though he was focused early game, only 30 CS behind, but still having an impact here. Absolutely making it work for his team. And you can see the shot calling has come into play as well. They feel it's good to have him back, and it's good to see Complexity doing well. They've strived for greatness pretty much all the time, and a lot of times they'll come up just short because of something that really wasn't in the cards you thought.
Yeah, a lot of times they just go for the big play. Doesn't work. This game they're playing very calculated, and it's Curse who's going for the big play again and again with Dominate's very aggressive Pantheon ultimates. It's kind of worked for them, but honestly just kind of dug them a slightly bigger hole again and again.
There it is again. Complexity sweeping in the right positions. They actually
and then
grabbed
look
two
at
with
the
one.
dragon. No vision at all, which means Curse immediately has to try and get vision control over the Baron area, but they weren't fast enough. Complexity still has vision to make sure they're not doing Baron, and they're safe where they are right now.
Curse even has 4 sweepers out as well to make sure they have everything covered. Man drop coming in. Just for kind of Dominate to get to the
Talisman is a really good buy against a Pantheon because you get the indicator a few seconds in advance. You use the Talisman on Thresh, you clear everyone else from Pantheon's range. And Westrice getting a lot of turret damage down. Complexity is going to try and poke Curse off this Baron. This is a desperation move by Curse. They need to fight now.
This is going to be very big. Xpecial decides to go right onto Bubadub, who can throw down the disengage. They're going to have to walk through the entire wall.
Big
Timbers from Prolly. Kez is in the fight. Gives a huge kick. What damage from Robert X. Lee in this fight? Oh my gosh. Cobb is the only one alive. Triple kill for Robert X. Lee, and they're going to push down the mid lane.
4 for 1. Prolly becomes a martyr for his team. He just ults and hits everyone. Complexity is so happy about that one. They destroyed Curse in that team fight.
So amazing. It seems like Curse almost forced themselves into that. A lot was used on Bubadub, who was continuously disengaging himself, and then forced the entire team to walk through a box.
Yeah.
Great play by the team. Kez finally making an impact, getting right into the middle of the fight to help. And it looks like Curse is going to be forced to watch Baron go to Complexity at 32 minutes in.
Yeah. We've never seen Complexity play this smart. When they won over Cloud9, it was a very chaotic, out-of-control game. This was a very controlled fight by Complexity. They knew they had the split pusher. They knew they were playing disengage until the teleport could come in. They got an initiation on Bubadub, and then probably went in exactly the right moment. As soon as he does, look how everyone on Complexity followed. As soon as Westrice comes in, they collapsed in and around Curse, basically trapping them in the metaphorical box that was their team, and just destroyed them in that fight before getting Baron.
And they're going to be able to take so much more after that. Playing Janitor on the map, and they clean it up. Dragon goes to them 4-3 in turrets. They weren't able to push too much of the map there, but that fight is really going to put Curse in a hard-hat position coming into this next engage.
Especially considering when they're running the Yasuo Pantheon, they have to initiate hard with Leona. That is the only direction with which that composition works. And now they're down 9,000 gold in a Baron.
Not going to be easy for this comeback. Also, not a lot of things for Voyboy to get a good ultimate off of. You're looking at that wild growth. You're looking at Voyboy's own Q on that third one, but it's going to be very tough. They got to get the perfect fights to come in here. Now with Complexity, like you said, Robert Exley, if he can get to that position, we just saw him put out some huge damage in that fight. He's going to be doing it even more. He goes with Affinity Edge, too. He's not even worried about this. He can heal for himself.
Well, when Robert Exley gets fed, Complexity wins.
Yeah, this is
it
true.
It happened against Cloud9 with the
good point.
4-minute triple kill. Here it was a 2-minute triple kill.
Right.
But he's still pretty fed. Those things
as long
are true.
as you get it. And it leaves the rest of the team able to mitigate whatever they need. Single Negatron close coming in. Almost a Guardian Angel finished up actually for Westrice. And maybe another 1,300. He's probably got gold in his pocket already. But everybody's getting what they need right now for Complexity. And they're using it too.
And honestly, we haven't been able to touch on it much, but Kez, the Sightstone vision control that he's been adding for his team has been remarkable. To come in on such short notice from a different team, really being a challenger adversary of Complexity for all of last Series 1 and 2. And he's doing great.
Didn't seem to have too much of a champion damage impact, but it's not the only way you can impact the game. Like you said, really playing for the around the map control. And with the shot calling back of Prolly, it's been working wonders so far. A 10,000 gold lead, 34 minutes on Curse.
Seems like such a strange day.
Yeah.
We had the start of it with Complexity and EG being the 7th and 8th place teams in the LCS. EG takes down Cloud9. Complexity looks to be taking down Curse. Even though Curse could have won this game to be tied with TSM, we have a 3-way tie at the top of the standings. Anything can happen today in the North American LCS.
All the one-game-away instances. Boy with a good block on the Ardent Blaze. Not too much damage coming from the double shot passive of Lucian, but Robert actually still gets it there in time. Blue buff and red buff are keeping him quite safe. The team can focus on other things. C takes down the turret. Great focus here for Complexity. Doesn't look like they're stopping.
Yeah, they're going to dare Curse to fight them. They're just going to keep standing at this point, wait for the minion wave to come in. Robert is going to take quick little double shots at the turret, go in and out, and wait for X-Special or I Will Dominate to commit to a fight.
Let's see if X-Special can grab somebody on this here. A nice hook onto Corki. Not a ride Bubba wants to take just yet. Oh, Robert, get that turret damage. You don't want to face tank that. Everybody's safe. Boy actually can't ult for himself now. He's got to get that recharge back up. So Curse, or Complexity rather, feeling pretty safe here, especially with Dominate in eyes. He's going to have to walk up to get that stun now.
Robert taking a few little pokes on that one, but he's going to try and lifesteal up off the next minion wave when it meets. This does seem to be on a bit of a timer, though. Huge wave in the bottom lane stacking up for Curse currently. But if Complexity goes soon, they're still going to be all right.
Westrice does have that Guardian Angel.
Wall burned really early before Robert was going to be going for the turret anyway. Allows for a lot of damage.
Very nice, relentless pursuit. Looks like they stay safe. You can hear them in the background. They're yelling at each other like this, that, this, that. Communication everywhere. We're here in the all chat. This gets very chaotic between the teams, but the right calls instantly puts the fight in your favor. What a bro! Westrice tanking up the turret for
burns
shots.
the wind wall before the next minion wave is going to arrive, which means they have the full time of this next minion wave. This turret might be going down, or Curse has to initiate. They hook X-Special. That's not exactly you want to hook.
Nope.
And it holds it for another wave.
And that's the difference you see. X-Special got Bubba last time, and it caused bad things, but the choice to not go in, all in, is really keeping Complexity on the upper
Baron
hand.
on Complexity either. There's the initiation.
Oh, he ults himself. Westrice jumped right into it and said, let's go. Dominate. Almost gets out of that one, but he's pulled back in by Bubba. Westrice almost going down, but somehow stays alive with the shields, and Complexity micros themselves in and out perfectly to take down 2.
For 0. Robert just slips out of that one.
Don't know
Lucian
how.
is rather slippery, as is...
Everything's going so well for them. Now to still have Guardian Angel up for the next time, great play.
Yeah, Guardian Angel, Renekton. You already don't want to have to focus on Renekton. Unless he got the GA. Robert picks up the red buff on the way out. That was just control, once again, from Complexity. They did actually give Curse a slight window for maybe catching them because they stayed at slightly low health while the Baron buff had expired, and it was the right play by Curse to try and initiate at that point. You can see Robert...
Take one more look.
Doesn't get Leona ulted, though. He was well out of there by the time the Leona ultimate went out. And then Westrice ends up taking the brunt of the damage, doesn't even pop the GA, and probably manages to Zhonya's before he gets finished off as well.
I'll watch that again. I think Dominate got kick grabbed. That looked really sweet.
Got all bounced around.
They're playing ping pong with the Pantheon. 38 minutes on to this one. Yeah, 62. That's going up to 63,000, and that's, we'll say, 50,000. So that gold lead for Complexity is just surmounting and almost unstoppable for Curse to come back. Now, if there was any domino effect, Complexity is working it right now. Pings to the top lane. They tell Robert actually to be very careful as he's farming this.
And we did talk about the late game damage fall off potential from Complexity because Westrice, Renekton, and Prawley's Annie aren't the most giant late game monsters. But a Lucian that has 5 offensive items kinda is. So as long as Robert X. Lee can stay safe in these fights, which could be a legitimate risk, Complexity will be fine to take out this one. Really the only way Curse wins is if Voyboy lands a Miracle Yasuo ult right on top of Robert X. Lee and bursts him down immediately.
Crit on crit on crit.
Yeah. And even when they do that, they're going to be exposing their backline to Prawley. So it's very difficult.
You see Cop. Going for a Cutlass, the Blade of the Rune King in there. No Eternity Edge pop for him on those auto attacks. So it looks like Voyboy's left to that damage. Like we said, it's got to hit, and it's got to hit soon because Baron now alive and willing for a fight here. Complexity can easily pressure this one down, but it looks like they may just be able to catch Curse on the way there.
Yeah, and this is the same situation we had last time. Westrice is split pushing. Quas is not matching because he's staying with the team, which means Curse would have to team fight without, or just go back to base. They're just going to go back to base. There's not much more they can do.
Getting something out of this would be great, but now they are pressured. All 5 back for Quas, and he's just going to go ahead and be an alligator.
Well, they're going to kill him, at least. It's going to cost them the Baron.
This reminds me of old Hotshot. Just one guy running around. The entire team gets Baron. He's still going. Baron goes down.
Burn is GA.
Yeah.
Who's going to get the kill? They got to give this to us, the right person. That'll work.
That was a pretty good fight.
He was really hard to take down.
He still has teleport, too. He's going to be right back in. Well, it's 55 seconds.
It's a 55-second
game,
delay.
You're right there.
Yeah. His Renekton ultimate also is on 83-second delay, so they...
you almost get it.
Yeah. They're going to wait for that to come back up. It basically means the duration of this Baron buff by Complexity is reduced by about a minute and a half.
Yeah.
But they're still going to be doing the same game they played previously, just at a different turret. They did the mid turret with their last Baron. They're probably going for the bottom of the top turret with this new one.
Infinity Edge finished out, and another damage item coming in for Robert X. Lee on the Cutlass. He just wants damage. He knows that the rest of the
Rune
team.
King pretty soon as well.
Yep.
He might actually end up doing that before the big push.
Valkyrie Flash, Cop using everything to get out of that one. Randuin's trying to be built up by Xpecial. They're giving everybody a chance to keep these fights going, keep Cop in range to do damage along with Voyboy. See what Quas can do to get a Glitter Lance out. Robert actually just pretty fearless here. Ardent Blaze doesn't even need it, just takes down the turret with regular shots. Zanya's for Prawley. Yeah. Westrice back up too.
Yeah, they're going to go make their final trip to the shop as Westrice comes out. You can see 17, 1400, 2200, 1400. Everyone just buying up their items. So blue. Actually, he sells his Cutlass for a Guardian Angel.
Yeah, I saw money come in there.
Yeah. So he actually decreases his damage a little bit for a bit more security.
Good choice. With Westrice's down, it makes it a little more target focused for him.
We did say as well that the one way Curse could come back in this one is if they could somehow catch Robert X. Lee and kill him. Now that might not be the case.
A little bit harder. Quas actually focusing on building up a Lich Bane here to come in second. Hasn't really been able to put enough money even to a second set of boots throughout this game. It's been tough. 320 to 180 in that lane. And looks like Westrice is going to be going back into his favorite environment of split pushing in the bot. And Complexity is already at the front of the base, so it's just kind of a waiting game now until Westrice gets to the turrets.
Yeah, the Baron is kind of going to waste, if we consider it. It's already more than
2.5 minutes left.
Yeah. So Complexity would have to pick up the pace a little bit, but the gold lead has been expanding pretty heavily throughout this. Like, while the time has been delayed, it's not like they aren't continually taking all of the lanes and all of the jungle. Curse isn't really hitting their max items, so we're not at that point yet where the gold doesn't matter. Complexity's still really increasing their strength.
Good shields from the outside, keeping Robert very safe. Misses the Ardent Blaze on that one, but he's still getting the passive shots with Sheep Proc on the inhibitor as he needs it. Complexity knows they're up in gold, and this is not usually you see a team play this strong, but today we've seen all teams start to take control when they think they have it. Dominate looking to put control back in his team's favor. A great box. Throws everybody in the box. Quas is the only one in here. Wild Growth on 4 members now. Probably Zanya's in, and he's going to be able to cast spells when he comes out along with his flash. Complexity is just shutting down Curse all over the map. Boy runs bleeding out of this one with about 60 HP left, and it's going to be Complexity in the base and on the Nexus turret.
Yeah, Westrice is so huge right now. They do not need minions to try and push this one down. Still 3 people on Curse up. They're just going for this.
What a hell of a day of games here from every team. All the victors really putting their best foot forward today. Boy, oh my gosh, going down even faster than last time. Gets hit up with the last shot from Robert X. Lee and the rest of the team. It's going to be Special going down as well. The last Nexus turret falls 43-20 into the matchup. Complexity takes down Curse with Pez in the jungle.
And what happened in the NALCS today? Surprises across the board. EG beats Cloud9. Complexity takes down Curse. There's now a 3-way tie for first and a 3-way tie for last in the NALCS. There is absolute parity starting to come out. What a big win for Complexity with their substitute Kez.
Getting everybody in on the cheer, on the hug, and really methodical play from Complexity. Every team kind of stayed out of tunnel mode today, if you will. They made all the right calls, didn't go too far, and backed off when they needed to every time. The victors, that is. It was a tough day if you were on the losing side because it came fast.
I mean, this loss for Curse really hurts.
Yep.
They had taken down Dignitas, feeling pretty good about things. They thought with the win here, they could move into a tie for 5th place. But instead, it goes the other way. Clubadub.
Probably a little late there. Probably to Zanyazan back at base. Goes over to shake the hands of Curse now. Gives his team a handshake as well. Got to feel good to have the Prolly back. The fearless leader. Crazy plays as well. Didn't even let it affect him, and he was taken down like a minute into the game.
Yeah, as soon as that happened, you could see the Sightstone rush by Kez saying, they need the vision control. Almost right away, they warded up one side really deep to make it so Dominate could never sneak up on Prolly again. And then at the start of those initiations, he just fired in again and again.
Looks like we're going to get a quick interview with him in just a little bit, but great play coming out around. Robert X. Lee showing huge play from the AD carry position. Once again, like you said, it wasn't the early triple kill, but he got his triple kill in the mid game that brought him right back to Robert X. Lee form.
Something about triple kills seems to grant victory for teams. I don't know what it is.
Triple kills and double busts every time he gets it. All right, so we are going to send it down right now to Kobe, who's on the winner's side.
All right, thank you. We are here with Prolly. Came back and won his first game. Easy, fresh, right? Okay, so congratulations, Prolly, on your win. Now, on your time away, how did you keep up with the team so that you would have a seamless reintegration once you came back? Were you still talking to them, practicing with them, talking about strategies?
Yeah, we actually, before I even left and they were scrimming with ManCloud, I was kind of subbed in as the coach, and I watched all the scrims and gave notes and stuff. And then when they played, I went back and watched all the replays, and then later we listened to the voice comm. So I pretty much was there in a way, just being a coach and not a player for the last week. So that's kind of been my role because I didn't want to have like a fissure in the team. So I just had to like be as involved as I could, but not play.
And now bringing in Kez for this game, you guys have yet another person subbing out. How easy was it to bring in Kez, and how was it working with Kez?
Kez is actually like a super awesome jungler, and it's weird how well he just like fits with the team because we all have like our own shot calling kind of thing, but he came in and he started doing shot calling, and we were like, oh yeah, your shots are actually correct. Like, okay, we'll listen to you. So everyone's like actually taking a little back seat and let him do a little more work because he's actually like pretty smart with the game.
All right, now let's talk a little about you and your Annie pick, because not a lot of people like to play Annie mid. It's played a little bit differently towards the mid and late game. What is your philosophy? What are you trying to bring to the team with the Annie pick?
I don't know. The Annie pick is just kind of happen chance. The last time we played it, the first split, I played it the day before in scrims, and I happened to get the Karthus versus Annie matchup, and then we played Dig, and they picked Karthus, so I picked Annie. Yesterday was the first day I played Annie. Again.
In a year.
In a year. I haven't played her since then. Maybe a support or something like that. But then yesterday I was like, I think we should do Annie mid, just in case they pick Yasuo. And then we did it in scrims, and 2 games in a row they picked Yasuo. And I was like, oh, sweet, now I get to practice Annie mid. And then they first picked Yasuo, and we were like, oh, this is just perfect. Like, how did this happen again? This 2 times in a row I played Annie mid. practicing for the exact matchup I got the next day.
All right, so it just kind of worked out that way. Now, you guys, when are you guys going to get Broken Shard back? And have you been doing a similar thing where you've stayed in contact with him to keep him up to date on what's going on with the team?
Yeah, Broken actually like listens into our comms and stuff, and he's kind of nitpicking some of our scrims and stuff like that. But I think he's had problems with the visa and stuff like that, so I'm actually not positive on when we're actually going to get our jungler back, which is pretty sad. But yeah, that's what it's
All right. Well, tough break there, but congratulations and good luck tomorrow with LMQ. We are now going to send it back up to the guys at the desk.
I have to wonder now, if he played the matchup, did he die each time right in the beginning?
Was it against a Pantheon jungle?
Yeah, right.
I'm not sure. I mean, this whole day in the NALCS was just absolutely absolutely awesome. there may be a little bit of a let-off in this last game between Complexity and Curse, but that was just because Complexity was playing so solid throughout the game. It really does make us excited, or me personally excited, for what's going to happen now that we have a three-way tie for first that doesn't involve TSM and Cloud9, because I know those teams are going to be coming back.
Right, and we were sitting in the green room earlier, and we kind of said, like, this is the one game apart day. If everybody wins this, it'll be the all teams have played each other, and then you kind of can formulate what happens during the split. Absolutely not after today. You're just like, well, that's out the window. Yeah, can't be doing that. But Complexity really showing that they are a team to be reckoned with here, especially that style of play. Another team, could have tried to go back against them, but they had good map control, and the early sight stones has definitely been kind of getting in people's minds as more teams are doing it.
Yeah, and we just heard Prawley talking about how maybe they won't have Broken Shard back, but they have a pretty good substitute in the meanwhile, because Kez fit in great with the team right off the bat. You could tell maybe his experience, the calls he was making, the confidence to come in and just come into a new team and just start making calls takes a certain type of individual who's willing to do that. And they're really lucky to find such a quality substitute.
And that situation in itself is a huge win. Complexity coming in the first 3 weeks. Super week, they had everyone. The second week, Prawley was out. The third week, they're losing their jungler. It's almost like you're digging yourself a hole to start the LCS. But they found a way out of that one, and it didn't hurt too much. So before we send it over to the North American Challenger Series, let's take a look at how the teams stand in the LCS after another 4 games.
Yeah, in first place, it's a 3-way tie with CLG, Dignitas, and LMQ. Cloud9 is in fourth with 4 wins and now 3 losses.
Then in fifth, it's Team Solo Mid, and giving our standings symmetry. It's another 3-way tie for the last place with Complexity, Team Curse, Evil Geniuses. Of course, we will be back again tomorrow with another full day of matches, starting with Cloud9 taking on Chronologic Gaming.
Followed by LMQ versus Complexity, which anything could happen. Then Evil Geniuses face off against Dignitas. Then we'll conclude our LCS day with Team Curse battling it out against Team Solo Mid.
That all gets underway Sunday at noon Pacific time, 9 p.m. Central European Summer Time. But for now, we're going to pass the reins over to Freak and Zyrene for the North American Challenger Series.
Maybe we will.
I like the face. Thanks very, very much, guys. And welcome to the Summer 2014 North American Challenger Series, brought to you thanks in part to our friends at Coca-Cola. David Freak Turley alongside me is Aiden Zyrene Moon. How's it going?
I'm really excited, and I'm doing really well. Today is the last round of the round of 8.
Yes.
For the North American Challenger Series.
Last quarterfinal. We're going to move on to even the stronger teams, I guess. If you win, you're better. So, of course, it's going to be even. It's going to get even better from here. It's going to get even better from here. That's what I was actually going for with this one. So, it's going to be a whole bunch of fun. We've got 2 great teams in front of us here. Team Coast on one side, Team Green Forest on the other. For those guys who've been watching the LCS, of course, you saw Team Coast. They, of course, did lose 2 of their big players. There was Shifter as well as Zion heading over towards Dignitas.
Yeah. And we're going to have to see how Coast does without their 2 most important solo laners who have been replaced by actually some really great players in the Challenger Series.
We'll see how well Rux and Golden Glue can do. Of course, on the other side of this one, we're going to see what else can happen because Team Green Forest have shown themselves to be pretty good as well. More of an upstart team, but they crushed their first 2 matches so far.
Yeah.
Individuals all over the place. NATO, I think, is a guy that you're kind of pointing at as one's going to be important.
Yeah, NATO, the mid laner for Team Green Forest, see how he does against the new mid laner for Coast, which is Golden Glue.
Yeah.
So, and today, the squad they need to beat, of course, is Team Green Forest.
Going to be fun.
Wow.
Sorry. Off to a slow start. Don't worry, the show gets better from here.
Don't worry. There's some stuff going on.
All right, so both teams definitely, of course, hungry for a win today, and if they can do so, they move on to the Challenger Series bracket, which is actually where we're going to head. Frank Fang Gaming is in the semifinals in that bracket thanks to the forfeit win over XDG. FFG is going to play against Team LOLPro, who swept Area of Effect 2-0 in their quarterfinal.
And the other semifinal match will be locked today after Team Coast and Team Green Forest battle to see who will face Team Cursed Academy next week. And Cursed Academy is already advanced due to a forfeit by Cloud9 Tempest.
Yeah, and so as is customary in the Challenger Series, with wins, come points. Teams who made it to the quarterfinals were awarded a single point. The squads who have since advanced to the semis were allotted several more.
And Curse Academy, Frank Fang Gaming, and Team LOLPro are sitting pretty at the top with 4 points. So far in the tournament. There. Everyone else is tied with 1 point, but only Team Coast and Team Green Forest have the opportunity to catch the leaders.
And of course, every team with an asterisk, that means they still have an opportunity to earn more points because they're still in the tournament. Meanwhile, teams without one are going to hope to requalify and carry their points over to Summer Series 2. And to help keep you guys up on all the action, just head over to lolesports.com.
Under the League's Tournaments tab, you'll find scores, schedules, and everything else you need to follow the Challenger Series and LCS season all season long.
Yeah, and it's going to be fun. Make sure you guys keep up with this one. Today's best of 3 matchup is about to get underway. Once again, Team Coast versus Team Green Forest. And now for real, we're going to break the match down.
Yes, sorry about that. It was Rux in the top lane, formerly of Curse Academy. We have Mash, who's moved to the jungle from the AD carry position. We have Golden Glue, who was on Dignitas, and before that he was on Skyline. We've seen him in the Challenger Series before. He's playing mid lane. Then we have the same bottom lane for Team Coast, which is WizFusion and Daydreamin'.
Yeah.
So with their new solo laners and also Mashme in the jungle, going to have to see how they do against Team Green Forest, because Mashme, he's now calling the shots from the jungle position. He's always been a very adept player, very good at AD carry, and I would actually go out on a limb and say he's possibly the best AD carry that isn't in the LCS.
But of course, his talent's slightly wasted by playing the jungle position. For those of you guys who are wondering, it's a technicality, I suppose, but we have a rule where to compete in the Challenger Series and to inherit your seed, you have to play at least 3 members from the old roster. Substitutes count, so Mashme counts as one of the 3 there, which is why everyone's there and why you're seeing people off roles, because those are the players who are choosing to play from the old roster. So in case you're wondering why they're choosing to role swap in AD carry, someone who still tends to play AD carry in his free time, that's the reason.
Yeah, and he may go back to the AD carry spot in the future. We will have to see, or if he's just an excellent jungler, they want to keep him there.
Sure.
But in the meantime, we have to look at the middle lane. It's Golden Glue on Coast versus Team Green Forest's NATO, who went 4-4 and 14 in the round of 10. And NATO is a very momentum-based player. If he gets going over Golden Glue, which is very possible because Golden Glue's laning phase has some cracks in it, and he will roam a lot. He will try to get kills somewhere else. And if that doesn't work out for him, NATO can go ahead and get a CS lead and convert that into even a larger lead. But if NATO gets behind, Team Green Forest can get shut down because he has been basically the hinge on which that team swings.
Yeah, that's going to be an important one. And kind of thinking about the styles of the players, I think it almost lends a bit of favor to Green Forest because we know Golden Glue is a big assassin player. In his time on Dignitas, he played a lot of Orianna to kind of poor success.
Well, he had some good shockwaves, but that's it. He had some good shockwaves.
Yeah, like when you play the champion 5 times, at some point you'll hit a good shockwave, right? But he's a big, Zed player, a Yasuo player. Akali was the big thing we saw him play in the Challenger Series in spring.
Complexity Red,
Yeah, on Complexity Red, Skyline, etc. It's all different names for the same team, but that's his forte or forte. Both work, by the way. You can use either.
Pronunciation lesson. Thank you for that one. We're gonna bust out the mana one next.
Oh my god!
In the future,
data and data. You just keep going. There's gonna be so many.
Apparently, it's not fissure. It's Fisher.
Fisher.
Yes.
It's an S sound, not a J sound.
Yeah, I was blown away by that one. Anyway, Coast. It's pronounced Coast. And Team Green Forest is Team Green Forest. And we're going to get into that game right now in Champion Select.
You know what's great is they're both nature-based teams.
It's true.
Games.
Water versus
land.
There you go.
Dirt and trees. Well, we're into the game, guys. Shyvana Ziggs banned away from Green Forest. Kassadin and Lee Sin. I'm surprised with Shyvana being so fire-based, they would even allow it.
Well, yeah. Well, fire is actually super effective against both of them. Well, actually, it's countered by Coast. Coast could just go ahead and extinguish the fire, but then a forest fire could be created.
That's why they banned it. They extinguished Shyvana. The flame is gone. Can't be played. Makes sense. Lore happened here. Twisted Fate also banned away from NATO, so 2 bans away from this key player of Team Green Forest. Meanwhile, Golden Glue's Kassadin, the Lee Sin away from Mash, who has been actually playing that champion quite a bit.
Yeah. And then the Kayle ban coming out as the very last one for Team Green Forest. Kayle, very good in top lane, very good in mid lane currently.
Yeah.
works against a lot of the meta champions right now.
Yeah.
Just her big fort.
Yes, it is. Well, setting up the fort in top lane, there was going to be Rux with the Jax up there. He's going to be facing up against maybe a Lulu, but also a jungle Elise here for Team Green Forest.
Yeah, Lulu was played by NATO back in the round of 20, and it's in Dat Control's champion pool, but I think that's most likely a mid lane Lulu. When I was watching the Black Monster Cup, that's what NATO was trying to bring to the table and try to just snowball the lane with.
All right, we'll see if that comes through. Right now, though, Coast has picked up their bottom lane with everything on the table. They go for the Nami Lucian duo lane right here, so is Fusion playing even more Lucian games for himself? Did you even haven't seen him play Nami yet?
Yep, and I'm glad he's picking up the Lucian here. You know, he has that patented Varus for himself, but opts to go with the flavor of the month here. Sure. We see that Lucian, Twitch, just basically what every AD carry is going for, but the Nami here has the disengage potential. If they're being chased down by a Lulu, it can kind of put a damper on that because she's known for just tracking people down. She's basically a huntress. Like, Lulu's like, if I can catch up to you, which she will with movement speed, and
you're in for a bad time.
Yeah, she's going to just slow you down and just eventually kill you.
Well, Team Green Forest, though, this is interesting. I don't see enough teams pick Renekton against Jax, but that's going to be the case here for Dat Control in the top lane. Of course, you've already got Twitch locked in there for Dawn, so plenty of late-game power to compensate for the fact that Renekton might just fall off a bit. But the one-on-one lane, it's typically a matchup that goes Renekton's favor.
Yeah, in the one-on-one, he definitely comes out on top. He can shove the wave faster than Jax at the start, get the early level 2, put him underneath the turret, allow dives to happen from around. You can really shut down the Jax. And the fact that you can use your Ruthless Predator while he's using Counter-Strike and just slice and dice away, you can trade very effectively against him. But once Jax hits his power spikes, he just runs away with the game. So the big thing here is, are they going to do a lane swap and just get Rux into a lane by himself, or is Rux just a good enough player to go ahead and wait it out against Dat Control's Renekton?
You know what's interesting about this, actually, is that it sucks in a 1-on-1 or a 2-on-0 sort of setup, because if you're not getting any farm, Jax needs items to work well, not just levels, whereas Renekton can kind of get away with it. And, of course, again, the 1-on-1 you talked about, can Coast play around that? Because by its own, it's going to be really rough. Well, 2 more champions come in, though. The Evelynn jungle there for MASH. Yeah, Lee Sin banned away, all right. And the Syndra mid lane there, the blind pick for Golden Glue. Well, actually, no, sorry. Of course, it's Lulu. Unless it's a support, there's a chance.
There is a chance that it is a support Lulu. There still is Morgana on the table here. There's still a lot that can be used. I don't know if you pick Morgana into Nami completely willingly.
No.
Get the fish on a hook.
Yep.
And that's the best option for you there, is to pick Thresh into that. But the Syndra from Golden Glue, he's always loved those assassin burst type champions. He's loved things like Akali, Zed, etc. Things that have a big bursty ultimate that he can just get a kill and start running away with the game. Of course, he picks the Syndra into a Lulu, who's anti-burst.
Yeah, true.
You go ahead and wild growth yourself. You can go ahead and, it looks like Syndra's setting up the combo. You go ahead and polymorph him, and you're perfectly fine. But Golden Glue, confident in his abilities, that he can go ahead and possibly roam, which has always been his style, is, you know what, I can lose lane, but let's just go somewhere else and create a play. He might be looking top to get Rux going, or whichever lane he ends up being in.
So it's going to be interesting to look at. We kind of break down these team comps a little bit, because Team Green Forest looks very well-rounded. Yeah. You've got a front line that can get in there. Lulu can follow that up one. You've got tanks there to buy time for Twitch to kill everything. We saw that work really well for Evil Geniuses actually earlier today. It was with the Trundle, but the same kind of situation is beefy front line, wild growth, Twitch killing people. Other side Coast, they don't have a real front line. They have spotty ways to reach the back, and I don't know how easily they reach Twitch.
Well, the thing with the composition that they've brought out for themselves, it's actually very popular in Korea, is you have the Evelynn and the Nami. You can go ahead and combine the ultimates, the Agnes Embrace alongside the Tidal Wave, and you actually use 2 secondary engages to create a main engage. Okay. Because if you use the Evelynn ulti, they're all slowed for a very long duration, and you just have the wave go straight through them. And that's how you start the fight off. But the way they get to Twitch is you're going to have to get Jax into the back line somehow, whether it's a teleport onto a ward, or if you just set it up correctly and you get him with
try to brute force it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like that is going to be
long
difficult.
Range stun with Syndra.
Yeah, that's true.
It's difficult. It's difficult. They have no point in clicks.
I agree. Yeah, I think there's pick potential. I think that's the thing, right? You've got Evelynn, you've got Syndra. These guys are very good at doing these individual plays. And that's kind of the only way in, right? Like, it's weird to me that that's kind of the comp from Team Coast. It doesn't have that one great singular purpose. What they can do, though, I suppose, is if they do set up Rux well, right? If Jax does eventually win his lane, eventually outscales the Renekton, then you can make the situation where you've got this split-pushing Jax that needs an answer, and there's no immediate answer. because you're going to outscale the other split pusher. Lulu would probably lose the 1-on-1 as well, right? Like Twitch can have a hard time as well. And you're like, well, the rest of us can disengage. You know, we've got Wave Clear from Lucian, Wave Clear from Syndra, right? Nami's a great counter engage or disengage support as well. So I can see that working if Coast can be like, okay, Rux is big and the rest of us can play defense.
Yeah, we're going to have to see how that goes because Rux getting big, it is Rux, and he loves carrying the game, whether it's on an Aatrox. He's carried with Renekton before, and now he has that late game scaler, Jax. The rest of his team isn't as suited to the late game when you swap it over to Team Green Forest side. They have a Lulu with a Twitch who's going to keep him safe. Twitch's late game is incredibly terrifying. Just shows up, has assassination potential as well as team fight potential. So there's a lot that Twitch brings to the table here that if they just go for a late game here, Jax just isn't auto-win, shut down everybody else.
Yeah, I agree. So then you got to think about some of the other matchups here that are interesting because you've got... we talked about the fact that, you know, Syndra and Evelynn can maybe make picks, but at the same time, you've got a team with a Thresh and a Twitch, right? Like, these champions who are so excellent at being in the right place at the right time, either landing a long-range hook to turn in the fight or just to simply stealth around and kind of get these flank kills. And there's like, I feel like there's just so many more things that Team Green Forest comp can do, right? There's so many more avenues they can attack the game from, so many more ways to control the game. And then there's no real ways for Coast to tech brushes. Like you've got like Lee Sin W, that's kind of it. Like there's so many like weaknesses here.
You didn't get Lee Sin, it was banned.
Or no, sorry, not Lee Sin, Lucian.
Okay.
I misspoke.
Okay.
Yeah, Lucian W, right?
I was trying to follow you and I was like, okay, what's going on?
Yeah, no, I apologize for that. Yeah, so like... it just feels like there's this one singular purpose of Coast. It's like, all right, I hope Jax wins, and it's like a bunch of like pretty good champions otherwise.
Okay,
and that's like my read on it, where it's like I wanna see it work because I like all those champions. Like I don't see enough Syndra; she's a lot of fun, but I just don't understand the purpose of that composition.
Yeah, it just looks like it's a little bit of a scattered thing. They went with the theme though. They got a Nami on Coast.
Yeah, good.
So you know, auto win there for the. If there was a Maokai on Team Green Forest, then I'd give it to them too. But
true,
we see the Nami alongside the Evelynn, but I want to know how well has Mashmi adjusted to the jungle.
Yeah,
that's a big question here because Orenko, jungler by trade, Mashmi not so much, but he is a mechanically sound player. He's very high up there. He's always been he's 500 points in Challenger, so he's definitely in that upper half of that, and he knows how to play this game.
Sure,
you know, he's good at League of Legends. Let's put it that way. Whether it's AD carry or whether he's in the jungle, but I want to know how good of a jungler he is. What are his map movements like? How can he direct a team?
Yeah, and that's always kind of the difficult thing is, we talked about this, I think, yesterday with the Challenger Series as well, is like, you know, when you're new to a role, you can generally lane pretty all right. That's one of the first things you pick up is like the basics of how my role works. I can clear the jungle, I can, you know, put wards down, I can use a sweeper, I can smite reasonably well. But it's all the intricacies because like every game is different. Every game of League of Legends is different, right? Yeah. Every single game is different. And your ability to pick up on the important parts of those differences, like, oh, well, the fact that he didn't ward top lane Tribrush means there's like 3 different things that I can do and set up and all these things that I can bait
the butterfly effect in League of Legends.
Yeah, and there's so many of those, right? And unless you've played jungle for 500 games or something, you know, in the season, right? Because the game itself also changes, so season 1 experience a little bit less relevant. You don't necessarily know the things to pick up on. And top level League of Legends, actually, if I can go one step further, is actually about decision making more than anything else. Like the players are roughly on mechanical parity. You don't just like auto win your matchup just because you show up. You are a better player because you have this wealth of knowledge and all these decisions that you can make that you're like, I'm going to outplay you strategically. Yes. I'm going to be in the right place at the right time, and you aren't. Thus, this gank works, right? It's like every gank that backfires is usually because you didn't think about something all the way through, right? Or sometimes they're mechanical misplays, but it's just understanding what you actually can do is what determines the win.
Yeah, and also if the other team is a minute ahead of you, then they're definitely at a big advantage.
Oh, yeah.
They've warded it before you get there. They know what you're going to do, and they read you like a book.
Absolutely.
So there's a lot of mind games that come into things here, and also you have to prepare yourself, set yourself up for success by thinking ahead. You can't just react in the moment all the time.
No, absolutely not.
Then you're just a micro player.
Yeah, and you've got to get the macro sense at the very least. At least have at least one guy who can do it to direct everyone else. But ideally, everyone's there. Yeah, to know what's going on.
And speaking of butterfly effect here, we see that Sarah Sun has gone with the Ruby Crystal on the start, which means he's going to have the Sight Stone a little earlier. Unless Daydreamin gets about a kill in lane. Kill or two, we'll see. But that means he's going to have it earlier. He's going to have the sweeper earlier So then he'll be able to deny vision in the bottom lane and create vision for Team Green Forest and have some dragon control. We have to see when the backs come out for the bottom lane and if that even actually is a factor.
Yeah, it's interesting too because when you have a Ruby Crystal start, it's actually better in the 2v0 sort of setup because you can't actually utilize most of your GP10 items, most of the support GP10 items, aside from probably just Relic Shield in these random 2v0 lane swaps because you're not going to get any harass down on champions. You're not actually pushing turrets, so you're not getting much out of like Spell Thieves, for example. That said, looks like we are going to see the lane swap situation, right? Coast sending the dual lane to the top side. So Dadium is, unless they're doing a fast push, is not going to get any gold out of that item. And you're going to have a, as you said, really fast Sightstone that could really open the map for TGF.
And also the fact that Rux is going to be... Actually, no, it's going to be a 4-on-0. That's what it looks like here. Rux is nowhere near that bottom lane. Yeah, they're going to go for a late invade. Go ahead and get themselves some red buff goodness. They are spotted out, though. So the route is seen by Team Green Forest, and now they know that it's a lane swap, too.
This is interesting. So Green Forest, yeah, they didn't put any aggressive wards really down. It's just enough to spot what the invade was. And they see where it happens, and this actually allows Team Green Forest to grab the 2 buff start, even though you would think, you know, normally speaking, like, oh my gosh, all the buffs on the red side of the map are taken, but it will end up being a 2v2 start it out, and just a standard 2 on 0 lanes.
We also saw that at the blue buff there, Arenko took all of the experience, then he shared experience with Dat Control on the little ones, and that still got him level 2. Dat Control is a very conscious decision to take a step backwards and let all of the experience go to Arenko for the early level 2.
Yeah, that's the way teams are playing it right now. And actually, you can notice that they fully clear out the jungle as well. I know Jat talked about this as well in the commentary on the LCS today, but basically, the duo lane, right? If your duo lane is top, you own the northern and western jungles, and you should full clear those because it's actually your jungle at that point. The Wraiths will respawn, the Wolves will respawn. Those are the camps that you're going to take. You know, similarly for Team Green Forest, the southern and eastern jungles are theirs to clear, and so you fully clear them, and then you clear them again before you leave your lanes fully.
Yeah, there's no real fast pushes coming out just yet. Just about another wave here.
Yeah, this is the wave where you go for Dragon right now, unless, and I want to see this happen. Right now, actually, there's really good positioning in the mid lane to flank on this Lulu.
He's going to go off to the side, though. His team is all there, and that pink ward from Elise has been placed in that ward bush very early on in the river.
Well, and actually, just because they're just around enough, looks like there's not going to be any play for the Dragon right here. We see a lot of 3.5-minute Dragons, but I like that Coast's sort of jungle duo was near mid. They could react to Dragon if it had happened.
Rux is going to go ahead and solo some wolves for himself, get himself some experience, and make sure that Jax is well on his way. He has a little bit of an advantage here in terms of CS over Dat Control because he's been sharing more with Mash, who's level 2 to the level 3 of Arenko. But it's not really going to make a difference at all until fights actually start happening. There's going to be no contact for a little while because everybody's just going around with the jungle. It's 4 minutes in, and nobody's fast pushing this. They're just now getting damage onto the turrets.
This is working pretty well, actually. To be honest, like you're going to get a... Oh my gosh, Rux.
He's got it.
Yep, all right, timed it out. He's level 3 after that one. So if you're going to put him in a decent spot. Dat Control in level 2. Ooh, flash forced away by NATO already. A flash for nothing. Well played, Coast.
That sets up Golden Glue a lot because when you don't have your flash versus a Syndra, the next stun means he's going to get a full combo on you, regardless of having ultimate or not. He also has the Ignite for kill potential in lane, and another visit from Mash is definitely going to happen.
Yeah, right now, though, it's like the Lulu's a little bit too far back. Mashby is going to... Yeah, there we go. Oh, Sarasun. Okay, interesting battle.
Also getting collapsed on here.
Yeah, he's got to be careful. Flashed away because a Flash Flay could have meant death there on that one. And look at this. Arenko does sweep away the trinket.
Yeah, you should flash instead of risking it. You always early flash things like that. Because if the possibility comes out and you don't have the reaction time, because they're basically inputting their abilities, not on a reaction. They're just doing it as an aggressive move.
Yeah.
You won't be able to react in time.
Yeah. That's going to be the case for these guys. So, bottom lane. Freeze right there for Dawn. It's actually going to be Sarasun recalling back, leaving Twitch to gain solo experience. Now that Thresh is 3, to be honest, it's probably the right time. Gets the Sightstone down there. Pink Ward as well. It's about the right time for those kind of items. Deedman has gotten some money from attacking the turret. He did push a little bit there and cash in somewhat. But Dat Control, of course, is around to soak up experience.
And the honorary junglers are now back into their top lanes. Back into their solo lanes here. We see Rux in the bottom. He's actually going to be one-on-oneing Dawn currently.
That's going to be a difficult one for Jax. It's level 3 versus level 4.
It's difficult for any bruiser.
Well, sure.
Face an AD carry early on. And Sarasun, he's actually going to... He's looking for the pink ward in the bush. Because he has the early Sightstone. He has the sweeper completed. Actually, pink ward's the side bush.
But I don't think he saw the Evelynn, but he was like, if there's an Evelynn there and I get jumped on, it's going to be bad time. So, plays a little more defensively. Mashmi's actually going to get spotted there by... Ooh.
Huh.
All right.
All right. He got seen by Arenko, though. Just barely.
Well, it's going to be Mashmi. So winning around to the wing. I don't know if he knows he got seen, though, is the thing. So you've got to be a bit careful on this one. More wave clear coming out from Golden Glue right now. He is, by the way, 12 minions up on Nado in this heads-up matchup. We have seen some visits from Mash to force a flash away, you know, maybe scare him off a little bit. But generally speaking, that one-on-one is going Coast's way. You actually see a 200 gold lead for the team. Trinket Ward's going to spot some of this. Top lane turret's going to be going down. The experience fully denied right here. And the gold shared among these members. DAC Control only level 4, only 8 CS. Rux, though, in a similarly weak position right here. It's going to be some time until these top laners power up.
Yeah, he's trying to soak up experience. And yeah, he basically took free damage there. He's going to have this big wave coming to him, but look at this. Team Green Forest, they know this monster wave is coming down bottom. They're collapsing with 4 members, so Rux either has to back off and get denied all of the CS and gold and experience, give up the turret, or he gets killed.
Yep.
And loses it all anyway.
So he's going to back off of this one. No one's really there to defend him. No support recalls and jungle recalls don't come in time to make that a 3 versus 3, so a lot of gold lost, and down goes the turret. Team Green Forest answer. They stay within 200 gold. Golden Glue Nado again going for a bit of a trade, but Golden Glue's low on mana there. Shield, bit of damage comes out. No big deal, though.
Yeah, backs haven't come out for the mid laners. We also see that Dawn hasn't backed just yet, and there's a BF sword on Lucian. So he has to back now, because he's no longer able to stay in this lane.
Yep, and so he goes for it at about 2,000 gold, so... Gonna give him Cutlass and maybe like Boots and a Dagger, but that's about it here. Actually, can't quite afford it. We'll see. Cutlass. He's waiting for ambient gold for Dagger if he's waiting in the fountain right here.
And now we see the top laner actually double the CS now for DAC Control. Well done with the Dagger, Boots, and Bilgewater.
Hey, that time I had the dollars on screen. Yesterday it was actually just guessing based on CS. So
it's really good.
Thank you. Well, right now, Daydream and WizFusion going to hang out in this bottom lane with pretty much item parity against Dawn and Sarasun. So here comes the 2-on-2. Later level for this one, but both have ultis on the AD carries. Neither of the supports do, which would be an interesting little bit of a trade. Oh, wow. Elise gets around without getting spotted by a ward. Pink wards the brush to make sure she's safe. And now, just shows her to push the turret down.
Mashmi's here too, but there is an ultimate on DAC Control to the no ultimates between Rux and Mash.
I think Rux basically showed that Evelynn's around. The fact that he wasn't afraid, they pinged out that Mashmi was somewhere, basically.
It's Schrodinger's Evelynn.
Yeah. Schrodinger's Evelynn.
If somebody acts weird, definitely there, but you can kind of bait people into that too.
Yeah, that's a lot more risky than throwing a lantern backwards.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
It's like the ham version of that. Well, Pink Ward finally goes down, though. Coast Golden Glue does remove this one. 11 minion lead still there.
That's kind of like that. I can't tell if they're playing dumb or if there's an Evelynn there.
Yeah. Invisible or dumb? That's the real question. You gotta guess right.
Yeah.
Or it's gonna be bad.
You do. So we're reaching the power spikes right now for Jax. As soon as he hits 6, it's a big boon for him when he hits 9 and 13, especially in comparison to Renekton. But he's very item-based, and he's been shut down in the early game. He has half the CS of DAC Control, to the point that when the backs come out, DAC Control's still going to have an advantage over him by a good margin.
Well, that's going to be a bit of a concern then, because Coast first picked that champion, and it's not working for him so far. Rux, the replacement for Zion Spartan, a very good player, Rux, to be fair, but
pretty similar playstyle.
Yeah,
too. They both like trying to run away with the game and split push the top lane. And now Rux, he uses his TP to get back into the top lane, but now it's the bottom lane. It's the former LCS bottom lane against Dawn and Sarasun. Kind of shows in the CS, too.
Yeah, they're doing pretty great on this one overall. I got to pretty much commend WizFusion Data with a bunch of damage comes through to Nado. The ulti popped as well. Trades one back, and Mashmi does not put enough damage down with the Evelynn ultimate to get this kill. Forced to flash away. Mashmi really defensive with his flashes.
He's using them at good times, though. He's
Yeah.
making sure that nothing could possibly happen. Because if he got EQ'd or even E'd, the Q would have come out afterwards, and they ignite. And it's very possible that with the slow of the Glitter Lance, that Arenko could have caught up. So he's just not even gonna risk it because he already used his W, so he wouldn't have been able to get out of Glitter Lance slow.
Oh, it is a very risk-averse style, and right now, to be honest, it's working for Coast. A 500 gold lead. Bubble hits Dawn. This is not good for Twitch. Nice juke right there. Blocks it all. Tidal Wave comes in. Not going to hit the Twitch, but it's 2 Summoner Spells. No, 3 Summoner Spells lost for Team Green Forest with none used by Coast.
And now Mash is in the bottom lane. He's going to help push this turret down. Eve does very well if there's a minion wave there that he can go ahead and use his Ravage off of to get the bonus attack speed. And that seems to be the style right now for Coast after getting the first turret, is that they want more. They want more of these objectives.
And they're going to get some decent damage down. But look at this. They're going to go for the early back. This is, I think it's enough money for BT for Wiz Fusion.
Yeah, we will get the Bloodthirster off of this.
Yep, that's exactly enough money. Yeah, it's enough money. So BT for Wiz Fusion, and then this does give the chance for this team to set up for Dragon. Now, Nato's trying to do it now while the dual lane is recalled, but it's a short window.
They're all there, though, and now Nashmi is nowhere near. They know that the bat came out to the bottom lane, and now they give up a dragon. It's going to give, actually, a gold lead to Team Green Forest.
That's just unfortunate, like really bad timing by Coast, though. They pushed them out of the lane, did nothing with it, recalled late, and gave up map control. You don't normally push your opponents out of lane and give up an objective because of it, but bad timing by Coast, and a great capitalization by TGF.
Yeah, it's all about that back and that buy window, because we already saw that Dawn had backed. He got boots for himself, and then in the meantime Wiz Fusion backed, but it was a couple seconds delayed. That by the time he got to Dragon, it was already gone, so they had no chance there.
So well played with these guys. Equal gold now between these teams. Ooh, a lot of damage.
Slow.
Dawn's got to be pretty careful. Not the best culling, though. Arenko takes a couple of shots. Dawn does stay safe, but Team Green Forest, that Dragon only puts them at a 200 gold lead right there. They do have the advantage, but it's not very big.
They sweep it, but they don't get that ward in the back. And Nashmi is now down bottom. He knows that the other junglers here, Arenko, is off on the side, and that it's time for the blue buff.
Well, here comes the attempt. 13 minutes, 20 seconds into the game.
Oh, is he going to get spotted by Dawn?
Oh, he's got to be careful. The flay, the hook, not going to land either. Nashmi walking away, pops the ulti, the flash play, the box comes down. Mash is not in a good spot, and he gets crushed down right there. First blood goes over to TGF Arenko's Elise.
Yeah, not enough ward coverage there, but there's Golden Glue.
A lot of damage. Nice flash. Gets him away from the bubble. The Lulu ulti as well, keeping his health bar up just enough. Blue buff now being taken as well. Smite and no steals. It's going to be Nato grabbing the blue buff there. Team Green Forest just turned it on in the last minute.
Yeah, Nashmi didn't have his flash, went for an aggressive invade there. They collapsed on him because they needed the help. Because it was very possible. It was Schrodinger's Evelyn, right? Go ahead and be like, all right, he can be anywhere, so if we're going to go do blue, he could steal it. Let's go help our jungler. And it comes up big for them. The hook didn't even land, but if it did, it would have been an even faster death. Instead, they blow the flash to get the distance closed. And the Dark Frenzy was already used, so he couldn't walk through the box, and then used to get rid of the slow. But man, the duel's up top.
Yeah, well, you're seeing a lot of damage come out of that control right there, and Rux does not have his sustain core right now. It's just the double Doran's Blade. No Vamp Scepter out yet for this Jax. And so that kind of harass, even though that control takes damage when he goes in, Renekton can heal that back up without too much worry. So he's continuing a almost 40 minion lead here. The recall from Rux, he might as well teleport back. There's no dragon up anyway. He's actually going to lose a wave of XP because of this. It's actually the turtle go down for this one. So top lane, big advantage Team Green Forest. Mid lane, advantage to Golden Blue. Bot lane, fairly equal.
It's actually very good that he didn't teleport top because they would have converged on him there. We saw that Nato was off on that side, that Arenko was making a move there too, and Sarasun. It would have basically been what happened in the LMQ versus TSM, where we saw the top laner for LMQ, Ackerman, TP to the top lane. They're like, oh, we're all here, we're ready for you. And then he had to blow his flash get out. But look at Dawn, they're ready for him.
Oh, they are ready for him. Dawn's not going to be liking this one. Kill picked up by a Daedra, means Ignite tick, but that is still a kill nonetheless. And the bot lane turret going down. So back and forth, these teams are trading advantages over and over and over again. Right now, it does mean a gold lead goes back Coast's way, plus 700 gold.
Return to the scene of the crime and get an advantage.
Very good choice.
Found the Twitch there. The gangster Twitch, too.
Yeah. That was unfortunate for that guy. 4-man pushed under the bot lane. Rux has not been able to buy any items. but the bubble will hit onto Sarah Sun. Some good harass comes through. They're staying for this turret, but maybe staying a little bit too long. Nah, WizFusion gets one more attack down. Down it goes. Nado off in the wing, spotted by a ward. Sarah Sun taking a big burst of damage. Culling nearly takes him down, but the Summoner heal not going to be enough there. One kill picked up. DAC Control in the mix. A lot of AoE coming down, and it's just kill trade back and forth, but overall 2-for-1 Coast lead. Team Green Forest, they're not going to get anything else.
There's a great culling and aggressive play there by WizFusion to flash forward and also use the heal for the bonus movement speeds that you get in there. And then DAC Control comes in, uses the Tiamat. So much fury on his Call of the Meek that the damage that they dealt was incredible. Now Coast has a gold lead. They're up 2 turrets after that push. This is all culminating from the bottom lane too. And so we see here, Rux goes in, he gets the stun after flashing onto 2 people, and the culling almost takes out Sarah Sun, but then he flashes forward and picks it up for himself. But right here, DAC Control just goes huge with the damage there. Just chunks everybody down, but unfortunately, he's not tanky right now. When you have the Tiamat and that's it, you have no defensive stats. You're going to be very squishy.
Yeah, I mean, think about it, right? This is a lane swapped game. It was 2v0s. He's only level 10 right there, so he's missing out on that rank 2 ulti that Golden Glue has, right? That'd be another 200-something health that Renekton would have. The extra damage, maybe having a Chain Vest in there, right, might have just been enough to keep him alive, but when your top laner is held down, and the enemy top laner is held down, you can turn back onto him in the team fight, and you saw that right there.
Yeah, and the big thing with Renekton is that his base stats in terms of HP per level are very low in comparison to Jax. So that's a lot of Jax's scaling, is his base stats are huge. So Renekton relies on his ultimate to get tanky, but it's HP. HP is multiplicative off of defensive stats. And if you just stack more HP on, it's not as wonderful. So as soon as he gets tanky, he's going to be a little more effective, but because of the way that Renekton scales up, he gets outscaled by Jax incredibly well.
Yeah, and he's got some time to go until he's a big, beefy frontline. Does have the Tiamat, though. Rux still waiting, though. 18 minutes in, no Triforce just yet for him. Waiting on the Zeal and the Combined, though we can't be too far away. DAC Control, though, getting picked off. A lot of pick potential here against TGF. DAC Control forced away below half health, and Coast pushing down pretty heavily in the mid lane.
And now they're going to have WizFusion coming up here, too. Rux off on the side. He's 40 CS down. Dragon in 10 seconds, and Rux is coming now. He doesn't have flash. He also doesn't... Oh, wow. Hook on to Wiz.
Not good for WizFusion. Down to half HP. Gets healed up, though. The Mikhail's helping him as well, but there's the first pick. Goes down onto Sarah. Sun's Thrash burst onto Dawn. He's going to stay safe, though. Keeping Force keep going. DAC Control wants a battle. He's going to have to hop over the wall to get safe. Golden Glue now getting helped out by Rux, and Nado goes down. A 2-for-0 fight. Aranko can't quite claim it. And another kill goes over to Golden Glue this time. Coast winning every team fight.
And Rux shows up basically to just soak up the glory afterwards. There's a 4-on-5 in favor of Team Green Forest, but the way that Coast played it was just right. The hook onto WizFusion, but WizFusion gets out of it. We see it here. Mike Hale's Crucible coming up big there from Daydream, and that duo was played together in the LCS, and they show the synergy. DAC Control, he comes in there, and now Rux is off on the side, but DAC Control is immediately out of the fight. And Rux comes in to get Nado, and then very risky move by Golden Glue there. If Arenko was able to swap the out of form and then get another Q with the Neurotoxin, may have been enough to finish him off.
Yeah, it just might have been, but unfortunately for him, couldn't get that one out there. Team Green Force now trying to pick up the scraps. Down 5,000 gold 19 minutes in. Looks like Blue Buff will be going to Nado, so they haven't been getting counter jungles for what it's worth. TGF have only been losing, I mean, it matters, right? Like, they've been losing turrets and champions and whatnot, but at the very least, they're fighting close to what would otherwise be full power.
Yeah, it's a big thing for MASH. Especially as a jungler, you need to learn the style of how to counter jungle and when it's effective and when it's safe. Because safe counter jungling is the best counter jungling. The very risky plays that we saw him going for earlier might have scarred him a tiny bit. Been like, okay, I don't need to do that again. I gave up first blood. Let's just team fight. Let's just continue to get these small advantages and group when we counter jungle.
Well, looks like they're going to be grouping up right now. Coast looks pretty happy just to play 5-on-5 with the fact that Rux isn't a very successful split pusher right now. Does have Trinity Force 20 minutes in. Clears away some Wraiths. Coast trying to get wards down. That's, wow. That Wraith helped Daydream a little bit.
Secret Service Wraith.
Yeah, pretty much. Jumped in front of the Cocoon. He's happy with this one. Coast, though, grouped up mid lane. They're going to go with Rux now having his Triforce. He's going to go to the bottom lane. So they are now starting the split push game. Dawn forced to pull back and join the team, which is going to give Rux free time.
Yeah, there's that big item spike with the Trinity Force onto Rux, and now Daydream, he's going to clear out this ward, and they're going to create more pressure. Rux can just shove up this side lane that has no turret but the inhibitor turret, and they can go do something else somewhere, because he has teleport. He's able to join these fights at their own leisure, and they can kite backwards. They have a Nami. If they get engaged on, kite backwards, place a ward, kite even further, and then Rux ends up on the back line because of the ward.
Well, that's going to be the goal for Coast. Then if they do get engaged on, is play it right, do the good things. Team Green Forest right now waiting top of their own pink wards. They're not spotted. Look at this by Coast, though.
Yeah.
They hug the side of the lane with wards to prevent that. Minions block the hooks. Dawn wants to get in, doesn't land the slow. Daydreaming is separated, but with an ulti, he's not.
Kite backwards.
Exactly. Wow. The chance of a stun that actually missed from Golden Glue forces the flash away. Cooling removes minions. TGF well afraid.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Rux is pushing this lane. There's no teleport from Dat Control. They ping it out, and now Rux is at that point that he could actually, he could go one-on-one with Dat Control.
Yes. It's a scary time to be Team Green Forest right now. That mid-game advantage completely slipped away. Now Bubble not quite going to hit. TGF still clearing away minions for now. But there's no Talisman Ascension yet here for Sarasun, so no big power coming in just yet for the team. And to be honest, I don't actually... I mean, basically they have to land a hook and go in at some point, but I don't even know if they'd win when they landed.
Yeah. Right now, Rux is actually losing small exchanges with Dat Control because of the health that he gets back from Cold and Meek, whereas Rux has no sustain. But the fact that he has teleport is huge. They're going straight for this Wiz. Can he get it? He's going to get that turret. And they're just getting these objectives purely from just flexing their muscle. Now Rux.
Wow, really good play by Dat Control. Actually, Rux got to be a bit careful. But hey, look, there's a Syndra putting some damage down. NATO, the cocoon nearly landed, but Golden Glue gets hooked up. Good McHale keeps him safe. And it's going to be Coast getting away from this one. Still running, though. Dat Control wants another way in. Puts the trinket down. Rux again separated.
He's got the slice and the flash. He's not going to go for it.
No, he's not. He's going to be all right for this one. There was a trinket hop available for Rux if he wanted it, so looks like he stays safe. Hook not going to land.
Super juked.
On the other side, he's going for maybe the Cinder there. Didn't find it. Costa setting up a trap. A lot of season comes into the flash bubble. It lands on two. The burst comes down, and Dat Control gets shut out. The flash in. Mashby finds another 2 for 0 so far. Now the chase. Tidal splits up the team. They don't find anything else but a push top lane, 5v3.
And now they're going to be able to push this straight down. That was a good tidal wave because it made NATO go off to the side. It's going to delay him by about a second here, considering it's Lulu getting to this lane. And that's a lot of their wave clear, too.
And look at that one. Turret nearly going down, but they go for the fight instead. The flash. No stun's going to land because they flash away, but TGF forced out away from the turret. 5 seconds for the Renekton respawn. And it's just the turret and the backup by Coast.
Yeah, and they don't go for the inhibitor. Instead, going to cut their losses and be like, all right, you know what, or cut their victories, I guess. They ended up just being like, you know what, that's fine. We can get all of these turrets for ourselves. They're up 6-2, and they have the opposite lanes here. So they can go ahead and put somebody top, eventually push that inhibitor down. They can go rotate mid and then be like, all right, we're going to siege this turret and put one person to go after the inhibitor. And it's just guaranteed pressure. Because you have somebody like Rux, who he's hitting that point where he can duel other members of the team. He'll be able to pick it up. That's a great double bubble there from Daydream. And Daydream's been having an amazing game all game long. His McHales have been on point. He's saved Golden Glue. He's saved Wiz Fusion from the Thresh. The fact that I was talking earlier in Champion Select, the Thresh does so well against Nami, not when she has McHales. You can go ahead and break the chain, break the hook when it lands, and just stop the engage.
It's working so well right now. Mashby level 11, though, is forced a little bit back on this one, but honestly, with Coast 7,000 up, they're going to be pretty all right with this one. Urenko. Got to be careful in this blue. They're still trying for it, though, but Coaster on the way back around, stolen away by Wiz Fusion, and they chase on in. Team Green Force went so hard for that blue buff, and I don't really know why. Rux picks up the kill before the Lantern can bring him all the way to safety, and that is another advantage going to Coast.
Comes out of the Lantern, it's just a dead spider body there. I didn't pull this in. They go straight after the Dragon afterwards now, getting that objective off. They're now 9,000 gold up after this. Really, really good performance here from Coast. All around. I gotta shout out this bottom lane though. They are doing huge work with Fusion and Daydream and just really showing their synergy that they've developed throughout their year together.
Yeah, that's kind of always been the thing with Coast. Like, their players have actually always been individually strong. Like Golden Glue's top 40 in Challenger, Wiz Fusion top 15. Right, like they were that, like those players individually were that good when they were in the LCS. The problem is the LCS players were like top 8 in the region in their respective role. And so it's hard to shine there, but you step the competition down just half a notch, and you can see, no, these guys are really that good.
Yeah, it's like a different tier right now.
Yeah.
the former LCS players, actually 4.
All 5 of Ghost
all of them,
played.
actually, yeah. Nash played too. That's right. Rux.
Original
top.
GGU roster.
Yep.
Nashby nearly gets took, does get away for this one. Coast looking pretty happy right there. Over a 10,000 lead now, 33. Dat Control is going to face check another flash. Stunned up, the burst comes down, pops the ulti, flashes the wall. Ignite's not going to claim into the victim, but a 400 health Renekton, not exactly useful.
Yeah, and at the same time, there's no teleport on Rux right now, and they're going after this middle turret for Team Green Force, but at the same time, look at that, a 4-man push top. They're going to lose an inhibitor for this.
Yeah, they're trading basically top and hip for mid lane outer turret, and Coast knows the recalls are going to be slow. Big damage comes in with Fusion, cheating towards the front. Arenko actually gets spotted out by Rux, so they know it's a 4v4, meaning Coast can continue to play aggressively. Rux got to be a bit careful in his 1v2. Don wants in on this.
He's trying to stop the backs and keep tabs on them as his team collapses behind him.
They're trying to do what they can to kill off Rux right away, though. Ruin King used. No stun's going to land. He's going to jump to a minion. Rux is safe. Ulti popped by Dawn for no gain right here. And now he's got to be careful. Coaster coming in. I think he's okay.
He's going to get himself out with the ambush, the movement speed. Now Rux is going to have to back. His teleport is up in about 40 seconds. We'll have to see what they end up doing with it because Dat Control does not have his for a much longer period of time. And now they have super minions in the top lane, so go ahead and split push the other lanes.
Exactly. There's a lot to do right here. Rux, again, as you mentioned, teleport up very soon. Does let him go somewhere else if he wants to. He's actually still down 30 minions, but he's finding a way to be useful in fights regardless. Of course, picking up kills will help you.
So Golden Glue's using his Q to stack up how many orbs he has for when he bursts somebody.
Ooh. Yep. That's going to be scary. You're going to take a lot of damage. Also, yeah, you get a lot of stuns, you get a lot of ulti damage. All the above going to be great for Syndra. Not going to happen, though. Team Green Force calls the bluff and just says, you know, we're just going to go for mid lane turret, but there's the engaged Tidal Wave. Evil not going to land the Tidal Wave, though, and it means that actually TGF get away without taking too much damage, but now can Coast keep going? And now they're looking for the way in. Aranko jumps over the wall. He's safe for now. Glitter Lance lands on the 2. And there's the recall. Coast get nothing for that. Team Green Force get the tier 2 turret and to get out.
Good ulti by Mash, but the follow-up by Daydream, like I was saying, they have the 2 secondary engages, which create a primary engage. But if they land, they both have to land. That is the thing. If you miss one of them, it's just going to flub it.
Yep. It's 2 halves make a hole, and until you get both of them in there, it's not going to be enough right there. It's actually an interesting observation, actually. It's happened in, of course, CLG versus Dignitas, where they said, screw it, we can't stop Baron, go down mid. At a certain point, Baron baits become, you don't just rush Baron, because the metagame will be they don't check us anyway. Oh, Aranko with a very, very late jump over. He is going down.
He missed the lantern, too, because he flashed over.
Yeah. That was not ideal. So now it's Baron plus a kill now. Team Coast with a inhibitor dead in the top lane as well. There's so much these guys can do.
It's a huge amount of pressure now that Coast can apply for very little risk. Because they have the Baron, because they have such a large advantage, they're going to go ahead and claim towers so quickly. Rux is just going to tank that up, use his ultimate. Now get another inhibitor for themselves. These turrets are just crumbling, and Coast are looking in prime shape despite the roster changes.
Coast looking awesome. 13,000 gold, a little bit of slows coming out, and the respawns come through. Coast wearing a Baron and 2 dead inhibitors to keep this pressure going under 30 minutes, and they're looking to close this game up before too long. Dragons at a minute 40. Spend their gold from Baron. Yeah, they've got like 3,000 gold on some people. You probably buy at that point.
Yeah, I would say that's the point that you want to buy at. Go ahead and get yourself a full item immediately. Don't even get pieces. And the big thing there is it's a great choice because a lot of them had 3,000 gold. So they were basically only 4,000 gold up.
Yeah.
Combat stats.
Well, plus Baron, but yeah.
Yeah. At that
in their inventories.
Because gold in your inventory is not gold in terms of stats.
You can't hit anyone with a bag of gold.
You could.
Not
Apparently
in League of Legends.
It doesn't hurt that much.
Not in League of Legends. No. You cannot swing your wallet. Actually, LoL uses credit cards. So, I mean, no matter how much money it doesn't do any more damage. Yeah. So, there
Makes
you go.
sense.
Yeah, see? Oh, here we go. Wiz Fusion going to start the push in the bot lane. They're actually taking their time, though. Golden Glue taking his blue buff over on the left-hand side of the map. They're certainly not rushing this game down.
No.
They're going to say, you know what? You're not going to contest us. We've got enough wards that'll watch you come down the map. Take all the gold, for whatever reason. Grab the buffs. Now let's group up. But it's just one push till Coast should win.
Look at that. Wiz Fusion, he's in no rush. He's just sitting there. Yeah, I'll CS1. Okay, now my team's here. But TGF, they're looking for a pick. They're all in this bush. They have the pink ward down. They know they haven't been spotted. So looking for the all-in here. It's going to be a 4-on-5 until Golden Glue gets there.
4-on-5. The hook's going to go in. Mashpee gets found out. A lot of burst comes in. He's got to be careful. There's the box coming down. 1 kill picked up, though. Mashpee just won't go down. That's the power of a gold lead. Dat Control dives to the back line, but doesn't find anything. 2 for 0 so far. The health bar is diminishing. 1 more kill picked up, and only Dat Control is alive despite the bait, despite the pick in the 4v5. The gold lead was too much. Rux TP's top lane. That's going to be the game. Team Coast going to take out game 1, only giving up 2 kills the whole way through.
Yeah, we saw the hook land onto Daydreamin', and the perfect tidal wave that hit everybody comes out, playing that Nami perfectly. They end up with a much-deserved victory here for Team Coast, despite the new roster. That lane, that bottom lane, coming up big. 6-0-9 for Wiz, 2-0-13 for Daydreamin'. All across the board, fantastic performance. The only deaths were Mashpee in the jungle.
Yeah.
One was counter jungling.
Yep.
Wasn't completely covered. The other one was in team fight.
Yeah. Pretty forgivable as far as the second one is concerned. So you have a 8-0 and 22 bot lane right now. I know in Europe we have like a 95 KDA bot lane of Gamers 2, Dude and Yuki. So now we've got a 30 KDA bot lane here in the North American Challenger Series. I like seeing like ludicrously high stats. I know it's just one game. I realize it's kind of
technically
facetious.
Undefined KDAs.
Yeah, well,
they haven't died.
But as we do the stats, we just pretend it's 1 death total. You're not wrong.
No.
Just I hate you. Coast. That's probably the best line I've ever done in casting. So Team Coast looked great, right? Like they overall looked that they outmatched their opponents. You actually saw on individual skill more than anything. I again have to hand it to the great play of Golden Glue. He won his match heads up. I'm going to say again the caveat of like, okay, Mash forced a flash, but like that's still winning matchup heads up pretty much. Like one flash doesn't like make you win the lane for free. So Golden Glue filling in for Shifter, doing well. Rux filling in for Zion Spartan, 2-0-7, was held down, still had a presence in team fights, filling in quite well.
Yeah, and Rux's style is very similar to Zion Spartan's. He's basically playing the same champions as him too.
True.
Just Jax, let's go top lane, that's fine. Go ahead and do that. So getting into game 2 though, if Team Green Forest want to pull out a win, they have to step up their game in a macro team sense.
Yeah.
Because they're not going to out-micro them, and they're not going to beat them just in one-on-one individual skill.
Yeah.
And I don't know how they do it. They need to take early dragon control. They got the lane swap, and they didn't do anything with it. They didn't go for the dragon. They were like, okay, we're doing some slow pushes. They didn't abuse the slow push that Coast was pushing.
Well, yeah, I mean, think about it, right? They took the tier 1 turret second, right? Yeah. So Coast had already gotten the recall, already gotten the purchase, already showed up to lane, and then Twitch is later on this one, has to get into lane late, right? And with slightly inferior items because of the build paths. Yeah. Again, no capitalize on Dragon. We saw so many lane swaps in the LCS today, and each time the team with the dual lane bot got the Dragon. Okay, it's only 700-ish gold, but that still matters.
Yeah, the big thing is it's a 3.5-minute Dragon that they were getting in the LCS. So when you get that, a 3.5-minute Dragon means that the next time the buffs come out are about 7 minutes and 10 seconds, around that time, where you just take that gold you got from Dragon, ward up all their objectives, and contest them.
True.
And you get like you get 2 wards per person pretty much at that point. It's very early on. Still, it's a big gold lead. And it gives you a margin of error that you normally don't have.
Yeah. I gotta say, I agree with you. I think having that be available is pretty important. Team Green Forest, if they can make more things happen in the mid game, right? Like they had these opportunities for advantages, right? How far Dat Control was ahead of Rux in the top lane. And then the fact that Mashpee was there being like, if you dive, I'll counter gank. But it's like, well, then set up a 4-man gank, right? Set up a 3-man dive. Set up something before. Come in from behind the turret and flush Evelynn out, then turn back in for the turret. Like, there's all these things that you can do. And again, I think that for a team to play properly, they should be playing aggressively.
Yes.
They should be finding advantages, anything that's a high percentage play, and making that play and setting up for it. There's ways to do it, right? And my test is, if you were playing SKT T1K, would they have killed you here? The answer is probably yes, right? Like, was there a play that one of the teams better than you? Because you're a challenger, of course, you've got room to grow. You're still good, but there's room to grow. Would a better team have found a play to make here? And the answer is probably yes, and it's up to you as a team to find those places to make action. And that's the true thing, I think, is finding places to make action, go get a win.
WWFD, what would Faker do?
What would Faker do?
Yep.
I think it's the right way to play League of Legends. What would Faker do? Because he'll win more games than you will. It's true. All right. Well, we're going to see ourselves getting into Game 2. We're going to take a quick break, but when we return, Team Coast continues its bid for a return to the LCS. We're going to see if Team Green Forest can stop them right after this. Being spotted by a ward, Saracen taking a big burst of damage. Culling nearly takes him down, but the Summoner heal not going to be enough there. 1 kill picked up. Dak Control in the mix. A lot of AoE coming down. Golden Glue now getting helped out by Rux, and NATO goes down. A 2-for-0 fight. Aranko can't quite claim it. Costo setting up the trap. A lot of music comes in. The flash bubble. It lands on 2. The burst comes down, and Dak Control gets shut out. 4 on 5. The hook's going to go in. Mashpee gets found out. A lot of burst comes in. He's got to be careful. There's the box coming down. 1 kill picked up, though. Mashpee just won't go down. That's the power of a gold lead. Dak Control dives to the back line, but doesn't find anything. 2-for-0 so far. The health bar is diminishing. 1 more kill picked up. Hey everyone, welcome back to the Summer Challenger Series North American Edition. It's time for the second game between Team Coast and Team Green Forest. And if you guys didn't watch Coast 1-0, 30-minute game, pretty commanding lead.
Yeah, very, very one-sided coming into it, and Coast's experience really showed all throughout. All 5 of them played in the LCS at some point, and they just dominated their opponents there. The challenger team, Team Green Forest, they've won their previous 2 matchups just wholeheartedly. This one, it's going to be a lot tougher for them to step up. Like they could step up, but they really had to take a big leap. It's not really even a step. They have to jump up.
They have to jump up. That's the thing. That's the bigger version of a step.
Yeah.
Is maybe a pogo stick, something like that. But they've got a little room to grow. And yeah, like it just felt like Team Green Forest was. They didn't know where to go. They're just kind of sitting there like, oh, we're going to stay in our lanes. Right? Again, not going for a dragon play when it's just such a high percentage play. The fact that they weren't finding any dives, the fact that they weren't finding things to do. And that's ultimately what it comes down to is they weren't finding the opportunities that are there. They're not obvious, but they are there.
Yeah, they played like a challenger team on the ladder, which there's a big difference between playing in a very professional setting and playing on the challenger ladder. On the challenger ladder and in solo queue, you're like individual play.
Yeah.
This is what we're going to rely on to get up there. When you go to pro play, it's all what is the macro? What are we doing to get the team ahead? It's a very team-oriented game. And this is very, very something that we saw in the CLG game today, where it was team-oriented plays, playing the map. They were down in kills, but they were up in objectives. They were up in what they needed to close the game out. Kills don't end the game. What ends the game is blowing up the Nexus, getting closer to it, getting those objectives. What Team Green Force could have done is they could have gone for the Dragon, and we talked about it earlier, but instead they opted to get DAT control into the top lane sooner, and then he ended up with about a 50 CS lead at the end, and he got about a 10 CS lead at the start over Rux. So he was just punishing Rux, but they didn't do anything with that. So when you make a choice like that, to abandon the team-oriented strategy, the Dragon, to go for the individual play of getting Renekton ahead, you have to do something with that.
Yes.
You can't just sit on it.
Yes, and unfortunately that didn't play out, right? They unfortunately didn't get anything off of the dives. They didn't get any individual advantages more than just those minion leads, and that is kind of the issue. So coming into this next game then, we got to think about how do you fix all the issues? What do you do to change things around? Again, you have a situation where DAT Control did well, and some of that's the matchup, right? But like he played well. He held up to Rux and was like, okay, this is a part where it's like you did pretty all right here. The bot lane matchup, I don't think CS was very different when they came into the 2v2. And that lead exploded suddenly out of just WizFusion Daydreaming outplaying. Now the fact that 2v0 didn't turn into any disadvantages, I think that's a point of strength for Team Green Forest, right? 2v0s do two things. One, it separates your AD carries away, right? So that like you can go equal and you can play a Twitch and get CS uncontested. That's fine. On the other side, it also frees up your support, your jungler, and your top laner to just go gank mid, which means that they could just go kill Golden Glue. He's playing champions like Syndra that are killable. Open the map up, do stuff.
Yeah, and they didn't take advantage of the opportunity that they had. I mean, you have a Renekton. Renekton can slice and dice through a minion wave, come from behind. You get the Ruthless Predator 100% at that point. And it's a Syndra. You'll blow a flash. You'll blow something of hers. Have to see. And he was using his abilities in lane. He was using EQ pretty much on cooldown for aggression. You wait for it, he E's. You're like, oh, he has no Scout of the Week. Go.
Yep. And we saw the LCS game right before this one. We saw the level 2 gank, Flash Pantheon W, first play.
Yeah,
2 minutes in, right? Just like, those plays exist, you just got to look for them and make the play happen.
And you have to do something with it.
Exactly.
If you make a play, like I loved the quote from Broken Shard. You don't play until you think it's over, you play until it's over.
Yes.
So when you think it's over, it's like, I made a great play. I made 3 great plays. All right, we're ahead. Just sit on it. No, you have to keep playing and keep going for the... Like, you basically have to just decimate them, destroy them, because there's always a chance of a comeback. Whether it's stealing a Baron, turtling it out, having a longer... your team comp has more longevity to it, and you have more late game champions.
Yep. Well, something to watch for here. The picks and bans coming through, though. Lee Sin, Kayle, Shyvana, all removed by Team Green Forest. Second time we're seeing blue team Shyvana ban. Other side, Castle, Twisted Fate, and Jax. So Coast putting such a priority on that champ. They'll first pick it or ban it away. Means Ziggs goes to DAT Control. Lulu and Lucian goes to Coast.
Yeah. The Ziggs is going to give longevity to the game as a whole with the wave clear.
I like that pick.
Give them more opportunities to stay safe. And now Team Coast, they immediately pick up the Lulu, which is most likely for Golden Glue, which isn't his primary style, but it's still in that utility mid laner that he's been picking up recently with the Orianna, which we saw him play in the LCS, and the Lulu is just an all-around great pick when you're supporting the team.
Yeah. I do want to open up that it is a possible pick for Rux, and that he does play it in solo some, so it's in the pool. We'll have to see. I really love Ziggs against more like slow-playing teams, and Coast to me actually looked like they played a little bit slow. Because if you're a slow-playing team, you kind of just default into sieging. It's like, well, we want to team fight siege, and Ziggs shuts that down. And so Coast has to find new plays in their playbook, I think, when this comes through. New champs coming out. Elise again for the jungle here for Aranko, but actually Dawn picking up Caitlyn, a much stronger laner, less late game power, but a ton of wave clear. A very different look for the team.
And they're going to need wave clear. It's up against Nami.
Yep.
So once again, Daydreamin had a fantastic showing on that in synergy with Wiz Fusion on Lucian.
Yeah.
So they're going for pretty much the same combo. Oh my god, I hope he goes for the Blitzcrank. I really hope he goes for the Blitzcrank. But he's not going to.
No.
That's his most... actually, it's not his most played.
Most famous.
Yeah, actually, it is his most played, actually.
Oh,
it's
it
most
is.
famous and most played in solo queue. He loves the hook champions, but Nami's made a comeback for him. He's been playing Blitzcrank, Thresh, Nami, and Zyra. So he's loving those disengaged champions or the ones that hook.
Would you say he's hooked on them?
I would definitely say he's hooked on them right now.
That's good.
But you don't want to be hooked on when you're Nami.
No.
He's not going to have... He didn't have too much problem with that last game, getting the early Michaels, which is actually pretty cheap right now.
Yeah, 1,800-ish?
Yeah, it's around that area. It's about 1,600.
Yeah.
Right on the dot.
Less good at support. Kha'Zix picked up here for Coast. I think that's probably going to go to Mashal. Though the Evelyn was still available if you wanted it. Could be actually a bunch of places, to be fair. Like Kha'Zix is basically a flex pick at this point. Renekton still picked up here, and they hover on Morgana. Morgana Nami's not a good matchup for Morgana. But I mean, if it's a lane swap, that doesn't really matter. But if they do go for this, they've got a fully long-range disengage heavy team that just says, well, if we land a Cocoon or a Bind, we can go in, but otherwise we'll play back. It's a new type of team for Team Green Forest.
They do have the synergy with the Elise, the binding, the CC back and forth. What are they going to do with it? And there we go. Okay, so that is Rux playing Lulu top. Yep. And that's going to be Yasuo for Golden Glue. We talked about how he loves Assassins. Yep. He loves Zed. He loves Akali, which he used to play all the time on Complexity Red. And then he started picking up utility mid laners. But I love that he's going back to Yasuo. And we had a conversation about this yesterday where it's like, why isn't he playing that? He would be amazing on that champion. Apparently he is. Good. In conjunction with Rux, who's been playing Lulu top, who's a big lane bully. Yeah. Lulu and Kayle up in the top lane crush all other top laners right now during levels 1 through 5, and even a little further than that. Because they just auto-attack routes, they can wave clear on top of you, and they just get huge bonuses to their just regular, just swing at you damage. They have Help Picks and Righteous Fury. So Rux is actually not going to have as difficult a time in lane now, because he's not on Jax. He's got these power spikes that are going to help him help the team. This is once again a team-oriented composition for Coast, which is something that Team Green Forest had a problem with. We talked about their team play was lacking. They had individual skill, but they're still getting individually outclassed. And then when Team Coast group up, they just had the better team fight as well. So now they went for a team fight-oriented composition. Team Green Forest, there's a lot on their shoulders right now, just bearing down on top of them, saying, you have to deal with us as better players. You also have to deal with us as a better team fight comp.
They gotta see if they can do it, right? Like, just go for the bindings, go for the cocoons, look for the picks. There's a lot of long-range access for Team Green Forest, right? Ziggs, Caitlyn. Think about Caitlyn's like, good wave clear, but also the longest range spells of an AD carry that aren't skill shots, basically. That was kind of weird how it kind of sounded.
Or
basically,
ultimates. Yeah,
it's like, it's not Draven, Ezreal, or Ashe with the global, but like, Caitlyn's going to hit that person that gets binded.
Yes.
Right? And like she's going to participate in those catches, and that's how Team Green Forest tries to win.
Yeah, and there's no retaliation either, for the most part. Like the opposite person, like if he binds Lucian, he's got 100 range advantage on him. You can go ahead and black shield the Caitlyn. You won't break it in time.
That's absolutely true. So we'll see how they can play around this. Right now, though, Coast looking at another lane swap here, the second time in a row.
Yeah, it's funny because you do kind of have an advantage with Lucian Nami, but it's just switched right now. I was going to say swip swapped. But the Morgana doesn't do too well against Nami, but Lucian kind of goes even with Caitlyn, and if it's a Caitlyn abusing brush and getting a lot of headshots off, then she definitely comes out on top. So kind of disjointed, and they're like, all right, we don't even want to risk it. Let's just go for the lane swap. And if TGF end up abusing a 3.5-minute dragon, could be their key into this game. Of course, Lulu does do a little better than Renekton in the early CS department.
Yeah, but we'll see. If they're even in a matchup, right, it won't even mean too much. So Coast don't have any good ways of ganking the mid lane as well. So like the lane swap, like go dive mid with dudes, not really very useful for Rux and Mashmi. Like you can force it, but it's not great. Whereas you totally have the chance of like Renekton and Elise showing up and killing Yasuo. So
Damn.
you can't win well Renekton. Crocodiles are not affected by the wind, if you didn't know.
Look at Coast going for almost the same invade on the same side, just going for a different buff this time.
This is interesting. They are going to get spotted on their way down, though, and it's going to be a defensive trinket ward just below them, and they're going to get all the way in on this one.
Once again, TGF have all the information they need to make the right call in retaliation. So they're going to go ahead and go for the same play as before, not splitting the experience on the first camp and letting Renko get level 2 over DAT control. And are they just going to play it the same, or are they going to adjust their strategy? Because it didn't work last time.
Didn't, but maybe they've made some new things happen this time. Golden Glue missing a couple CS, actually. He's got 5 of the first wave. That's not too bad. He missed 1. Not exactly a huge problem there for himself. Oh, what a scrub. He's missed 17% of the minions in his lane. Well, now better than that, because he's gotten these, too. Anyway, moving on to this topic, though. Standard duo lanes, of course. They are just simply doing their standard CS stuff. Caitlyn and Morgana at the bottom lane. Both going Spell Thief, so they've got to hit the turret to get that gold in. Mash and Rux taking the slow route to the top side of the jungle, but that's fine. It's completely safe.
At this point in the game, you pretty much just tap your top laner on the shoulder and say, come.
Follow me into the magical forest.
Double jungle? What is this? Season 1?
Yeah, why the heck not, dude? That's how it works right now for these guys.
It's working, though. Like, the 2v1s, when you do something like this, it gives you a lot of options. Because when somebody initiates the play, you have to counter it by pretty much doing the same play and just playing it better in tiny points. Right now, they're all grouped around the middle. They are seen by TGF. Their TGF is seen by Coast here by that ward.
I've seen so many ganks get spotted by this ward.
And now Coast, they aren't going to be seen if they come in off on the left side.
Okay, so Coast
they're going to bait it.
Yeah, they're going to wait with the counter gank. Golden Glue is trying to go in on Adam Nato to pick people up. There goes the satchel. There comes the jump in. He's pulling the team in towards it. There comes Mashby and Rux. Flash away from Nato. Orenko now not exactly the best spot. He went in, though, and maybe shouldn't have, but Golden Glue gets picked up by the bouncing bomb. They'll trade back. Rux gets the kill, but he's got to be very afraid. Double kill now for Nato, and this went so well for Team Green Forest.
And here's the thing. Team Green Forest swings on the hinge that is Nato, and now he just got 2 kills 4 minutes into the game and double buffs handed over to him. They're going to TP back into this with Rux, but this allows the side lanes to create pressure to continue doing what they were doing. And I'm pretty sure the AD carry and support is pretty much like, all right, good job mid. You know, we're just going to keep doing what we were doing.
Gonna right-click the structure right here. Coast, unfortunately, now they're being, on the back foot here. 6,000, or sorry, 6,600. That'd be massive. Holy crap, 6,000 gold.
Well, they are at 6,000.
Yeah, right. Well, 600 gold lead right there. Windwall comes out. Golden Glue still trying to CS, but woof.
Yeah, against the Ziggs, his range is a little lower than before. He's got the 550 now, but he's got the auto attack harass onto Yasuo. He's got 2 levels up on Golden Glue currently. It's a horrible situation to be in if you're Golden Glue. And Nato, great situation for him. And a great situation for Team Green Forest on the overall. Big part of that was the cocoon into the bush. It didn't hit the target he was going for. It didn't hit Golden Glue. It ended up hitting Mashby in the bush, and they're like, uh-oh. Something strange in this bush.
Yeah, in the neighborhood. Who are you going to call?
Oh, obviously the rest of your team.
Yep.
Because they showed up.
They got a double kill in Nato for it. And right now, I got to say, one thing to actually point out, right, is Season 4 we made the change where early game kills aren't worth as much gold. Those kills happen around 4 minutes. Those are full value kills. You're seeing some nice items on Nato. Fiendish Codex plus a second Doran's Ring. So he's got so much ability power right now. He will clear waves incredibly fast. He can join up other lanes very, very quickly as well. And now, actually, here's the interesting thing, is Coast have killed the turret. Now, will they bounce the wave back and try to freeze, or are they going to shove in and do something else with their time?
Yeah, I don't know. Coast, they end up getting themselves a gold lead, but it's very, very short-lived because they're going to get it for themselves here. But now the Dragon control, because the early lead is in TGF's favor, goes over to them. So if they can get a Dragon out of this, if they can push the lead, if they can do something, then they can start creating a snowball and setting their team up for success, which is what they didn't do last game.
Exactly.
Another big thing here, too, is that Yasuo relies a lot on his wind wall. Like, every ability that Ziggs throws out can be blocked by the wind wall, but it has a very long cooldown, and you don't max it until last. So the fact that he has this early lead and this early AP, you don't build any magic resistance as Yasuo. Maybe you can get Merc Treads, but right now, look at this. They're grouped up for the Dragon. It's the right call by TGF.
Yeah, and Wizfusion on the wrong side of the map, so unless you go for a steal, this is going to be TGF's Dragon. So 5v4 for sure. 5v3 right now, actually, and there is the Dragon picked up. Team Green Forest making a lot better choices here, and now they're 1,100 gold in the lead.
You have to make the moves. You can't be the reactive team, and they're playing it right now. They get that lead, and like I said, it doesn't matter if you get a lead, you have to do something with it, and they're doing what they can. They're making the right moves right now. 1,000 gold lead for them. NATO having his double buffs expire, and now Golden Glue can start to do something. Daydream's on top of a ward, so Daydream's not going to be too much help. Instead, they know where he is.
It's okay. Wait some time for this one. Team Coast, this is kind of the phase where they have to be licking their wounds a little bit. Rux pushing the bottom lane. They're going to be in this matchup there. Level 4 for both these guys. Dat Control versus Rux. And we're going to get to see this matchup play out with a small CS lead for Dat Control. Managed to teleport into a kind of big wave here. That could pay off. Rux actually is going to recall, though.
I like this from Dat Control, augmenting his build, because he previously went for the Tiamat. And Tiamat Renekton, you have a big power spike when you get it, but you delay your actual power for team fights. It's funny how it works. You destroy the lane, you push the waves incredibly quickly, but when you show up to the team fight, you don't fulfill the role that you were picked to do.
Yeah.
So that's once again, it's the individual play over the team play. But right now he's rushing the Giants belt, and he's going to get tanky and durable for his team so that he can guard his backline.
Well, look at this, though. We've got interesting lane assignments here. Normally, I wouldn't think Yasuo is good against Renekton, but he's a level up, and of course, Renekton's been starved away, so Coast sends Golden Glue to split push against him to keep the farm going and maybe keep Dat Control down. Put Rux in the mid lane to defend the siege, because again, Team Green Force have Ziggs Caitlyn. They're going to want a siege.
That's absolutely right now. NATO up in the top lane, though, just trying to clear. And the funny thing is, you talked about Yasuo versus Renekton. Yeah, Renekton wins that, actually.
Just even with this advantage?
Yeah, with this advantage that he has, because it's just CS, right? But at the same time, there's 2 assists onto Dat Control, and also the fact that he went for the Giants belt over the no items that Golden Glue has.
Fair, yeah.
Like if Golden Glue backs and gets something like a Zeal, then he'll be in a little better position to go ahead and duel him. But until then, it just goes in Renekton's favor right now.
Okay, wow. So that'll be an interesting one. Then the Coast opted into that matchup. So yeah, we'll see how it plays out, honestly. I mean, we see Renekton's pushed him up to the turret, right? Like, so far, yeah, the Coast matchup isn't going necessarily swimmingly. 39 to 53 in minions, not a very big difference anymore. So I got to say that is happy for Dat Control. Renko gets in on the top side. He's going to take away this pink ward now with a ward as well to cover the side. The sieging continues here for Team Green Force. NATO and Saracen getting some good damage down. Turret's down about 10%. Right now, everything's working for the blue team.
And Golden Glue back, and he got himself a Bilgewater Cutlass, which is the right choice. I said Zeal, but I was like, oh, yeah.
That's fine. Sustain. Oh, a lot of damage, though, with Fusion. Oh, man. Good guy Mash Me tanked the Kate ulti. Otherwise, I think Wiz Fusion might have died. But the mid turret still goes down. And look at this now, 2,000 gold. Puts Team Green Forest ahead.
Yeah, they're making the right moves this game against Team Coast. And they're pushing the little advantages that they get for themselves. Now, Golden Glue, at the 10-minute mark, has 65 CS for himself, and just a Bilgewater Cutlass and an extra Doran's Blade to his name. He needs to start stepping it up. He's 1,000 gold down over NATO. They're trying to put him in the solo lane to split push. Later on, Yasuo becomes a great duelist, but Nash, there's no ultimate here for NATO. But he's going to stay.
All right.
Okay.
Bursted it out. He's all right. No, doesn't? Ooh, wow. He was going to die, but he doesn't stay for the ward kill. He knows he's in enemy territory with no backup whatsoever, so smart play by NATO to not go for the ward.
Yeah.
That was the right call. He saw it. Trust me, he saw it.
Oh, yeah.
He knew not to kill it.
He also saw the Nami there, too, which was the big thing. If he gets bubbled, he'll have to blow his flash or something along those lines, because he used his satchel charge offensively.
Exactly. Okay, well, Saracen puts the pink ward down, spots the enemy pink ward, and there's going to be some extra ward control now.
Dat Control has twice the CS of Rux again. Yep. Now they're just converging on this top lane. It'll be a 3-on-3. They have the ward control here for TGF. Great pink ward to know that nobody's here. And Nashmi, he's actually on top of ward. Daydreaming gets too close to hit him with a binding.
And there's the binding. There's the damage coming out. Nice Cocoon as well. Good damage. Morgana ulti over the wall, but that's not going to get anything for them except to send Coast back. 3 guys top lane versus 3 guys for Coast. Can they hold on to the turret for very long? Looks like damage coming through just a little bit. Ziggs coming in, and Lucian is not. So it's going to give some time for Coast to push the mid lane down. Ziggs ulti is up, though, if he keeps going for this.
Yeah, Wiz is just going to continue to push this lane down. NATO, he's coming back to the mid lane because he's forced down there. Wiz has great CS right now, 106. I mean, going to the 2-on-0 lanes, you pretty much perfect CS your way all the way through it for 4 or 5 minutes.
Sure.
And ooh, good black shield there.
Saracen pulls Zag up, they're going to be okay. There's still the top lane siege. I like this by Team Green Forest. They're not playing conventional lanes. They're playing a team composition they have prepared. Right? Caitlyn is not a normal pick. Right? You normally see Kog'Maw with, sometimes you might see a Corki, you might see a Twitch. All those were on the table and said, no, we've got a comp in mind. We've got a strategy in mind. We'll play this, and it's working. They're getting the gold lead from getting turrets down. They've made good plays in the lanes, and you're going to see them continue this. Now the question is, how long, like, judging by their Game 1 difficulties, if they run into something they're not ready for, will they slow down and run out of ideas? Because this feels like a prepared strat, right? They know step 1, 2, and 3, and 4, and 5. If step 4 fails, do they have step 5B in case of step 4 failing? That's the question.
Step 1, lane swap. Step 2,
kill some turrets.
Step 3,
kill some more turrets.
Step 4, step 5,
don't
profit.
get caught out. Step 5 is profit. Step 4 is don't get caught out. If something goes wrong, step 5 fails. So I got to figure out what it is. Right now, Coast looking to get their gold back in this one. Of course, they're on the correct side of the map to go for Dragon. The top lane siege took long enough that Coast got to move around the map, give up the turret, and go somewhere else. As Dragon at a half HP, and no one's around to stop it.
Oh, he's going to try.
Nope. Nice. Good patience.
Very, very close, though. Around that point. Maybe you need a little more chunk there. Ferenko was off on the side. Could have been possible, but because of the great rotation there by Coast from the top lane to bring it all down, they basically intuitively knew that this is the time they'd have large chunks of gold in their inventory. Just go for it. Go for it because they won't be able to contest it. They got some vision control of the area with their pinks and just set it up. Now Rux, free farming top lane, he's been shut down all game again. Nothing's going into him. He had half the CS of DAT control up until a minute ago.
54 minions on the Lulu. That item build he's got right there was like the 6-minute build for NATO. Right, double Doran's Ring Codex. Now he's got the Chalice in there as well. So you can see he's the Athenes combined and a Blasting Wand behind NATO right now. So this Zig's still a very big threat. 102 on minions there. Gonna get the blue buff as well for himself at level 9, 14 minutes in. And now this is now the big siege spike power. You've got basically infinite mana Ziggs with a maxed out bouncing bomb. You've got a Caitlyn with a Bloodthirster. This is this is kind of like the power spike where now that the outer turrets are gone, you can do even more as Team Green Forest.
Yeah.
Good smite.
Good smite there. Get it for himself from Mash. But Yasuo has some very strange power spikes because they're all based off of items and when you buy your attack speed, because your Q will become faster and the lower cooldown on it. So as soon as Yasuo starts getting, and it's also based off of crit as well, depending on the build you go for. So Golden Glue is just farming, making sure he has no opposition in the farm. It's just free farm for him. So that's what they're going to try to do, is rely on the combo of the Rux knockup with Lulu and the Wild Growth to set Golden Glue up for a multi-person last breath. Could also use it off of Daydreamin's Tidal Wave, but we'll have to see what they end up doing. They have a lot of things here to help Golden Glue out, but the reason that they're putting free farm into him is because he's the linchpin of the strategy.
Yeah, of course. And I mean, we saw this with Dignitas versus CLG. You've got a team that wants to siege, and if they're diligent about playing the comp right, and they're not making any dumb mistakes, they will start the siege, and it's on the other team to poke a hole in the armor, to find a way in to start a battle. Right now, Coast have not started any battles. They got a dragon in a very smart movement, but if the siege starts again for Team Green Forest, which it is right now, can Coast stop it?
Yeah, Team Green Forest, like you said, the bouncing bomb and the blue buff constantly sieging up. They're going to rotate to this turret, and Coast, they're not there with the right numbers to respond just yet.
They had a minion with in the mid lane, but there's not going to be enough. No one's around. The last breath would be suicide there. Windwall comes in, binding on a Mashpee. Oh my gosh, the damage coming through a lot. The ulti burned by 2 members of
coming back in.
Coast, but they're going to go in for this fight. A whole bunch of bursts. NATO survives to get his combo down. They trade 2 for 1 so far. Coast getting a slightly better start on this one. Miz Fusion going in, finding another one. Aranka now forced to run away. DAT control, and the wings getting kited around by Rux. Going to be the flash away. Elise stays saved. Now DAT control has flash, has teleport.
The red buff on Rux, though, and he's got to go through a turret, too.
A lot of damage coming through. There's the dash. Q, one more hit. And down he goes. So Rux claims the kill on the end of that one. 2 for 4, I believe, the fight overall. What a great fight for Coast.
Yeah, Coast from the start had the better team fight composition. The setup here, they chunk Mashpee out, but the call is still to go. They go off of his own last breath there onto 2, and they just leap in straight onto it. They get NATO down, and Golden Glue just doing so much work that fight, but ends up getting dropped. He hasn't actually backed. I believe at the time he still only had the Bilgewater Cutlass. Actually,
yeah, I think he did.
May have had Static.
I don't remember.
No, he got it now.
I know he has it now.
Yeah.
No, there's no way he has. There's no way he got like 2 kills and then only just like given nothing else, right? So that had to be him getting shit right there. So yeah, and you know what's funny about that fight as well is Mashme kind of baited that fight in the right kind of way. Morgana and Elise, the 2 guys with CC, and Morgana, the peel specialist, is on the left-hand side chasing a Kha'Zix down. The 2 squishy backliners get caught out with no one defending them.
Yeah.
Right? They got blown up without Morgana around to help them out. It's not like Yasuo can break the Black Shield, so that got missed. And it was a great play by Ghost to find their way in. It puts them within 300 gold now. Dragons in a minute and a half. They're only down 1 turret. Ghost right back in.
Yeah, it was all Mashme getting caught, but not really getting caught. Pro strats.
Pro strats.
Was able to live through the CC there, so they couldn't lock anybody else up. Used his ultimate to absorb some of the damage, then jump straight back in on the engage. It was a great last breath from Golden Glue because he set himself up with the Steel Tempest.
Yes,
but he was on the right targets too.
Yes, it was.
Getting NATO in a tornado.
Yep. He was asking for it. It was in the name.
He had NATO written all over him.
There you go. Well, the mid lanes he's going to continue, though. Team Green Force, they're not down in gold, but Mashme forcing this one. Has this low, has
Rux
the
on the
ulti,
other
the
side.
satchel charge, the Rux flank as well. Are they going to have enough? Nice tidal is going to land onto 3 people, but the Ziggs bomb puts a lot of damage through Mash. Has no health left. He's forced to run. Aranko claims a victim. 1 for 0. That fight forced way too hard by Coast.
Yeah, Mashme and Rux were trying to pinch there. The rest of the team was not behind them in the correct manner, and Dat Control built full tanky this game, so he's able to just soak up as much damage as possible. And now they get to Siege with their Siege comp just a little bit now.
They got a couple seconds right now. Daydreamin itself hasn't actually healed. There's only a single ultimate up for Coast as well, and they need those to swing these fights, so that is a risk. But right now it's actually going to be Team Green Force backing up, playing around the wards, because guess what? Dragons come up now.
Playing around the fights, but look at that. They don't have the control or the HP to fight this. Dat Control does have teleport, so he can get into the fight. They are going to see him back. Question is, are they going to force it? Are they going to jump onto it?
Well, Coast are.
Yeah, Coast, it's the right move for them because they have all of their members back up. Mashme is now available. Rux is full HP, and Golden Glue is off from mid. He's trying to push that down, trying to keep his CS up.
So look at that. Team Green Force. This is the second time I've seen that now this series. That, a team pushes someone away or gets a kill, stays too long, and their recalls are now mistimed off the objective. The second dragon I've seen getting picked up because of something like this. So Coast now actually a 100 gold lead off a misplay by Team Green Forest.
You have to back so that you can set up for the dragon about 40 seconds in advance. You can get there, make your stand, get your wards in the proper positions. Because what they ended up doing is they tried to siege the mid lane after that fight, and they didn't get anything for it. Instead, they give the dragon over to Coast because of the way that they were staggered.
So awesome stuff then to make this all happen. Coast looking great now. 500 gold lead. Equal now in turrets. They've been winning in dragons. I believe it's 2-1 at this point. Rux is even catching up right now. Sword Shoes plus the Athene's already done. He's still done 30 minions on Dat Control, but once again, his score is 3-1 and 2. He's having a better impact on the game. Just got to hand it to him. He's doing a lot with little.
Yeah, and Dat Control, both games, he's been going after the CS, whereas Rux is kind of like just stay alive, show up to the team fights, and provide my utility to the team to provide my damage. And once again, it's a deathless bottom lane for Wiz Fusion and Daydreamin'. And it's still, Golden Glue's power spikes are one of the most important thing in this game for Coast. Can Yasuo just farm up and get to the team fight phase? Can Rux get a knock-up for him? Or can Daydream get a knock-up for him? Or can he get his own? So there's a lot of options here for him.
Oh,
right
wow.
up in the trap.
Satchel charge onto a trap. A lot of ultis coming down. Wiz Fusion does stay alive, though Rux takes a bunch of pain. But he will survive that matchup. But again, his turret down very, very low. Team Green Force happy to siege while Golden Glue splits off in the wing, so they know it's a 5v4. They know the pushing is safe. The Spiderlings tank the turret shots, and that's going to go down. TGF find their fourth, so does Coast.
This is not the right call for Coast currently. They're going to try to make it so that, yeah, look at, he's going to back off of it, and they're just going to TP down. They trade 1 for 1, but there's going to be more damage onto this turret.
So 4v4 without the playmaker, which means this turret's just taking damage.
Golden Glue is now fighting Dat Control 1-on-1. If he can kill him, he's got it.
Red buff, the ulti, a whole bunch of pain coming through. Dat Control, the flash in, the dash, the damage, the knock-up, and the kill in the solo 1v1 lane.
He ends up getting him, and he turns the entire tide of the map in Coast's favor now. Team Green Force, they have to back, or they're going to lose an inhibitor turret.
Yeah, so Coast just trying to stop recalls right now, and this inhib turret is starting to take damage. 17 seconds on Renekton. Rux still trying to find something to do. Can't quite find any Qs down there. Tidal Wave's going to catch one. Oh my gosh, they got Nado. He's going to get bubbled. This is so good for Coast. Unless this fight gets turned some way. Good Ziggs ulti, but Rux stays safe. The flash in. Match
the reset.
Gets the reset. Gets the ulti onto himself. Exhaust might just keep him safe. Nuh-uh. Double kill picked up. Now onto Arenko. Big damage comes through. Cocoon, or Repel, not putting him anywhere useful. A third kill picked up in this fight. Coast find their way in.
They just blew the game wide open there. I was saying it didn't look like it was the right move, but then Dat Control goes too aggressive and tries to stop Golden Glue, which ends up turning the whole map around. He ends up getting solo killed, and now look at this. Right before it goes off, he actually cancels it. He moves.
I think he was caught anyway. He was trying to run away.
He just walked away from it, and Mash Me with the resets. Gets Nado, gets exhausted, but still gets Sarah's son. He gets locked up by the ultimate there, or by the binding, but then they get Arenko in the end. So Coast coming up big after that fight.
They're massive, dude. 2,000 gold lead. They're looking great now. Team Green Forests. Looks like, step 4. Again, step 4 didn't work.
Nope. Step 4.
The sieges were good. The rotations were good. They even got the bottom lane tier 2 turret for that move right there. Like, those plays still work, but they're not reacting to the scary split pusher that beats you Renekton.
Yeah.
Right? The untouched, I don't want to say untouched because Golden Glue died early on, but like,
but the Yasuo power spikes.
Right. The Yasuo power spikes, like the fact that even though like it's not that great a matchup against Renekton, well, too bad. He's ahead. Dat Control was held down early game. Realistically, he was. And he never actually got to win that matchup. The split push Golden Glue worked, even though he's the primary engage tool. And TGF misplays around it. Suddenly they're panicked because, well, we've got to get back to our base, and the recalls are mispositioned, and Coast capitalizes off of good out-of-nowhere decision-making.
Yeah.
Hasn't happened before, but in this case, you know what? This is the right call.
Yeah, it was the opportunity that was made by Golden Glue, who's now 2 levels up over anybody else in the game. He's just coming up really big for himself because they funneled so much gold and solo experience into him when he was off on that side lane for so long. And then he split pushes by himself. He hits those item power spikes with the crit and the fact that he has Blade of the Rune King, that nobody can really mess with him at this point. And if it's even Renekton, who's stacking armor, you can get through that with Last Breath. Now, right now, they get a catch here for Daydream, but Mashme's going to force it.
And the knockup comes in onto 2, and there's the Tidal Wave in the backside. Sarah's son goes down, and a 2-man knockup from Tidal Wave means the fight is on. Big damage coming out. Golden Glue all the way into the back line. 3 members of TGF have gone down. Golden Glue will die to the turret. Dat Control does what he can, but he only can claim 1 kill. Triple kill there for Wiz Fusion, and only Arenko's alive.
And it was the engage start there. It looked like Rux was setting up the Last Breath with his ultimate, but the one they want to take is the Tidal Wave because it was a more priority target on Dawn. They get him and Arenko locked up in it, and they immediately just run away with it. Nash is forcing this. It looked like he wanted to go after Sarasun and Dawn there. Wasn't quite in range for Golden Glue. Now he gets Dawn and Arenko. They pick up Dawn with Mash Me very, very quickly. That damage. The Golden Glue actually stays here a little too long and gets taken out by the turret.
Yeah. Save for 1 attack too many, got cocooned in the back, and that sealed the deal for him. So unfortunate for the man, but hey, at the very least, we've still got Mikhail's Crucible finished for Daydreaming, so we can help him next time around. Get ourselves back into this one. You're seeing wards get taken away. Team Green Forest, they didn't lose Baron for it. Coast simply went for the turret, recalled, healed up. This time around didn't give away any map objectives for the recall, so well timed here. Dragons up. Both teams have wards over Baron, so neither team can sneak it.
And it looks like Golden Glue's actually going to go for the Zerker's Greaves over the Merc Treads, despite the fact that there's a binding and a cocoon on the enemy team. Instead, he wants to go for the tower pushing potential, the attack speed that he would get out of it. because you already get max on your Q from just having those other 2 attack speed items. And now they're contesting the Dragon with Golden Glue off on the side, because he can always just jump into the fight with Last Breath's range if there's a knock-up set up for him.
Mashme is going to get CC'd up. He's got to be a bit careful. Mikhail's just popped. They just go for the fight. Anyway, he's going right in on this one. Zig's off in the wings. A lot of damage comes through. Mash with Yulji stays pretty safe. Dat Control, though, is tanky, so who cares about hitting him? Couple of spells burned there for not much gain. Wind Wall goes down as well. Team Green Force group back up to the mid lane.
They wait for a jump in, and Rux gets an ultimate.
Not going to knock it for
they
Golden
can
Glue.
Go ahead and engage with the Last Breath, but
yeah,
just trailing backwards right now.
They're still landing some slows, though. Mashme around in the wings. Ulti comes in, blocked by Wiz Fusion. He's got a Bloodthirster, so it's pretty safe for him.
Golden Glue back to the top lane, back to farming. Level 16 now. Maximum rank on his ultimate. As soon as the fight's over, he'll have it back up again. And if they disengage it, where the fight turns on them, he can still get a second one off. It's very, very possible with that very low cooldown on it.
We'll see if they can make that one happen, because right now, Coast looking to set up one of those Last Breaths, set up one of those engages, set up the fight. Windwall comes down, bubble, not going to land. Black Shield keeping that one safe.
I love this comp, though. They have so many ways to set up Golden Glue, and he got shut down very, very early on. They just put him in a side lane and had him farm.
Now he's doing pretty well for himself, right? 2 big items, the Makings of Infinity Edge about halfway to it. And I want to see what Coast's actual gameplay is, because this entire game, they've been the ones being reacted to, right? They're the ones that are reacting. They're defending. They're saying, okay, they're sieging. Let's go in now. Let's make that fight. Coast haven't really been the hardcore aggressors for much of this game. And now's their time to have to be. But they have very low sieging. Picks are kind of hard to get, to be honest, when they're facing a Black Shield. Their split pushing is also mediocre, so how do you get in, Coast? What is the game plan now?
It's Mashme jumping in invisible.
Basically.
Right onto Dump. There it is.
And he's going to go in. A good amount of slows. The knockup does land as well. Don puts a trap down, and Mashme flashes around it and finds the kill. There's the pick. They found it. The team's going to move down towards the bottom side of the map. Yasuo still splitting in the top. But look at this. TGF. They're going to ult to clear some of this, but they can still stay a little bit longer.
Mashme starting to get those tanky items for himself, and Wiz Fusion has had no problem just taking out turrets all game long. Game 1, Game 2, no problem at all. Still 0 deaths between that bottom lane.
19 KDA this game for the bot lane. To add to the 30, the last one. 49. They're catching up on Gamers 2.
Gamers 2 have played more games than them, though.
Twice as many.
Yeah.
Coast maybe destined for good things with this duo here. Renko, Dat Control going to keep this top lane afloat right here, but Coast taking their little small measured advantages. They've not set up Baron yet, though. I feel like that's actually their best play, because they're trying to receive TGF. And it's not like you're facing like Nidalee, so like the poke's not that crazy. Like yes, it's relevant, but like you can win wall it.
Yeah, you don't want Ziggs getting to the objective first is the big thing, because if you're trying to come in on a Ziggs, it's worse than if a Ziggs is trying to come in on you.
Oh yeah,
because when he just throws down his Hextech minefield, Hexplosive minefield, he just sections off an area for 10 seconds. You're like, okay, you want to cross this and take a whole bunch of damage? That's fine. Here, he just throw it out and be like, okay, kind of got it at the start.
Renko, though, has got to be careful. Flashes the wall to
Wiz
stay
has
safe, and Wiz Fusion follows up, finds the solo kill there. Looks like just ward control in the bot jungle is all it took, and Team Coast find another 5v4.
You get a kill. What are you going to get for that kill besides the gold? What are you going to get off of it? And immediately, they split him, too. Daydreamon's actually top with Golden Glue right now.
This is an interesting split right here. Three guys in the bot lane. Rux does not quite get stunned, but there's the flash engage, and the Ziggs ulti finds one. Dat Control now chasing down Summoner Heal used to try to gain more distance onto Wiz Fusion. Top lane and turret goes down. These guys not stopping the push, and Wiz Fusion, to be honest, is kiting very successfully. So 1 kill for an inhibitor and an inhibitor turret is the trade right now. Coast, play it right.
Yeah, there's just a bait there at the end by Wiz Fusion. How long are you going to chase me? And they go straight onto Saracen.
Wow, big damage comes in. The exhaust not going to be nearly enough. Golden Glue finds that one. Goes in now onto Nado and Don. It's a 2 versus 3. The Mikhail's used. The Tidal Wave not quite going to be enough. It's a 1-for-1 kill trade, but now Arenko's on the chase. Bubble's going to land. Good damage from Wiz Fusion. They've got to be careful, though. Right now, Coast is actually outnumbered, but they're staying.
They have that gold advantage for themselves, not the number advantage. They get the inhibitor, and now they have to wait on Golden Glue to come back up. They can set up for the Baron and start doing it, but by the time he comes up, he'll be able to get it. We'll have to see what the decision is for Team Coast.
Well,
Looks like
right now,
Wiz makes an executive decision. Pop, pop.
Complete ward control. This is a 4-on-5 if TGF shows up. They're making their way over. NATO's coming up. They're all going through wards. So this is a known movement, and Coast's going to back off this one. They go for the phase check.
Wow.
There's the engage. In a 4 versus 5, they go for it. They find one. Dak control on the back line. Mashby getting exploded on the front line. 1-for-1 kill so far. Wiz Fusion forced back. The numbers advantage. Too much. The flash for Rux to save Wiz Fusion. But a 1-for-1 kill for the winning team. Not the best choice.
Yeah. That was the best bubble I've seen in my life. That was incredible by Daydream right there. And they end up going 1-for-1 despite the numbers disadvantage, and they get the wave clear. They get NATO out of the picture, but the smite is out of the picture for Coast. But there's no Baron being started up by TGF.
Now, this does give time for Team Green Force simply to sit around, though, and farm this dead lane on the left-hand side that's got the dead inhibitor. Rux going to go ahead and sweep the bot side, but Coast have to wait around. Really actually kind of a long time before they can siege again, right? Coast wants to push down to the other side of the map, meaning NATO's available right now for defense. MASH not available for 35 seconds. Take us all the way down. So until like 33.5, Coast still can't really do anything without being outnumbered again.
They're going to go straight for the Dragon now, though. MASH is on his way there. Wiz is going to start it up. He can actually solo it at this point. He's doing a great job of it. MASH is going to show up for moral support, saying it can't be smited away. It's all good. He's probably not even going to use it.
Yeah, he'll save it for
Baron.
Jinx. Not even in this game. Still applies.
Omiya Coke Zero. Anyway.
Well played, sir. Team Green Forest now going to try to set up there around Baron. They've got a couple pink wards, a couple of green wards down themselves. Team Coast looking to keep this pressure. Rux does have teleport, as does Dat Control. They're going to square off towards the bottom side of the map. Rux going to put these lanes in. Of course, top lane is actually building right now. There's a big wave pushing right here that's going to require attention by TGF, or they lose a Nexus turret. They get the bubble onto NATO. Big damage comes in. He's going to satchel charge away. He's going to say just barely safe, but the health bars are low. Golden Blue's going to find Dom. 2-on-1 versus 2. Can he find much more this? I think he bet on more than he can chew. And yes, he did. Coast trying too hard, giving away kills. Now Mashme following suit, can't pick up the kill.
Doesn't go for the reset. Instead, jumps away, but he jumps right into Renko and Sarasun's hand. They have the CC chain now.
Wow, a lot of damage coming through Mashme. He does not have the cooldowns available just yet.
1 second on
1 second. There we go. Tidal Wave's
gonna go
nothing. Goes in for a Renko, but doesn't find it. Wiz Fusion. Mikhails keeps him safe. Puts the damage down. Wow, look at the damage. Elise. Nice cocoon. Good binding. Wow. Stops the chase.
Hit Mash.
Yep.
One hit of Wiz. Look at that. Rux. Gonna get himself out of here. He's going to book it. No Golden Blue. They're doing all this 4v5.
But this is just so, like, in a way, depressing for Coast right there. Dead inhibitor, right? 10,000 gold lead. Complete control of the game. And they've squandered it now 3 times in a row.
Well, Golden
giving
Blue
away kills,
he was,
giving away control.
He was, I think he was 3-2 at one point.
Yeah.
And now he's 3-5. The last couple of times he's been caught out, he's been too big for his britches. He's like, I'm just going to go and I see Caitlyn. Go. Doesn't know what's in his surrounding area. And it's the rest of the team who shows up. Isn't able to pull off the assassination kill. And I talked about how Golden Glue loves assassins. He loves the aggressive play. Yasuo, he is an assassin in that regard, but he has more team fight-oriented play. Because you have to wait for about 3 spell rotations to kill somebody, it takes you a little bit longer than an upfront burst assassin to just pick someone off.
Hey, you're not Talon.
Yeah, exactly. You're not going to full combo somebody and just they're gone.
No,
Same thing with Zed.
True. Well, right now, though, looks like they're going to try one more time for Baron Nashor, although no waves are pushing easily for them. It's just Rux splitting off the side. They do have ward control, but if TGF shows up in time, they can stop Baron. It's losing health rapidly. Teleport comes in early just to defend the team. Daydream and waiting around on the wings, going to put a bubble down, going to do what he can to keep the team safe. Baron goes down. And Team Coast hold a 10,000 gold lead plus Baron. Tidal Wave. Oh, no. Windwall comes in. There's the Tidal Wave. And the engage comes in. Dak control the front line. Sarasun finds a very lackluster ultimate, but Rux has got to be careful. Shields come in. He's going to stay safe. The battle continuing. Mashme, Dak control, trading blows. Ziggs AoE comes out, but there's the knockup. They're still trading damage back and forth. Mash goes down, but they're trading now 1-for-1 in kills. Coast still have Baron, the 4v4. They can keep going.
That was a very strange fight that came out there. The knockups were not in a good place. Neither was that wind wall. But Golden Glue,
left the bomb, at least.
He ends up not getting a setup there, and when he does get set up, there's a black shield on a Renko when he goes in, and it's already targets that get knocked up, allowing the last breath to be used effectively, but it's about to be back up. It's such a short cooldown, it's up now.
Wow, that's going to be difficult then. Coast going to keep going at close to full power right here. Top inhibitor very much available for these guys. I don't think they're going to be forced away by this one. Bubble's going to come out. Binding's traded as well, but they're going to stay around the damage. One more auto attack and down goes the inhibitor. Dawn does not scare them away just because his name is Dawn. Looks like there's not really much Mafia behind him to support this one. They're going to get away. Team Coast get the inhib plus Baron.
Now they're going to go ahead and pick up little scraps of the jungle on their way out. Reset it here. We're going to see the bubble here, and the tidal wave only hits one. It parts it. Sarasun comes in, but he gets nothing for the ultimate. It's the second ultimate I've seen in a row where he hasn't gotten anything for it. And now DAC Control, he's just trying to soak up the damage. And look at that. Arenko, he gets Spell Shield at the end, but he's taking real damage from Golden Glue because he's getting tanky.
Yeah, that game was, or that fight rather, was Coast's backline of Wiz Fusion having to sort of kite around and back off from Ziggs ulti and stuff and wait as kind of Renekton bought time. And yeah,
he's doing a good job. DAC Control's doing a really good job of buying time. He's actually going full tank to just deal with this Golden Glue and Wiz Fusion threat. Warmogs looks like it's what's next for him, honestly.
I really like that choice, though. I mean, you mentioned at the very beginning, he's not going team fight. He's going for a team fight build because his gold's going to be lower. I love the choice by DAC Control. I think it's exactly the right build.
Yeah, it took so long for them to kill him.
Yeah.
Their AP threat is a Lulu, who doesn't really do sustained damage in the late game. It's a Glitter Lance and a Help Pix.
Yeah.
But then you wait around for a couple seconds. It's not somebody constantly auto-attacking you.
Right, and it's like, she's not even a big AoE mage. Like, she chooses her targets for most of her damage, meaning that Renekton really shouldn't be getting hit very much. Hex Drinker maybe even is almost more than you need in this case, because if Lulu does focus you with ease and auto attacks, then screw it, that's fine.
Yeah.
But the case either way. Right now we're going to see the bottom lane siege, the attempt right there. Coast still are splitting with Rux, though. It's this Lulu in the mid lane. Of course, DAC Control forced to hold the top lane against super minions, pushing that out as best he can. Forced to recall back now to defend the base. Dawn losing a lot of health. Rux making some good plays. Mashmi around as well, but bot lane now under fire.
Going straight onto it. Blocks the cocoon. Now, if Golden Glue gets into the back line, he has Guardian Angel. Even if he goes up just for the last breath damage onto one or two people who are priority target, like Nado or Dawn, the fight is almost over by that point. Can they get the setup, though?
Taking the time with this one, Golden Glue going to take a binding. Windwall comes out. Very good. Windwall keeps them all safe, actually. And it will be back in time, I believe, for the next minion wave as well. So not even much of a wasted anything. Top lane, mid lane, still under fire. Actually, big super minion wave actually has reached the Nexus turrets right now. So Team Green Forest have to be real careful about this one. It's losing a lot of health.
Gonna go down.
It's actually going to fall. So one turret goes up to Coast, and they fire down to the back line as well. There's the inhibitor turret going down. You've got DAC Control joining up to try to join the fight with a blue elixir on as well. The stun's coming out. Mashmi in the front line, and here comes the fight. Big Ziggs ulti, though. Golden Glue has to hold it in the back line to try to stay alive. He does find the kill on the Dawn. In fact, 2 guys dead for TGF. They're losing everybody right now. GA Pop, they're all still safe. 2 versus 5 in this battle. The chase still coming in for Mash. This is going to be the game. Team Coast gonna make it 2-0 as they chase kills down onto the Nexus turrets. And that's going to be it. On to the semifinals they go. Well played in the series.
Showing that their team fight prowess is much higher than what Team Green Forest are bringing to the table. We saw that ultimate there at the end by Golden Glue. Priority target into the back line. Gets Dawn. Solo kills him.
Yeah.
Also locks up the rest of the team. They start coming back and converging on him, but the fight is already over by that point. They pop his GA. Not a problem at all. So congratulations to Team Coast. They seemed really good today, really on point with their new roster.
Yeah, and even with people in different locations, right? The fact they've got to kind of make do with a truly makeshift roster there is really impressive. So 2-0. First game, 30 minutes. Second game, 38 minutes. Pretty average times right there. So kind of par for the course. Not dragging things out unnecessarily. Not completely crushing super hardcore, but that's okay. That's not required of you to be a good team. And yeah, I honestly say I'm very impressed by the individual plays, especially, and you talked about this in game 1, of the bot lane. Wiz Fusion and Daydreamin, I believe, still went unkilled in that game, if I remember properly. So they did
good
great.
stuff.
Heads up. Yeah, that's just like, hey, they did really well. Kind of end of statement.
Oh, yeah. Throughout the entire match right there. Game 1, Game 2, deathless through it. And here's the thing, too, is that Team Coast came in with win conditions in mind.
Yes.
They said, this is the team comp we have in Champ Select. This is how we're going to win the game. X, Y, and Z. This is what we're doing. And Team Green Force kind of looked like, let's just pick our champions and see how the game goes. They didn't really put their foot on the pedal. They didn't really seem to come in with a big plan. It was like Ziggs is going to siege the mid. But what are we going to do?
Yeah, like their early mid plan was fine. Like, yes. I really...
Their win conditions, though.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, to actually close the game out. And the thing is, like, I did really like the first 15, 20 minutes from TG.
Yes.
It was solid. They made really good choices. I think the big key for me, this is actually very, very smart. So they're in mid lane around 18 minutes or whatever. They clear the wave, and their wave's crashing on mid-tier turret. And they're like, you're going to kill that wave. BRB going bot lane. And they're like, that is smart. That's excellent play. That is the exact right choice and properly identified by TGF. Like that's the kind of moves you've got to make every 30 seconds. Not 4 times a game, 100 times a game. Say, you're doing this, we're going here and getting this turret for sure. And like that's super smart. That's the kind of plays they made. I didn't see any of that in game 1. I didn't see enough of it in game 2. But if they can do that kind of stuff, make the smart choices more often, that team can go places.
Yeah, they definitely can. Maybe they'll make it back in Summer Series 2, but Team Coast being victorious here, making it to the semifinals, and in style, too. Golden Glue, there's been a lot of criticism around him, but he was really the carry in this game. Yeah. What he ended up doing. The bot lane was very consistent, right? They did amazingly well. Yeah. Golden Glue was their win condition, though. He was like, I got shut down. I'm going to go farm. BRB in 20 minutes goes solos the Renekton in a split push and then pushes applies pressure to that lane so that the rest of the team has to back up. And that was really the turning point for me is when Golden Glue was able to solo DAT control in the top lane and apply pressure to that inhibitor turret. Because then all of Team Green Force had to back up. They're like, we can't back. We have to run back. And they were just outdueled in the little trickle back from the rest of Team Coast.
Absolutely. Absolutely greatly played by Coast right there. That snap decision making was perfect. They did a great job of that one. So Team Coast 2-0, they did wonderful. After that win there, we're going to see how the bracket shapes up. The semifinals are now set. On June 14th, Frank Fang Gaming will take on Team LawPro.
And on June 15th, Team Coast will go up against Curse Academy, who will finally play their first game of Summer Series 1. Curse Academy has already advanced due to a forfeit by Cloud9 Tempest, so there will be no challenger match tomorrow, but there will be plenty of NALCS action to tide you over.
Yeah, it's going to be a whole bunch of fun starting at noon Pacific Daylight Time, 9 p.m. Central European Summertime. Cloud9 is going to take on Counter Logic Gaming, and then LMQ goes up against Complexity.
Then Evil Geniuses battles against Team Dignitas, and Team Curse takes on Team Solo Mid to wrap up Week 3.
And with that, we've reached the end of our time together tonight. But before we go, I want to say thanks again to our friends at Coca-Cola. Now for myself, Zyrene, and the entire live broadcast crew, thanks for watching, good night, and GG. Go in for this fight, and a whole bunch of first. NATO survives to get his combo down. They trade 2 for 1 so far. Coast getting the slightly better start on this one. Miz Fusion going in, finding another one.
One-on-one. If he can kill him,
wow.
Got
Red
it.
buff, the ulti, a whole bunch of pain coming through. Dash control, the flash in, the dash, the damage, the knock-up, and the kill. And this fight gets turned some way. Good Ziggs ulti, but Rux stays safe. The flash in,
the reset.
Gets the reset, gets the ulti onto himself. Exhaust might just keep him safe. Nuh-uh. Double kill picked up. Now onto a Ranko. Big damage comes through. Cocoon, or Repel, not putting him anywhere useful. And the knockup comes in on the 2, and there's the tidal wave in the backside. Sarasun goes down, and a 2-man knockup from tidal wave means the fight is on. Big damage coming out. Golden Glue all the way into the back line. Stuns coming out. Match me in the front line. And here comes the fight. Big Ziggs ulti, though. Golden Glue has to hold it in the back line to try to stay alive. He does find the kill on the Dawn. In fact, 2 guys dead for TGF. They're losing everybody right now. GA, Pop, they're all still safe.
Yo, man, look at me, man. I got on the jewels. Look at my shoes, man. I'm sharp, man. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. I'm in love with a girl that I call old school. Sipping on my brandy, I'm feeling brand new. Got the feather in my hat because I'm just that cool. You peeping at my alligators bent kinda slow. They peeping at me pimping cause I got all the game. And even if the day change, it's all the same. You rolling up the block, but you in the wrong lane. You hating on a brother, man, you must be insane. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. Joe said that I'm the best in the West. I got the girls singing, damn, look at how he dressed. No need to guess, just bless my finesse. I keep him in a mess, all up in this caress. Jeans, fitted, shirt, knitted. Man, she need to quit it, she already did it. She gotta be Latina cause she look mixed with it. She all up on me, so I guess she gonna get it. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. Right, yeah, come on. Right, come on. Yeah, right, come on. I look good, right.